Hello, everybody. This is Madhog, thy master of Skyrim. Yes, let's go with that. And I am joined by Matti, aka the actor who is hedonistic.
Hi. Yeah. Skyrim. I may be the only person in the world who calls it Elder Scrolls 5.
It is Elder Scrolls 5 column Skyrim. That would be the complete name, but as far as new players are concerned, it's Skyrim 1 and the next one is going to be Skyrim 2. And I'm pretty sure there is a classic Elder Scrolls fan out there whose vein on the side of their head is about to pop out and release all the plasma.
Yeah, it's funny thing is that when I was starting my video game reviews, and told a friend of mine about it, that my first review will be about the first Elder Scrolls game, Arena, and he asked, that's the same series where Skyrim belongs, right?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Okay, so I'm going to put my hands forward to reveal my hand, as it were. I love this game. That's pretty much going to be the main point of this essay, if you will. I love Skyrim. I'm aware of its flaws, not just the more obvious ones, bugs, glitches. What Elder Scrolls game doesn't have those? I'm also aware of its more insidious, subtle issues, its design flaws, which can be very easily exploited to maximize your gaming experience. So the point of all this, of this new video series that me and my fellow European co-gamer friend, yes, Matti, the point of all this that we are doing is to illustrate how I play this game that I enjoy to this very day, this game that I love, not in spite of its problems, but because I have learned how to work with these problems, again, to make my experience all the more special, enjoyable, and I cannot believe I can get away with this.
As a whole, I prefer Elder Scrolls 4, but Elder Scrolls 5 has better written dialogue, in my opinion.
I mean, the bar is not all that high. I think Morrowind had the best text, but it was a lot to read. Ever since they started having voiced lines, they dumbed down the dialogue writing in general, at least in my estimation.
Yeah, Oblivion's writing was rather...
Oblivious?
How do I put it? Really vanilla.
Okay, that's one way of putting it, a very generous way of putting it. Skyrim is not that much better in that, again, very few voice actors reprising very same lines for different characters, which would be repeated ad nauseum.
Yeah, well, at least this Skyrim there's like 40 voice actors instead of Oblivion's 16.
That is pretty scandalous. And most of those dialogue lines are, well, I used to be X, but then I got an arrow to the knee.
And out of those 16, 3 are the celebrity voice actors who have only one role each.
Yes, I do remember very distinctly Patrick Stewart in the role of guy who exposes and then dies.
Yeah.
AKA the Emperor of Tamriel.
Yeah. Sean Bean had a really pretty good role as his bastard son.
Right. We're not talking about Oblivion here, we're talking about Skyrim. This is going to be a very special playthrough of Skyrim if all of this blurb didn't clue you in exactly what I want to do, or more specifically what I wanted for this playthrough to be. Because due to technical difficulties, we are going to provide commentary over pre-recorded footage, my own pre-recorded footage from the PlayStation 4. Mostly because the means to do a proper, more organic let's play that we have at our disposal are rather limited, wouldn't you say, Matti?
Yeah, it seems that both of our machines are just wheeze pumps.
So Matti had a copy of Skyrim for his computer, so I went to him and said, "Hey Matti, I have this itch that I need to scratch. I want you to experience Skyrim the way I do, the very special way I do." But then he did a few test recordings, and as it turned out, the frame rate was less than ideal.
It was about the standards of a average film, the 24.
24 frames per second. Yes, it doesn't really play well with video games with 3D engines, does it now?
Well, sometimes I like its more cinematic feeling.
I'm going to slap you across the internet, Matti.
Yeah, I guess because I've never had that kind of an super powerful machinery, I've just gotten used to it, that games that just look that good to me.
Yes, I don't have a powerful machine either. That's why I grabbed that footage from the PlayStation 4 using the PS4 share, which, you know, it is also less than ideal when it comes to overall quality of your video game footage. But at least it's not a choppy 24 frames per second. We're not watching the Dragon Prince, Matti.
Do you consider movies choppy?
Matti, you cannot be. Matti, I'm going to somehow, I'm going to insert myself into the internet, navigate all the way to Finland and wherever you are. I'm going to jump at you from the screen of your computer, and I'm going to yell "Fuzroda" in your face. But anyway, back to the point. We are going to be playing Skyrim. No, what am I saying? I've already played Skyrim. We're going to comment and react to my gameplay footage of Skyrim, where I created a new character and I attempt to run a very unusual character build. So, are you ready, kids?
I guess so.
I can't hear you!
I guess so.
Oh, let's play Skyrim. So, as you can see, I'm already in the first building. I skipped the whole character creation part and the part in which the dragon attacks the building, and we are running for our lives. I am playing as a Khajiit by the name of Alicia Meowtown, not to be confused with my other Furious Alicia Meowtown. She's in another game file, being a wizard and all that. Right.
So for those who don't may know, our lovely feline was wrongly accused of being part of the Stormcloak Rebellion, who
Yes.
are the just
fascist.
in case you don't know this game.
Yes, so the fascist Stormcloak Rebellion, rebelling against the oppressing imperialist empire, very redundant, I know. Those will be the two warring factions in Skyrim, and as you can see, I've allied myself momentarily with the people who tried to kill me, the Empire. There is this Imperial guy on my side, and we are killing a bunch of Stormcloaks on our way out of this predicament, if you will.
Yeah.
So,
Well, to be fair,
yes.
yeah, it was only one unreasonable officer, so I can guess why the character would follow.
No, I am metagaming here. I am not following the Stormcloaks because I really don't like the Stormcloaks as a, you know, in a political sense. Because they are big old fascist. I'm going to expand on that. The Empire isn't really that much better. Again, they are called the Empire. But if I have to choose between them, the status quo of the Empire of Tamriel with all of its issues and problems, and it's really not good at all. If I have to choose between them and the rebelling faction of the Stormcloaks led by the Nord with their racist, xenophobic, hero worship agenda, I mean, I guess I'll vote for the Empire. I mean, yes, that could be seen as sort of an allegory for today's politics in many ways. The choice is between the neoliberal, complacent status quo and actual fascists. Great.
Yeah, during my playthrough, I really didn't see much of the xenocide part of the Stormcloak part or the xenophobic part, but I guess I just didn't go too deep into the Civil War stuff.
Yes, you followed only the main quest. Oh, let me train my luck picking for a bit. Yes, let's do that. While I luck pick a few locks for experience points, let me expand a bit on why the Stormcloaks are fascist and, on a larger scale, why the Nords are no good. Really. The Nords, they call Skyrim their ancestral home, but as you play the game, you will learn that they were not originally from Skyrim. They were settlers who colonized Skyrim and pretty much genocided a bunch of the natives. And that includes the Daedra worshipping Forsworn, which are very indigenous coded, come to think of it, and also the Snow Elves, which, in order to escape the wrath of the Nords, the invading Nords, they had to ally themselves with the Dwemer, which then resulted in this entire population of elves falling into slavery on the hands of the Dwemer. That's a lot of lore I am dumping on you. I know. You probably don't even care. The point is, the Nords are racist. And you will see them being casually racist towards the Dark Elves, and they don't care about all the other races in Skyrim. And their motto, their official motto is, Skyrim belongs to the Nord. Which really tells you everything you need to know. So if they were to win the war, they would essentially kick out all the other races, or worse. And then you would have, I don't know, the very douchey High Elves of the Dominion coming back maybe to take over Skyrim the hard way because they really don't like Talos, which is the god that they worship. And wow! That's a lot of lore! I just scared away a lot of people with that. I didn't even mean to dump all this exposition on you. I don't even care about the lore of this game. I went out of my way to ignore the lore as much as possible to focus on the gameplay because I could not care less about the Stormcloaks or the Empire or this or that. I did not read a single book that came across in this game. I just played. And yet, by sheer osmosis, I've absorbed some vital bits of lore because I put so many hours into this. You don't understand, man.
Oh, I'm always interested about lore. If I don't have lore, then I don't have a reason to keep going.
No. You're confusing lore with having an actual story and narrative. Lore is not as important as a story. Lore is something that should be organically introduced as you play the game and as you, well, follow the plot. Lore for the sake of lore is not a substitute for a good narrative. If you don't care about a story and only care about lore, then you might as well play Dark Souls. Burn! Take that, Souls-like fans.
I've never played those games.
Yes, you will not enjoy them. I will tell you this for free. Probably.
Yeah.
So anyway, as you can see, I'm wearing light armor and my skill for light armor just went up. I hate it because I want to have heavy armor instead for this build to work. Because you might have noticed also by this very hectic, action-packed scene of battle that I'm fighting all these goons with my bare hands, or claws, if you will. Khajiit,
So you're trying to become a monk or something
essentially.
similar.
So Khajiit, the Khajiit race, or class, if you will, they are cat people, essentially. And that's another thing I like about the Elder Scrolls in general, in that you can play as your furry or scaly OC, you can play as a anthropomorphic lizard or feline. Why would you want to be anything else? Why would you want to be 3 whole variants of elves or 4 variants of human? Seriously, too many human classes here.
Yeah.
But yes,
Yeah,
so...
unfortunately the dwarves mysteriously disappeared.
Yes, I mentioned the Dwemer earlier on. Those will be the dwarves, and they have been extinct for thousands of years, and they were big old slavers. They enslaved the snow elves, as I mentioned before, because they were trying to survive from the onslaught of the genocidal Nords, colonialist scum, on top of everything else. But then they became slaves to the Dwemer, and they spent hundreds of years underground, and they evolved or devolved into the blind demonic Falmer, which are blind, but also very, very dangerous. Right. So again, too much lore all at once. You don't even know what I'm trying to do here. First of all, I am training. As you can see, I am training. Yes, I said training. I'm training my sneak
that
skill.
guy as a bait.
No, I'm training my skill. I'm training my ability to sneak.
Yeah, during my playthrough, I never understood how sneaky worked in this
Okay,
game.
so you told me that, and frankly, I was baffled because it's actually very simple once you get into the proper mindset. Essentially, as long as you are in the same room or in the general vicinity of enemies that did not notice you, you are gaining experience points for your sneaking skill. Even better if they almost notice you, but they don't in the end, your sneak trains faster. Even better than that, if you manage to hit an opponent with your weapon while being sneaky, you can train both your weapon ability and your sneak at once. Essentially, you have to keep an eye on the reticle in front of you when you crouch and thus enter sneaking mode. It's not that different from playing Thief in that sense. You can play the entirety of Skyrim as a thief. As Thief, the game, that is. In fact, for a game that tells you that you can do whatever you want, trademark, they would really love you to be a sneaky archer. And yes, archery and sneak are the 2 best abilities when combined together. They are such a game-breaking choice to build together. Anyway, sneak increased to 26, as you can see. You see? There is a bear, the famous tutorial bear of Skyrim, sleeping over there. I am sneaking around, as kittens are wont to do, and I've improved my sneak already. So now the game is basically telling me, okay, you're sneaky, now use a bow to kill the bear. And this is the game not so subtly telling you, we really want you to be a sneaky archer in this game, because nothing else will be as effective against literally everything in this game.
I guess it's one of those player defined difficulty levels. If you it recommends you the easy option, but you can also choose as a player to do it a little harder way and
Yes.
get greater satisfaction by training your other skills.
Yes, but the great thing about your archery and sneak skills is that you can basically cheese much harder opponents, much more leveled up opponents in this game with that combination. Here's an example: the tutorial bear. One shot, he did not notice me, so I had a critical because of that. 2 free shots, the bear is dead.
I didn't kill the bear because it wasn't a direct threat.
Yes, well, I did because I'm here to level up as fast as possible. And that's pretty much the philosophy of this playthrough. I know how to grind my stats and skills fast, and I am going to do just that.
You're not going to go all murder hobo, are you?
Oh, I don't need to do that, actually, and there is no point in that because my melee weapon is going to be my bear claw, as you can see. And there is no stat for unarmed combat in this game, but you could theoretically build your character to be a melee unarmed combat specialist. There is just not a straightforward way to do that. You could train to do that in previous games, such as Oblivion, but since all enemies in that game scale to your level, you will be stuck punching things forever.
Yeah, when that happened in my Oblivion playthrough, I changed my playstyle. I started to treat it as a stealth game.
Yes. I think that's extremely unsatisfying for me when you've come to a point in which either you have trained all of your acrobatic skills by jumping around like a loony, or you train your stealth skills in order to avoid fighting enemies. That's not a fun RPG for me anyway. So I recovered my very first piece of heavy armor, which is that iron helmet over there, and I removed my light armor because I want to train my heavy armor, damn it. You know why I want to train my heavy armor?
So you could have more protection?
Well, that too, but more importantly, there is a perk within the evolutionary tree of the heavy armor skill that allows you to punch harder. If you equip yourself with gauntlets, the armor rating of those gauntlets would be added to the damage that my claws do. And by the way, Khajiit do a natural 12 damage with their bear claws. It's a class-specific advantage. So if you want to build the best unarmed combat, you have to do this. And you might be wondering why I have attacked Odvar, right?
Because it maximizes your...
Yes.
Oh.
Because I am training already. So you can attack the first NPC of the game once the quest is over to train your base stats. So say if you are going for a shield, as in block or one-armed build with light armor, you can get yourself hit by him and train your armor. You can block with your shield and train your block. Or you can hit him with your sword and train one-armed combat. And the best part is that this is one of those immortal NPCs because they are key parts of the story. So you can fight him forever, essentially, and really raise those stats of yours in the early goings in the game. You can become level 3 or 4 within half an hour from the start of the campaign. And I'm pretty sure everybody must have noticed this by now, but Yes, it's a strategy you can do, but it's a risky one because this guy is much stronger than you are at this stage. So you have to play it smart. And as you can see, I'm playing with my... I'm fighting him with my bare claws. So I have to get real close to him, and I only have one piece of armor on me, which is the helmet, and I'm almost dead. So I took the liberty of speeding the process up a little bit. That is...
So, did you discover this tactic on your own, or did you find it out later?
I just found it out on my own. I just said to myself, hey, why not to fight this guy for easy experience points right off the bat? Well, and then I did. And then my adventure began. This is how my adventure starts.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I could do that even if I knew even if it was my second playthrough.
The best thing you could do is to have a restoration spell on one hand and the weapon on the other hand. That way you can heal yourself as you get wounded and train your very helpful restoration magic in the process.
Well,
such as the way I'm doing.
Well, I was more referring to the point that even though I think that the choices you make in video games don't define you as a person, it just feels wrong to attack someone who wasn't even a threat to begin
Oh,
with.
it's okay. It's an Imperial. So as you can see, I have sped things up. Skyrim around at the speed of sound. Got places to be, gotta train those skills. Okay, we are back to regular speed now.
Okay, so Alvar has already forgiven you. Okay,
No,
you
no,
needed
no,
to
no,
let
no,
out-
no, 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 no. That's not how it works, you see. Advar is programmed to follow the main path to Riverwood, which means he's going to chase you forever. He's not going to stop. Now that you've angered him, he's never going to stop coming for you unless you do one very specific thing. So this tactic, like I said, might backfire on you because it might just break the game earlier on.
Yeah, I was
Anyway.
wondering how you're going to do the quest now that Alvar is angry at you.
It's very simple. It's very simple, actually. So anyway, as you can see, I found a power stone, and I add the blessing that allows me to train my magic much faster, which is great because I'm going to depend a lot on restoration for this particular build. I really have to get up close and personal to my enemies with my bare claws. Which, as I remind you, they do a base damage of 12, which makes them a lot more powerful than all the starting weapons at this stage.
Yeah, in my playthrough I also had a cut sheet, but I used both kind of a melee magic kind of an amalgamation build.
It's great, it's very useful to train in restoration magic if you're going for a melee build, because potions are limited, but magicka isn't.
Kind of a magic knight.
Yes, magic knight. I was a magic knight in my other playthrough with my favorite character, Sand the Argonian, which is currently level 67, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, well, poor fighter.
Okay, so you can see just how easily I'm taking down enemies. The first enemies. With my bare claws.
Yeah. And I see that you're using first person even on battles. I felt that I needed the third person view so I could properly define my play.
He's back! Here we go again! Skyrim around at the speed of sound. Good places to be, gotta follow my rainbow. Please stop chasing me, you brute angry man. I don't want to die, I have my life ahead of me. Just stop chasing me around. I have better things to do. I have a quest to go through, 'cause I'm the chosen of this adventure. Don't chase me, set me free. If you stop chasing me, you will let me leave. That would be nice of you, Hadvar. Set me free. Okay.
Yeah. In games like Baldur's Gate, you could kill and plot in for one character, but then the game would end. And
yes, well, that's not a thing that can happen in Elder Scrolls ever since Oblivion anymore. So now you can take advantage of that to have eternal sparring partners to train your skills.
Yeah.
And oh boy, I definitely took advantage of that. Okay, so here's the problem, right? He was meant to come here in Riverwood. He sees me, he hunts me down, and also the people in Riverwood decide to attack me because of that. Because he's a villager in Riverwood. And that means I accidentally kill off the blacksmith, so he cannot train me in smithing because of that. But it's okay, because there is another blacksmith in Riften on the way to my quest, which I will reveal what that quest entails. And also, if you feel like you have skipped the tutorial about smithing, don't worry, that woman, that Avenici woman in Whiterun, the settlement further down the way, will give you the same identical quest to learn the basics of smithing. So restoration increased to 22. I believe I'm on level 3 already, which is impressive for, the beginning of the game.
Yeah, I guess the game makers of this game assume that the players are more interested about the story than they actually are.
Pardon me, I had something in my throat.
Yeah.
So you might be wondering. Yes.
Yeah, I guess it was one of the main reasons why Fallout 76 failed, because they assumed that the players would create all their adventures together, but then it turns out that all the players just wanted to have a video game toolbox that would just troll each other and stuff.
Yes, but that's the great thing about Skyrim in particular. It's a veritable sandbox for your unrestrained, consequence-free debauchery. And on that note, it is extremely easy to get away with both stealing and murder in this game, as you will soon see with your own 2 eyes. Ooh, light! Let me catch the light! I'm gonna catch the light! I'm gonna catch the light! Gonna catch the light!
Yeah, I don't usually play video games that way because I just want to immerse myself into the...
I try to do that, but if there is nothing really interesting for me to immerse myself with, then I go for the debauchery angle, and I just want to have fun playing a video game. Everybody has their own way to play this game, and every way they choose to do, is valid. Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, so how am I going to get off this predicament? I've been chased around by a maniac, and the entire plot-relevant village of Riverwood is against me. There is only one way you can get off this rock and hard place. You have to get yourself arrested. Yes, it's simple as that. Get yourself arrested. It's again a 1,000 gold bounty has been added on my head when I killed the blacksmith. So the first guard I meet, I'm going to let myself get turned in, and that will be the end of all my issues with Advar, because none of these dumb NPCs have memory retention.
I think I'm kind of glad that we didn't do my playthrough attempt with your instructions, because I would probably die several times while attempting to do the tricks you're doing here.
Yes, in retrospect, that might have been the case. And you didn't notice, but I died 3 times, actually, because I sped the whole thing up. But yes, I did die a bunch of times. So I know what I'm doing, but you can still die, and I am doing it in the hardest way possible, because I only have 1 helmet when it comes to armor, and I am punching everything, so I don't have a shield or a weapon. And as you can see, I've trained my armor a bit with these lovely pups. Right, so the only downside of doing a full-on sentence in jail is that it might reset some of your skills that you've been training thus far. Not reset levels, reset the experience up to a level. So I'm going to lose all that restoration XP that you see there. And all of that. Which, it's not a big loss for the early goings, the early stages of this game. Oh, there is a guard. Perfect. Save me, Mr. Guard. I've been chased by a maniac. So when a guard is attacking you, it's wise to sheath your weapons, and they might just decide to arrest you instead. So when you are in jail, you can choose to either try to escape and be a fugitive for the rest of your days, or to, pay the price of the full sentence. I decided it's a few days. I don't know how much, but it's enough to reset your experience points. So I decided to meet this game halfway. I'm going to try. I did try to escape a few times and train my lock-picking ability. I ended up sneaking around in the guard barracks as all the guards were asleep, stealing their stuff, and improving my sneak in the process. But then, just as I was about to leave the place, what happens? The guards wake up all at once. It was daylight at that point. Also, as much as I know things about this game, it still surprises me from time to time. There are still some things that I discover on the spot. For example, I never realized that there was a grate on the floor of this jail that was much easier to open than this jail gate over here. Well, that's how I escaped all those times. And I'm telling you this because those portions of the playthrough are not recorded. Let's just say those are the parts of this playthrough that I worked on off screen. And there is a reason for that, as you will understand next time for the second installment of Alicia, the Punchcat.
Oh, it's all over already?
The first part is over, yes, but the second part begins after this. Well, more specifically after some off-screen grinding. You will see why.
Okay.
So thanks for joining us, everybody. This has been the introductory tutorial level to our playthrough, well, my playthrough with added commentary, of The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. We definitely did a lot of Skyrim around, didn't we? Alright, so again, thanks for joining us, and we will see you next time for the part in which I shall reveal what my quest actually is for this game. Because
I was about to ask that.
Yes, I have a few interesting goals to achieve. A few very interesting goals to achieve for this particular experience. And I hope you will join me again for the magic as it unfolds before your very eyes. Good night, everybody.
Good,
Wow.
good night. Meow.
Welcome back, everybody, to the many misadventures of Alicia, the Punchcat. I punch everything for a living. As you can see, I am wearing a new set of armor, a complete full set of armor. This is the steel armor set, which at this point in the game is the best armor I can afford and get. I don't really like it aesthetically. Then again, none of the heavy armor sets really look good, in my personal humble opinion. But here we are. I have done a bit of off-screen grinding, you could
Well,
say.
they're not supposed to look good. They're supposed to be practical.
If I can have both worlds, it would be best. Anyway, as you can see, I'm level 9 now. And
Yeah.
all I did was doing the first dungeon, the one that leads to the discovery of the first hump, or thump, or however that was called, the first third of Fusdora, if you will, the first scream. You know,
Okay, so for those who don't know, the main character is this thing called Dragonborn, who has essentially a dragon ancestry, and dragons are suddenly attacking in Skyrim, so that's causing a lot of trouble. So now you know where the story is so far.
Yes, the dragon screams, or thump, are, well, dragon screams, which have specific powers, and I have gotten the first one doing the first dungeon of the game. I also done the quest in which it is revealed that I am the Dragonborn after I killed a dragon. Don't worry, we'll see a bunch more dragons in this playthrough for me to kill. And that's all I really did when it comes to the story. The reason why I didn't record it, because, you know, in order to train my skills, such as heavy armor, well, it involved a lot of just standing around like a mannequin, waiting for my enemies to hit me and do damage to me. Because this is how you play Skyrim. This is the game. You stand around like an idiot. You get hit.
Well, if you want to go through the annoying way.
Yes, well, I wanted to go through the expedite way, but really, if you want to stand a chance to the more powerful opponents later down the road, you need to train your armor. And the best way to do it is to stand around like an idiot, get hit, and then you heal yourself so you can also train your restoration. Restoration spells and armor skills are your friends. So I'm stealing a bunch of cheese from the giants, which are very dangerous for me this early on. And I'm also stealing their possessions, as you can see. I'm going to open this vault. I'm going to open this... I'm going to open this chest with my lock-picking ability, which I'm really good at. I'm going to open this chest with my lock-picking ability, which I'm very... This chest is going to get opened by my lock-picking abilities. Okay, listen, even if you fail the lock-picking in question, I said lock-picking too many times already, you're still training your skill, as you can see from that bar at the bottom of the screen. I'm still gaining experience points for my lockpicking. And so even if I ran out of lockpicks and I failed to open the chest, I still would have trained my skill, so it was not all for nothing.
Oh. Yeah, I just loaded if I broke too many lockpicks.
Yes, that too. You still need them for the easier chests. That chest was expert level, which is the second hardest level. But, you know, with enough lockpicks and patience, you can open up every chest you want in the game. Or, indeed, every gate. I'm going to try and avoid these giants and attempt to train my sneak in the process. These giants are very hard to sneak around, as you can see. So, back to my BS, back to my armor skills. I also trained my smithing skills by improving the armor I have. The level of improvement is currently at fine. And I believe the armor rating of my gauntlets, specifically, is close to 30? 20-something. So, when it comes to melee combat, unarmed combat, I can do now 12 damage with my natural Khajiit ability, plus whatever number the rating of the gauntlets is supposed to be. Essentially, by constantly training your heavy armor and your smithing skills to improve your armor further, you can become a very strong puncher.
Assassins!
And this is my first brush with the Dark Brotherhood. I am not quite sure who have I wronged at this point, but how am I kidding? I'm Alicia the Punchcat. Nobody likes me. I punch things. Right. Oh! I haven't told you about my goals for this playthrough, have I? I am yet to do that. Alright, it's time. Oh, you're going to love this. I set myself a few goals for this quest of mine. A few objectives, if you will, and a few bonus objectives as well. Oh, it's going to be a lot of fun. So, goal number 1, find the Lover's Stone, which is what I'm doing right now. I am running, slogging through the entire continent in order to reach the Lover's Stone, which is much closer to the Reach area than it is to the central area of Skyrim. So I'm basically traveling towards the leftmost part of the map. That's the first goal. I'll tell you why I want the Lover's Stone once we get to it. The second goal is to buy a house. Because you cannot be homeless forever in this economy. It's bad. And then we get to the interesting goals. Which would be collect volume 1 and 2 of The Last Argonian Maid. That's a real book. Those are real books available in this game, in case you didn't know. And yes, it is exactly what it sounds like. It's Argonian smut, scaly smut. The Argonian are the lizard people in these games. So yes, that's the end goal, to collect volume 1 and 2 of the Argonian Maid. And after that, there is the final and most important goal of them all, which is to read the Argonian Maid in the comfort of your own home, which you bought with your own money. So that's my list of goals for this playthrough.
Okay, so essentially you've turned this into a 80s sex comedy.
That's one way of putting it. I like to think this is what really everybody wants when they read a fantasy story or watch a fantasy show or play a fantasy game. They are here for the violence and the gratuitous smut. Don't lie to yourselves.
Well, I for one are here for the art.
Listen, there is a reason why everybody was watching Game of Thrones at some point, and overall it is really not because of the writing.
Yeah, I tried at one point get into it, but there was just too many characters, and I
Okay,
didn't.
well, it was decent for the most part, but then they ran out of the books to adapt, and the head writers turned out to be hacks. Yes, let's go with that. And, well, everything else is pain. Oh, I have a few bonus objectives as well, which are not obligatory, but I can cover them if I try and if I get around to. So, bonus objective number 1, join the Thief Guild. Bonus objective number 2, get away with murder. Always important to get away with murder. And bonus objective number 3, and this is the hard one, perform a German suplex on an unsuspecting victim.
I'm not familiar with wrestling moves.
German suplex, you have to... Oh, look, it's a literal cat fight. I'm a big cat fighting another big cat. Isn't it funny?
So this is like a human fighting against a gorilla.
Basically, yes. And you know saber cats are pretty tough in the early stages of the game. And yet I punched or scratched, clawed, if you will, the life out of it in 4 shots, in 4 hits. That has to be impressive. As you can see, you can take a lot of mileage with this unarmed build if you play your cards right. And it's much easier to do with a Khajiit for obvious reasons I've explained already. So the German suplex is that one wrestling move in which you place yourself behind your victim, grab them by the waist, and lift them up over your head, and smash them on their neck as you as the momentum drives you. Do you have the mental picture?
Yeah, but I was wondering if Skyrim really has that.
Yes, it has. It has one. It has been documented. It has been proven. There are videos about it. And it can be done. And I did it once in the past. But it's very hard and very elusive. You have to essentially have a critical finisher. Activate a critical finisher, an execution, if you will, which those tend to be pretty rare in the first place. With your bare hands, both of them have to be free, and you have to place yourself behind them. It's very rare, it's very hard and elusive, and spoiler alert, I did not manage to do it for this playthrough. I managed to unlock another move.
Oh, so you've played the entire game?
Oh, yes. Like I said, this is all pre-recorded footage, so I know what I have done. But you don't know. You don't know. You will see. And I forgot about the most interesting self-imposition, because there is a rule for this playthrough. There is a very specific rule that I have imposed myself for this playthrough. And that rule is that I am not allowed to use shortcuts. I cannot fast travel, I cannot use horses, I cannot even use carriages to get from one point to another. I have to travel everywhere by foot, back and forth, and back again. Basically, I'm playing Skyrim as I would play Morrowind, if you will. So that turned out to be a much more time-consuming endeavor as a result than I anticipated.
So when you said that one of your secondary objects is to try to get away with murder, doesn't that also mean that Dark Brotherhood quest starts, or
Well, not necessarily. But it's not forbidden. When I say get away with murder, it can be anything along the lines of, oh look, I killed somebody. Oh no, they're going to arrest me. Never mind, I am part of the Thief Guild, so I can bribe the guard not to look the other way, and thus I have gotten away with literal murder. Or you can cheat even better than that. You can provoke somebody to fight you, and then you kill him, and that will count as legitimate defense in front of all the witnesses. Or, even more straightforward than that. You just intrude into somebody's home at night, kill them in their sleep, and nobody will be the wiser. And in the best case scenario, I even get their inheritance because they were friends. You can be an unbelievable evil bastard in this game. And there are no real tangible consequences to do this. This is why I say that this game is a sandbox for your debauchery. Because you can get away with everything and anything with real minimal consequences. There is no moral compass whatsoever in this game, which is the exact polar opposite of something like Fallout 3, where an invisible godlike force judges you harshly for taking a cup in a random deserted home in the middle of the wasteland, which is utter nonsense.
Yeah, I haven't played that game.
It's not good, I hate it. I don't like Fallout 3 in the slightest. But I do love Skyrim. I don't know what does that say about me as a person, or indeed as a gamer.
The only thing I know about Fallout 3 that apparently it has many good quests, but the main plot is utterly stupid or something.
Yes, honestly, since I have the complete edition, I could do the Dawnguard DLC quest, which is lengthy, and it's basically a Castlevania story. So I'm going to raid a few dungeons along the way to my first goal, which again is the Lover's Stone. Because I need to train my skills, you see. I still need to do that.
Did you say lower as in going low or lover
No,
as in
lover.
lost?
The Lover's Stone. You will understand why I want the Lover's Stone. Alright, we can get I can get a side quest from this dungeon. The Red Eagle Sword. So this dungeon cannot be opened or explored unless you have the Red Eagle to slap in that slot over there. The Red Eagle's sword, to be specific. You need the Red Eagle sword to open the way to fight Red Eagle himself, which is a very angry, powerful undead Nord. And the undead Nords are called Grogner, I believe. Or was it Gogner? Honestly, I forgot.
Aren't those the ones that teach you all those dragons?
No. Drogner. Something along those lines. I don't remember their name. They are zombies. They are zombies with swords. Done. End of the story. I don't care. I kill them. Drogner, I think. I think it was Drogner. You know what? I'm not even going to look it up. I just don't care about lore. Right, so lucky for me, the Red Eagle sword just happened to be in the next dungeon over, or rather, the next settlement. And now you will watch me kill me a bunch of Forsworn, which I remind you, they are the natives of the rich area, the leftmost part of Skyrim. They were, well, colonized, for lack of a better term, by the Nords, and they are heavily indigenous coded, stereotypically so. So, me killing them without mercy really feels uncomfortable because of that. I mean, look at this. Look at this. Doesn't that scream indigenous coded to you?
I guess. I'm...
When I say indigenous coded, it doesn't mean they are an accurate portrayal of indigenous people of any kind. They are a stereotypical, sort of commonly understood by white men vision of what natives, indigenous people look like, with their pelts and horns and half naked attires, and it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. It's pretty racist once you get down to it, once you start digging down into the subtext. And I'm glad I don't care about the lore of this game, otherwise I would enjoy it a lot less.
Yeah, I do wonder that because it happened like thousands of years ago when the Nords came to...
They are at war at this very minute.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was wondering that if the Nords remember anymore the origin of their heritage, so maybe
the Nords, as I said, they claim that Skyrim is their ancestral home, because of course they do, and they conveniently forget that they have settled here. So, you know, it's Manifest Destiny, if you will, the Viking edition.
Yeah, so I was just tell them that, hey, this is how the things really went, and they were like, oh, I had no idea, now I feel just a jerk.
Now, they will most likely reject your opinion and kill you on the spot because, you know, Skyrim belongs to the Nord, and if you don't agree, you're a traitor, and you need to get out of Skyrim because the Nords, the Stormcloaks, are going to make Skyrim great again.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the Stormcloaks are really the problem. So
well, okay, a lot of people amongst the Nords are the statistic majority, the majority population in Skyrim. And as the majority population, they might not be aware of issues relating to systemic racism because they are too busy surviving on a day-to-day basis. And it's easier to keep them ignorant, which makes the recruitment much easier. Besides, have you noticed that all the Nords are white?
Yeah, it happens when you live in the north. It kind of...
They are based off Vikings. They are essentially based off Viking populations. But yes, the entire population of the Nords is uniformly white. Then you have the Breton, which have a more brown skin, and you have the Red Guards, which are supposed to be Arabian coded in that sense. I'm not saying any of these portrayals are accurate or sensible. I'm just stating that this is clearly what they were going for when they developed the game. And when you have a group like the Stormcloaks, which is supported by most of the population, or at least half of the population, thus gaining traction with their nationalistic propaganda, because in truth, people are not happy with the status quo of the Empire for valid reasons, then you have a situation that essentially mirrors a lot today's politics. And this is a game from 2011, and I think the intent was that. At least...
Yeah, I do like that there's no clear good guys in this conflict.
I mean, it's good in a sense, But then it has to be more nuanced than just, oh, both sides are in the wrong. Because that's just the most basic both-siding you could possibly do. So your choice is between the Empire, the oppressing Empire, and their hideous status quo, or their Stormcloaks and their nationalistic, no other races allowed agenda, which might result in much worse long-term or short-term issues as soon as the High Elves of the Dominion get involved. And I mentioned the High Elves before. Essentially, during the 400 years between the events of Morrowind and Skyrim, the Tamriel...
Oblivion and Skyrim.
I think, no, between Morrowind and Skyrim, I believe. Oblivion happened somewhere in between that. The Empire of Tamriel was soundly defeated by the Dominion, which would be the realm of the very snooty, elitist, bigoted elves. Nobody is good in this conflict. So as a result, they forged a pact. And the most salient point about this pact was the banishment of the worship of the Adric Prince Talos, the hero god, if you will, from the region of Skyrim, or indeed in any other region, because of that. And of course the Nords, who worship Talos, were not happy about it, so they had a valid reason to start a rebellion, to not standing around letting the oppressors oppress them. But unfortunately, as I said before, they have a very specific, very racist, nationalistic agenda, and a victory for them would be terrible, because then the High Elves might just say, well, I guess we have to kill everybody now. Because the High Elves of the Dominion are also douchebags.
Yeah.
So on top of everything else, there is the looming threat of the Dominion. And really, all of this is tendentially much more interesting than the dragons attacking. And really, the dragons attacking doesn't really feel like the main quest at this point. It feels rather just more trouble added on top of this cake of trouble that already exists.
Yeah, I think one of the main bad points in this main quest is that it goes to this once again the same chosen one plot formula. I really like the political stuff because I had missed that since Daggerfall, but
I don't like it because it's overly simplistic and utterly misguided, and it both sides essentially constantly. Well, I guess one side is bad, but the other side is also bad. Whom do I choose? Their attempt to have a nuanced political debate is pitiful. Anyway, so I retrieve the sword, I open the way, and I'm going to fight the boss. And by fight the boss, I mean I'm going to cheese it. Because, as you can see, this is why you want to train your sneak and your archery, because you can just venture tentatively into the room, snipe them from a distance, and retreat before they notice who's sniping them, which leads them to wonder, I guess must have run away. Must have been my imagination. Yes, your imagination just sniped you with an arrow. This is the game! This is Skyrim! You can do this in Skyrim! This will take a while, folks!
Yeah, basically you're just playing this on very easy mode.
I am fighting a boss like this. A boss that would be too spicy for me at this point. And I am training my archery and sneak in the process. And as you can see, that boss has a lot of HP, so again, this will take a while. Yeah, Skyrim around at the speed of sound. Got places to be, gotta kill this boss. I'm training my archery and my sneak. I'm doing really great, and this will take a while. So as you can see, we're stuck. This is how Skyrim plays. If you do know what you're doing, you can cheese it like a proper nonce it out. Set me free. Beat this boss with archer and sneak skills. And there you go. This is the entire boss fight. Unbelievable. The fact that I can do this is hilarious. I love this game.
Yeah, I guess power players can get satisfaction by figuring out all these ways how to cheat the system.
Yes, this is my favorite thing to do with these kinds of games. They are broken on a variety of levels, design-wise, and you can exploit that to your advantage. And figuring out the puzzle to do this in the most efficient way possible, albeit not the fastest way possible, is very satisfying to me. I am the kind of gamer who enjoys finding out way to cheese it. I discovered this for myself. So yes, I killed Red Eagle, the mighty Red Eagle, and this quest is soundly resolved. I love the fact that we drowned the genocide of the Forsworn natives and all that with our lore talk, which went anywhere and everywhere at the same time, nowhere and everywhere.
Yeah, if you want a nuanced political discourse from Fetesta Wondrous game, I guess Fallout New Vegas is a better choice.
Now, if you want the best and most nuanced political discourse to be implemented in any game whatsoever, you need to play Disco Elysium. It is a masterpiece. Honestly, it raises the bar for RPG, the video game writing, this high, and everyone else feels childish and juvenile by comparison. Certainly Skyrim.
Yeah.
Right, so if I were to prefer a light armor build, I would definitely wear the Forsworn outfits, because I have a soft spot for that really dicey indigenous coded dress wear. That sounds awful. I just like how it looks on my lizard lady in the other game file I have. Fun fact about the Argonians, their skulls, their craniums are not well fitted for literally every cap, helmet, or headwear in this game. They will always look wrong on their heads, especially heavy armor.
Something about heavy armor.
Yes. Something about heavy armor. No, that was the end of the thought bubble. I did not plan to expand on it.
Yeah, I kind of zoned out for a second.
Right. Well, don't worry. Okay, I think we are alpha way through.
So we're still searching the love stone.
The Lover Stone, it's not really that much of a search. I placed a custom arrow on the map, so I just have to follow it.
Because you are looking for the Lover Stone and the 2 pieces of legendary smut. I have a feeling there's some kind of connection there, but I'm afraid to know yet.
No, okay. Aside from the obvious joke, there is no real connection between the two. I just want the Lover Stone for its very specific boon that it can give you. again, once we get there, you will see the boon, and you might want to consider visiting the Lover's Stone if you plan to ever play this game again. It's very useful for maximizing your training experience, so to speak. Right. So the journey ahead is still long, and so I get that Skyrim looks tentatively pretty when you can admire its landscape during daytime, but then the fog descends and everything looks like a bog gray generic modern game setting.
It looks just like Finland.
Well, I guess you can relate to that. Well, this is based off the northern regions of Scandinavia. The entire landscape is essentially supposed to be a shorthand for the entire geographical area of Scandinavia, with its snowy set pieces and its vast valleys without the snow for a change.
Yeah, Finland. Although Finland doesn't have these tall mountains, those are all in Norway.
Yes, well, Norway is part of Scandinavia, and speaking of the Nords and Scandinavia, the Nords have a Sweden accent, for obvious reasons, for the most part. Because some of those have an Austrian accent, inexplicably.
Yeah.
Which is hilarious to me, because you hear these people talking with a light Swedish accent that's very recognizable, and then all of a sudden you find this guy at the court of the first Jarl of White One that talks like Schwarzenegger, and I am just having a fit of laughter.
Yeah, it feels like there have been two different voice directors who both have a different idea of what a Nordic accent should sound like.
Okay, so... Alright, basic lessons of geography. Austria doesn't have anything to do with Scandinavia. Just so you know. Yeah. Culturally, geographically, completely different.
So, to be fair, people have thought that I am German because of
That's
my
because
accent.
most people can't tell an accent from another, especially Americans.
Yeah.
You have a slight foreign accent. Oh, you are from Europe City?
Yeah, I've also been taught to be a Russian,
look at this.
A French,
look at this.
an
look
Armenian,
at this.
a Cuban.
I entered the cave. While sneaking, I get spotted. I leave the cave. As I'm getting spotted, my sneak improves. This is the game. This is the game.
Yeah.
Oh, I love these little moments that I fumble upon, including the occasional bug. Speaking of which, have you fumbled upon many bugs during your playthrough of Skyrim?
I mean, most of them were the kind of little glitches that I don't really remember, and I didn't encounter much of those really legendary bugs that people have been talking about.
Oh, I've met some of them. Yes.
Yeah. The only one that I can remember is that because this main bad guy, Dragon Alduin, is trying to resurrect his friends, and you occasionally meet him doing that. But then one time he kept all his speech at the grave of one of his friends, but the friend didn't rise up, and as the result, Alduin was just there flapping his wings and looking at me awkwardly.
Well, that is awkward. So one of the most famous bugs would be mammoths suddenly taking off like Dumbo, flying into the heavens, right?
Yeah, I never.
I have seen the opposite of that. I've seen mammoths spawning in the middle of the sky and then falling to their deaths.
Oh.
That was incredible. And there are a few interesting bugs that I managed to catch in this recording as well. They are not as extravagant as, gravity-defying mammoths, or not at all gravity-defying mammoths, as it were, but they are still pretty funny. Okay, so it's more difficult to train skilled. What happened there? I have no idea what happened there. I think the game was trying to play an execution cutscene, but it glitched out, so we had that weird moment in which it just
kind of
fumbled upon itself.
Weird colored stuff.
Oh, that is flammable liquid.
Oh.
It's not piss, it's flammable liquid. Don't worry. So if say,
if there was
yes,
some
you can do this.
graphical.
So sometimes you have this flammable liquid on the ground. If you had a flame spell and you really have that as a base spell as you start the game, so you will always have it, you can use it to set enemies on fire if you want. And set yourself on fire too, if you're not careful.
Yeah, I guess I'm willing to forgive these games for the bugs, because I understand these are big sport. I mean, Skyrim is like 36 square kilometers huge.
It's a huge game with a lot of content to go through.
Yeah, it's only natural that at one point it's kind of shaking under its weight.
Yes, but I cannot forgive how stupid the NPCs are. Because again, you've seen how easily you can cheese a boss fight like that.
Yeah.
All I had to do was snipe him, hide behind a rock, wait for him to stop being curious about the sniping, and then rinse and repeat. And you can do that with literally every enemy in the game inside a dungeon. Even multiple enemies at once. You can hit them from a distance, hide, and then do it all over again, and do it for all the enemies inside a room.
Yeah. Yeah, as I said in the previous episode, I guess the makers of this game see all the players as this kind of an immersion players. That of course they're going to have an epic one-on-one battle with them. Why would they want to see it? That wouldn't be really epic, would it?
I think it's less on the developer side and 100% on the executive side, saying, yes, this is good enough, let's ship this product. And honestly, the console version of Skyrim works much better than the PC version, because inexplicably, the console version has its physics engine severely hampered, severely limited. I think the physics engine in the PC version is a prime cause for all the glitches and bugs. So ironically, by having a worse version of Skyrim on your console because of the severely hampered physics engine, makes the game better. Figure that one out.
But at least all Elder Scrolls skills know how to build atmosphere while traveling.
Oh yes, they are very atmospheric in that sense. And like I said, Skyrim can be, to this very day, which, it's almost 10 years old, come to think of it, jeez, can still be a pretty game to behold. With the right lighting. And, well, at least the lighting and the shading in this game are top-notch for the most part. I enjoy having my character just standing nearby a fireplace to witness all the light reflecting on their skin, on their bodies. It really makes you appreciate the effort that was put into the craftsmanship of this really huge game. So as you can see, I am once again cheesing it with the sneak, because I'm trying to get them up and close from behind. I'm trying to go for the German suplex, which, again, I did not manage to do. It's very hard and very rare. I'm sure there is a very specific way to do it, but I wanted to figure it out on my own. I didn't. But hey, in my other game file, the one with the Argonian, I managed to perform a Death Valet Driver move, which is you take the opponent over your shoulder in a fireman carry position, and then you drop them on the base of their neck. That's what I was trying to figure out, actually. I get turned around easily in these games, to my chagrin. So I really have to rely on the map and the pointers, which leads me to constantly and without fail trying to climb unclimbable mountains, and half the time succeeding through sheer grit, because yes, it is possible to climb the mountains by constantly jumping and eventually locking up on an invisible hotspot. This game, man, this is the game. I love it. Like I said, it's one of those cases in which its many glitches and bugs give the experience character, and they make the experience enjoyable without flawed design choices to exploit, to have fun poking around. Skyrim would be a pretty forgettable game otherwise. It would be Fallout 3 all over again. Sure, competently made on the surface, but infuriating on many subtle, nuanced elements.
Yeah, but my little brother owned Fallout 3, and he said that I could do whatever I want with it, so...
Oh, look at this. She's staring right at me, in my eyes, and she's just standing there, menacingly.
Yeah, maybe she...
I love this. Just we're having a...
Go on, make your first move, you bitch.
And yes, this is incredible. She spotted me, clearly, but she's not coming to kill me. She's just standing there, waiting for me to snipe her with my arrows. There. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this. Yeah.
Well, I guess you'll die. Matti? Matti?
Yes?
This is the game.
Yep, this is the game.
This is the game. That's not even the funniest thing that will happen to me on this playthrough. Oh, no. I'm certain of it, if I remember correctly, but it's certainly one of the most unforgivable bugs. Oh, so how long do we have? Okay, so we are close to our goal, relatively speaking.
Oh, soon you will be found the infamous Lover Stone.
It's not infamous at all. Why would you assume it's infamous?
Because it's called Lover Stone.
Well, yeah, because the gods are bestowing their love upon you. Duh.
Oh, it's that kind of love.
I think. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just thought it was some magical item that makes you more virile or something.
That would be fun, but it would also be a completely different game or mod, if you will. I'm sure somebody made a mod.
Something to spice the bedroom and
Well, listen, the last Argonian maid is everything you will ever need to spice your bedrooms. And I increased my sneak again.
Yeah, and just being out of sight of this. And now I think the guy notices you.
Okay, well, we have to switch to melee now. Or do we?
Damn it.
Yes, otherwise I will die. I'm not very resistant to magic at this point, or fire. So this makes me laugh, because I remember how much harder this portion of the game could be when I was trying to build my one-handed combat character, but with my bare-handed combat as a Khajiit, this is almost insultingly easy. Yes, exactly, yawn. Except I am excited because it's so easy, because yes, I found a way to make this game even more interesting by choosing the least convenient, the most not recommended path. So you can, contrary to popular belief, you can build yourself as a monk in Skyrim. You just need to know how to do it. Hopefully, these videos that I am making will provide that sort of education.
So kind of like building a bard in D&D.
Well, the bard is more of a jack of all trades, really. Can do magic, can do distant attack, can do melee. You are basically a bard in Skyrim, except you max out all your stats eventually and you become a god.
Yeah. Yeah, Skyrim is more of a power fantasy.
They're all power fantasies in their own right, except in the previous games there were proper classes that you could take. In Skyrim, you choose the race, and then you just train whatever skill you want, and you can literally be whatever you want at any point in time, without really any consideration for specific class limitations. And at first, this annoyed me, because I tend to be more old school when it comes to RPGs. And I was annoyed also at the leveling up system, because you level up once you train your individual skills up until to a point, and then your overall stats can level up.
Yeah.
I did not like that at first, but I definitely came around on it, as you can see.
Yeah, I was more referring with the power fantasy kind of also in the story-wise, because the
story-wise is so poor and uninteresting. Oh, you're the chosen one. Who cares? I don't care about becoming the chosen one of the gods and saving the world. I care about just... What I really care about is to...
Porn.
To sneak around in a dungeon, kill somebody from behind, and feeling really good about it. What I care about is managing to sneak into somebody's house, steal everything they have, and get away with it. The smaller things, succeeding at the smaller scale things, the things that are not glorious or adventurous, is what makes this power fantasy worthwhile, because it is the kind of thing you're not supposed to do. There is a consequence to do this. No, except there isn't really, and as soon as you find out you can do everything you want in the worst possible way, well, then you just raid an Imperial or Stormclops camp, kill everybody on there, except the commander, which is unkillable, and you find yourself an eternal sparring partner to train your heavy armor skill. And yes, I definitely did that at some point.
Yeah, Skyrim is more catered to.
I was a real monster too, because I kept on killing them, and then use fast healing on them. I should say the healing hands to cure them, to heal them, so that I can kill them again. Yes. So this is an interesting little quest. We're going to help out a hag raven, half old lady, to kill her own sister and reclaim this fortress.
So, are you going to kill her too?
I could, but I chose not to. I kind of like her. She has a bit of a witty dialogue, which you cannot hear at the minute, but it will be present in the final product once I put everything together.
I will let you leave because you amuse me.
Okay, I am not playing that character here. That will be the Argonian on the other game file. I'm trying to be a sneaky thief, which, come to think of it, it's a bit of a stereotype, an unfortunate stereotype with Khajiit. They are seen as the low-class underbelly thieves, robbers, burglars, and general criminals. And as you know, this is fantasy, which means that all the racism is actually canon and truthful, which makes all the racism kind of justified, which is retroactively awful and disgusting.
So kind of like halflings in D&D, because they are also stereotypically the
honestly,
thief class.
Fantasy is the worst, generally speaking, when it comes to reducing all your fantasy races into a bunch of stereotypes, which are addressed as canonical truths.
Yeah, that is all partially because of the metagaming aspect, as the halfling tends to have the strongest dexterity, and dexterity is very useful for thieves.
And you wonder why there is gatekeeping in these communities.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm training my potion making, my alchemy, because I really want to level up at this point. I have a bunch of ingredients I've collected along the way, so I'm making a bunch of potions that I will never use, but at least I will be able to sell them.
Yeah, I always hoard those healing items until the important battles.
Yes. Well, aside from the healing items, nothing else is of any use. I definitely don't have any use for poisons, because I cannot apply them on my weapons because I'm fighting with my bare fists. Sadly, I cannot apply poison on my knuckles. That would be fun, but I can't.
Maybe the next Elder Scrolls game you could use poison to make kind of a bomb that you could throw.
Here's what I want from the next Elder Scrolls, if I can even play it, because at this point Microsoft owns the parent company of Bethesda, which is a can of worms, a capitalistic can of worms in its own right. But either way, what I really want from the next Bethesda, from the next Elder Scrolls, they would have to reinstate a proper unarmed melee combat skill tree, so that I can get to a point in which I can one-punch man everything. I want to be able to kill dragons, or the equivalent of dragons, with one punch. One punch! Because that would be the ultimate power fantasy to me. I don't want giant swords, I don't want cool-looking swords, I don't want to be able to sneak around with my impressive archer skills. I want to be able to punch dragons.
Yeah, I want a proper political intrigue plot a la Daggerfall.
Oh, hold on there, Tiger. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah. Daggerfall seems to have the best plot of all of these games, but it doesn't work. The game is too buggy.
Consider that was the time before Bethesda, I think. Bethesda wasn't always the owner of the Elder Scrolls, I think. I believe at some point they bought all the IPs. Am I mistaken? You know more about this than I do. Am I mistaken?
Well, they are all developed by Bethesda, but I'm not...
Oh, so it was a Bethesda of a different kind, a different creature, clearly in the 90s.
Yeah,
At some point, it became a huge company and corporation, and things had to change.
Yeah, I guess the Zenimax is the parent company,
Yes,
but
that is the parent company. That Zenimax happened. That's the problem. Zenimax happened, and it happened all over Bethesda and all the other gaming companies that they bought. And now Zenimax, well, Microsoft happened. Microsoft happened to Zenimax, which will also happen to Bethesda and id Software. I'm not looking forward to see what will become of all this veritable needle's nest.
Microsoft's gaming section have tried to heal its reputation that it from the...
I am not buying a freaking Xbox ever.
I mean, all that comes to Xbox comes also to PC.
Yes, that's also pointless. If I have to buy something new, that would to be a new computer. But I really want my console gaming to be limited to my Sony machines and my Nintendo machines. Thank you very much.
I guess there's also the Xbox Game Pass that is available for PC.
Okay, so the reason why I bothered to check out any and all books in this game is that they might actually instantly level up one of my skills.
Oh yeah, some books do that.
That's why I ever even bother to read books. Well, read is a strong word, but you get the idea. Open them. The only lore, the only narrative and literature that matters is the last the Argonian made, which is the long-term goal of our quest. A quest for glorious smut.
Is that smut not
We're almost there!
Work?
Oh, no, it is extremely elusive. Don't worry about it. That's what makes it real funny.
Yeah, I not like porn. It just removes all the mysticism from sex.
It's soft erotica more than pornography. It's, like I said, it's very elusive. It alludes on things. It alludes on the sex. It uses figures and metaphors, and that's what makes it hilarious.
What do you think is the best sex scene in a movie?
None? I cannot think of one legitimately that would be satisfying on, well, different levels. Because, okay, there is one film that has the most realistic sex scene that I've ever seen, and that would be Blue is the Warmest Color, based on the graphic novel of the same name. But at that point, it's basically pornography, and it's bad for other reasons.
In my opinion, the best movie sex scene is in the first Terminator movie.
I guess it's an underrated classic, but why are we even ranking sex? Usually sex scenes are the least interesting part of any and all films, unless you're watching pornography, that is. Because they cannot show everything, clearly, for rating issues. And they are not really interesting, usually from a narrative or character development angle. They merely exist to be the moment in which adult audiences get titillated with the idea of it.
I was thinking of something to talk about when we were the subject of an erotica fiction game too.
Look at me, defying gravity, climbing up a waterfall, jumping from mountain ledge to mountain ledge, doing what I am clearly not supposed to be doing to reach my destination. Wow. Yes, this is the game, Matti. And boy howdy, when I figured out how I can avoid taking full damage by hugging the mountainside while going down. Oh boy, a whole new world was opened up to me. A world full of shortcuts that I can actually take. And we have discovered the Lover Stone. Hooray!
Okay, it's not the kind of stone that you
Those
take
under the
into your
sign of the lover
inventory.
always feel a lover's comfort. All skills improve faster.
Ah.
So all of my skills improve, have a 15% improvement factor added to them. Hooray! Yay! I'm jumping out of joy for completing my
Okay,
first
I thought
quest.
it was a stone that you take in your inventory and carry with you.
No. Those stones, you go to them and you get their blessings, and then you have this blessing permanently on you until you switch them up with another stone's blessing. But anyway, we did it! This was the first goal, and it only took us an hour of aimless traveling, mountain climbing, and dungeon crawling on the side. So, getting those books is going to be a cinch, right? It's going to be very easy and fast to do, right?
Do you at least know their location?
Well, of course I do know their locations. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't know them.
Yeah.
Imagine that. I'm aimlessly wandering about for 100 hours before I find Volume 1 and 2 of the Last Argonian Maid. But no, I know exactly where to find them, and in fact, there are multiple locations from where you can get them. But we're going to be targeting 2 specific locations. One very, very far away, the other much closer than you might think. We're going to be getting to Volume 1 before Volume 2, which means we have the long journey ahead of us.
The Argonian maid was inside you all along. Wink.
That's... I'm sorry, are you calling me a furry? Or a scaly? How dare you, sir? I'm an intellectual. Okay. Okay, but all jokes aside, this was session number 2, episode 2, if you will, of Alicia the Punchcat. So to recap, we traveled to the far leftist side of Skyrim, to the rich portion where the Forsworn live. Well, used to live before they met me, that is.
And they attacked you without any provocation.
I meant to kill them on sight anyway, so then, yeah, they were right in attacking me. For all they knew, I was just another invader. Anyway, so we reached the Lover Stone. We have gotten the blessing of the Lover Stone, which will allow for all my skills to train faster. It's a great thing to get at the start of the game, let me tell you. So now we have to venture all the way back and all the way to the rightmost part of the map, which means we're going to be traveling for a while because, as I said, I'm not allowed to use shortcuts in this playthrough. That's the self-imposed rule.
And that rule was imposed. Why?
To make the game more challenging and long. Otherwise, it would be over in 5 minutes.
Yeah, otherwise I'd have to use my time on something productive. You.
Well, I also wanted to have plenty of time to have lengthy chats about the game at hand, which is, you know, something you can always do with ease when you have to trek for a long period of time. And also you might find random encounters, such as dragons, or random glitches and bugs, new dungeons that you have not discovered previously. It's an adventure, Matti. Breathe it in! It's the adventure, the quest for pornography. Yes, I love this. I really love this. So, thanks for joining us, everybody. I have been Madhog, the one who never stops talking, and the other one has been Matti, the one who occasionally chips in to say his piece.
If you don't have anything sensible to say, don't say anything at all. As Bambi taught me.
Well, in that case, I should never open my mouth, period, then. Haha! Self-deprecation for the win. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Punch!
Press only middle button. Clever trick, yes. Nobody ever thinks of the middle.
Hello, welcome back to Skyrim. Oh gosh, you caught me at a bad time. Ah, Flame Atronak!
Oh.
It's burning me!
She was on fire.
Ah, Hag Raven! Not a friendly one! Die! Die! Alright, so, I've left the Lover Stone. This is a couple of minutes later, and I ran into the, as you can see, a Forsworn camp. No, 2 Forsworn camps, chained together, plus a Hag Raven, and, well, the rest is history, as they say. Questions?
I guess there were some step skip, but yeah, I guess it wouldn't be too interesting to show the going back to the same route.
No, here's the thing. We haven't left the Lover Stone for long. This is just on the way back. And I ran immediately into this camp. And I decided, well, I might as well just say hello to the natives. And oh boy, were they happy to see me.
Yeah, I have a feeling that during my playthrough I went through this camp too, but it was nighttime and there was also a blood dragon causing havoc.
Ah, right.
This is the end for you.
The blood dragons don't show up until level 10, I believe.
Or was it ancient dragon? I don't remember.
Oh! You need to understand that there are several levels of dragons. In fact, let's use this opportunity to talk about how the game acknowledges your progression. Because unlike Oblivion, as we established, the enemies normally don't scale to your own level. But there are, however, certain classes of enemies that are inherently stronger than you, up until you surpass them, that is. And overworld enemies tend to vary in strength. Usually it's a good idea to stay away from giants and mammoths the first time you see them, obviously. It shouldn't have to be said out loud, but don't attack giants and or mammoths if you're not level 20 at the very least.
Yeah. Well, giants are gentle.
Yeah.
Giants are gentle creatures. They've done nothing to harm me.
Well,
As long as I keep away from their mammoths, they are completely harmless.
Yes, at some point you're going to receive bounties from the various Jarls to kill giants. That's the game's way to say that you are ready to deal with giants. Also, dragons. The way that the world acknowledges you're becoming stronger is when you get stronger types of dragons attacking you. Blood Dragon happens around level 10. But that's not the end of it. Then you have Elder Dragons. And then you have Ancient Dragons.
Okay, it was probably Blood Dragon that I faced.
Yes, and by the time you reach level 60, you meet Revered Dragons, which, at that point, it's basically dragon gods. Yes, you are killing dragon gods at that point. Much more powerful than Alduin, the final boss, which is worrying.
Pathetic.
Pathetic, yes, also that.
Yeah, they sort of made the final boss a more challenging fight, or at least allowed final boss be the only monster that level scales with the player.
That would make sense, but alas, that's not the case. Anyway, so I have entered the cave, and I've exited the cave. Smooth moves there, by the way. Just another day in the life of this cat lady. Of Alicia the Punchcat.
In her
Who is
In
the
her
nana
quest-
there.
So now here on her checklist to buy the house and find the 2 smart books so she can fulfill her dream of going to retirement and wanking while reading romantic erotica.
You didn't have to spell it out like that, but basically yes. So I decided to play it coy, and I'm waiting for nighttime. That way I can try to go back in when they are asleep, or they would be sleeping. That's also a pro strategy tip for you Skyrim players worldwide, that you probably already know. Some enemies sleep during night, so you can raid them with much more ease. Unfortunately, that's not the case with the Forsworn, but at the very least, they are no longer aware of my presence, and I can try to cheese it once more. Arrow! How did you miss? Come on! He just stood up as I was throwing my arrow. Oh, look at this guy. He looked me right in the eyes and didn't see me. Amazing.
Maybe you were just hidden in the shadows.
What shadows? I was just slumping on that. That's embarrassing, but that's also why I love this game. Why not? Why not? It's all... You take the bad with the good in a relationship.
At least these opponents are smarter than in Morrowind.
I mean, that's not a high bar.
No, it's not.
But you would expect humans to not be as dumb as undead monsters or wild animals. Oh, well, speaking of which, he's fast asleep. So they do sleep at night, or at least some of them do. So let's... As you can see, the feline predator approaches the prey, unaware of its presence up until it's too late! And I killed him so hard, he was sucked in by the ground, apparently.
Yeah.
This is the game. This is the game.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's kind of empowering to just wipe your enemies with few easy strikes, but it also victory is not so fulfilling when it's caused by the enemy's stupidity.
Yes, well, it's fulfilling in a completely different manner.
Yeah.
It's not a serotonin fulfillment. It's more of a, wow, I can't believe this game is so broken. Oh, I'm having so much fun exploiting it. Kind of fun. You know?
Yeah.
It's a bit different from that just pure feeling of adrenaline that comes with overcoming an apparently difficult opponent. And I do have those moments every once in a while in this game, but they always come at the end of a harrowing path full of death. By the time I finally manage to defeat them, it's not as satisfying as you might think they would be, because at the end of the day, the combat in Skyrim isn't all that involved or compelling. It's all a matter of I hit you more times than you can hit me. It has not changed at a fundamental level since Morrowind. They merely fixed out their initial intent of, D&D dice rolling, all hits being based on chance. They cut that out. But for the most part, combat has remained the same.
I did like Oblivion's combat. I think I kind of got a hang on how to block in certain attacks, which in Skyrim wasn't as effective. I never had a proper feeling that how the blocking in this game worked.
I never really bothered with blocks. Not only in this game, but in most games that allow me to have the option open for blocking. I was never good at parrying, for example. Parrying, it's not my specialty. I'm more of a dodger than a parrier.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah, I trained my parrying skills with Prince of Persia games.
Right. Completely different style of game. In that sense. I like Skyrim a lot. And I don't need to reiterate this for the quintillionth time. But I could see this combat system being either severely retouched or changed in its entirety in the next game in the series. It needs to change. It's been this particular optic, this particular presentation and style of gameplay for too long. Again, Morrowind was a long time ago.
Yeah. I haven't played Elder Scrolls Online, so I don't know if they developed this system
I
at
mean,
all.
it's an online game. You would think that it would be even more simplified than what we already have in Skyrim. I would be curious to check that out, but let's just say I don't want to pay for an MMORPG.
Yeah.
And I don't want to continue to pay for an MMORPG, if you know what I'm saying.
In most MMOs, at least the first 30 days may be free, but I don't know.
Yes, and then I get addicted, and then I buy it, and then I am disappointed that I have to continue, well, having to buy it. That's basically my Final Fantasy XIV experience.
Yeah.
Right, so this is me, I believe, pausing the game to look up the solution of that puzzle, which, by the way, I've never realized was there in all the other playthroughs. I don't know how many times I fumbled upon this particular camp, but the first time I found it, I did not notice the puzzle. Now, in this playthrough, for the very first time, I discovered it, and I was not sure what was I supposed to do, because here's the peculiarity about Skyrim puzzles. They either go from piss easy, where the solution is basically painted on the walls in the very same room of the puzzle, or they get a bit too stupid. Yes.
Yeah, I mostly focused on the main plot, so I guess that's why I faced only the easy puzzles.
Right.
I really didn't have to look up for anything for this.
Yes, of course, it's the main quest. So, for a second there, I was afraid this entire room was a puzzle. Like, every single tile in this was supposed to be walked on in a specific manner. Luckily, that was not the case. But I also remember that this dungeon is actually part of a quest, of a side quest, that I did not encounter at this point. So if I had come here with the quest NPC that would accompany me, he might have suggested the solution to the puzzle, because otherwise there is no real clue as to how to solve it, other than try until you succeed. But either way, there is this big stone face in this room, and I have no idea what to do with it. So this is clearly part of someone else's quest, thus confirming what I already said.
And you're not intending to try to find out what this quest
No,
would
it
be?
veers too much for my current quest, which is the only quest that matters. Mwah.
Okay, so
Oh, you're so cute. Oh, you're so handsome. Mwah. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. A big old kiss. Okay,
so
let's...
what exactly is your goal during this video?
Well, this video is basically a lot of slogging and walking towards the general idea of the general direction to where my quest would be.
Yeah, because I guess you said last time that next you're trying to buy a house or
Well,
something.
I'm not doing that in order, because in order to buy a house, I would have to farm 5,000 pieces of gold. And that's for the economic option of housing in Whiterun, because buying houses in other encampments, not encampments, in other cities, in other towns or settlements would cost even more. For example, a house in Riften inexplicably is 8,000 gold. And I've seen how that house looks. It's a rat-infested coven. Not worth 8,000 gold, let me tell you. The house in Markarth is also 8,000 gold, but it's a proper house that can actually house an entire family. It's much better looking. And then there is the really expensive housing options in Solitude, which would be 12,000 gold. What is happening right now?
I guess you have been attacked by bounty hunters.
I get out of the cave, minding my own business. All of a sudden, I'm attacked by hired thugs. Just another day in the life of Alicia the Punchcat, I suppose. And they were also about to overwhelm me, as you can see. Yeah, sometimes wrestling all your life's problems with just your bare claws can be difficult. Mostly because of the practical reasons and the logistics of it.
Yeah.
I have to get close and personal, there is no range for my claws, and these ass clowns happen to have shields.
Yeah, it reminds me of the time in Oblivion when I was challenging a few vampires and I had to run down the hill and then try to quickly hit the way too powerful enemies and then run away again and hope that they drop enough that the falling damage will damage them further.
That sounds awful.
Yeah. It was about that point
Aha!
when I stopped.
Jiu-Jitsu throw, which is not quite the German suplex, but it is the first execution cutscene I get by using my bare fists, so at least I have that.
Yeah. By the way, as a side note, I've been able to hear the audio of this clip. I don't know if that makes your job more difficult or not.
That's impossible because the current audio of this video that I'm playing in front of you is muted.
Oh, okay. I'm able
So,
to hear it.
You're hearing ghosts, as far as I'm concerned. This makes no sense. Okay, now it's time for you to get a bit of an insight into the delicious inner workings of my brain. Because, as you can see, I've gotten my hands on a variant of the steel armor I'm currently wearing. A variant that I happen to think looks much better on my character than the current version of the very same steel armor. And mind you, it's functionally the same armor with the same base stats, but I think this looks much better on my suspiciously small character. Yes, if you look her from behind, it seems that these clothes are too big for her. She's a bit of a runt.
Well, those were humans that you fought against, so they don't fit.
But again, this is actually the biggest physical build I can give to a female character in the game.
Okay.
So that's a bit disappointing. I hope the next game will give us the chance to have properly buff women, as well as petite men, to have more options for physical appearance. But anyway, so I like this style of armor much more, but it weighs on me. As in, I have far surpassed the carrying limit, as you can see by the numbers down on the right. So, but I want this armor, but I cannot get rid of the current armor I have because it's been powered up by smithing. But I still want this other variation of the armor, which I'm going to have to power up with smithing, which means I have to carry this new armor with me all the way back to Whiterun, or to the closest smith or merchant, and in the process I also have to get rid of a lot of items. All of this because I want to be able to wear that new variant of steel armor, which looks slightly better than the one I am currently wearing, but I also want it to be more powerful, about as powerful as the one I am currently wearing, in order for it not to be an objectively worse armor just because it looks better than the armor I have now. Do you see? Are you following any of that?
Yeah.
This is how my mind works sometimes.
Yeah. That's the reason why I don't usually get involved with crafting.
I like crafting because, well, it's a must-have for melee fighting, especially if you want to have a chance to survive much stronger opponents that could kill you potentially in one hit if they get a critical. And that happened to me a couple of times.
When you talk earlier about character development, I had just this image of where you can make your character overweight, and while they are adventuring, they are starting to lose weight because they move so much.
Sure. Make your own headcanons, folks. Now, the only canon that is really important to me is that this Catwoman really, really, really wants that lizard erotica. She wants to have a cozy home to read that erotica inside. It's the dream, really. She wants to live the dream. It is it's a mood, isn't it? Is it relatable?
After reading it, sex doesn't feel the same anymore.
But you see, this is a mood. This is a very relatable mood. Sometimes all you want is to just sit down, relax, read your porn in peace.
Yeah.
Sometimes life is about enjoying the small things.
Yeah. I don't read or watch porn. I guess I said that in the previous video.
Look at me. I don't have the drive. Look at me, I'm so much better than the other guys. Okay. Oh, all of a sudden, vampires. Okay, that was a vampire dog, essentially.
Yeah.
And this is a vampire sprawl, so a man who's been, shall we say, a vampire has imprinted on him, I suppose. You could say it as that. I don't know if he's been mind-controlled or if he's just a servant. I'm not sure on the intricate inner workings of vampire-human relationships, beside the feeding, that is.
I guess they can be both, if general vampire lore is to be believed.
Yes, either way, they're dead.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll never know.
So if that were trolls, then where's the real vampire?
That's a good question, isn't it? But I
Well, I
guess
guess-
we'll never learn it because I have to go. I have to find a place to sell my shite.
Yeah.
My inventory is starting to be heavy on me, and I cannot collect anything else. Otherwise, I get overburdened and I cannot run anymore. Are you okay? You've been coughing a storm as of late.
I guess it's kind of a heartburn or something.
Oh, wow.
Well, I don't know what's the exact term is, but
Heartburn sounds much worse than what you're describing right now.
I guess stomach acids are just kind of an.
Well, yes, okay, that is much more common. I don't know what you guys eat up north. Should I be worried?
I guess
Can
I just
you-
ate too.
Can you make it till the end of this stream?
Yeah.
I call it a stream, but we're not recording this in a live stream, so I guess...
Yeah, I sometimes forget that you're not actually actively playing this material.
No, that too, this is a commentary. Again, I must remind the audience, this commentary is being made after the footage has been recorded for logistical reasons. But on top of that, we're not actually live streaming this commentary right now onto the Twitch or YouTube or whatever else platform is there. So I was looking desperately for a store, a general store, but it turns out that this blasted village doesn't have one. I was very annoying.
How can we? We're a community of farmers.
Ugh.
If not for the war, we might have enough guards in the hold to protect the settlements. But the
I hope a dragon comes along to eat you. Oh, come on!
Wait, how? Huh?
Okay,
How did you?
this is a well-known bug in Skyrim, but apparently if somebody is talking to you, if an NPC is talking to you, and I don't just mean directly talking to you, but also if it happens to tell something to you as you're passing by them, and you happen to enter inside a building, they will follow you inside to finish their thought. Which is hilarious, and it never gets old.
Hey, dude! I wasn't stopped talking to you.
Well, I did. Read the room, douchebag. Okay, so I have to make it back to Whiterun to get rid of all the useless crud I've collected thus far. In exchange of money, because as I told you, I need to farm money. But I will also be spending that money to power up my armor. So, buying a house is going to be, let's just say, that's going to be the lowest priority for now.
Okay, so now you're just trying to get rich.
I'm trying to make money in order to spend money to make all my dreams come true.
Are you stealing their haystacks?
It's not considered stealing by the game. The game would tell me if I was about to steal them. It is very arbitrary what may be considered stealing or not in this game, because you would totally think that taking their crops without their permission would be stealing, but apparently you can just do that with no consequence. On the other hand, if you take things from inside their homes, now that's stealing. Unless, of course, they don't see you do it, in that case you've gotten away with it. And they will never notice all their missing jewels, money, armor, clothes, you name it. I can clean out a man's entire livelihood without them ever being the wiser. What a game. Meanwhile, in Fallout 3, don't be stealing cups from old abandoned houses. That's bad karma. Bethesda.
Yeah, I guess it can be counted as desecrating a gravesite or a place where someone has died.
Desecrating grave sites, I believe, is not illegal in Skyrim. Skeever, dead.
Skeever.
Skeever, you can just call them giant rats. That's what they are, basically. So last time, we are going to have to walk for a while. Yes, let's go with that. I hear the song of the Nirnroot. Must harvest it. So last time, as I was saying, last time you were trying... Well, actually not last time, but 2 episodes ago, come to think of it, you were trying to broach a specific topic of conversation. This has happened a few times, actually. You were starting a conversation, and then something happens on screen, and I have to acknowledge it, because we are commentating on this, technically, but nevertheless, you wanted to talk about your preferred combat style, being the third-person perspective.
Yeah, because I just want full awareness of my surroundings, just in case enemies tries to flank me or come from behind.
I understand that, but on the other hand, this game is 100% more difficult to play with a third-person perspective. Because you still have to rely on that reticle in front of you to properly aim your blows at your opponents.
Yeah, it worked with
Yes?
It worked with Elder Scrolls 4 because I had learned how its parrying works, so it also helped in that regard.
Well, that's cool, but in Skyrim is a bit more difficult. And it is especially difficult if you want to pick up the archery skill. You cannot you cannot aim correctly in third person.
Yeah, I don't use third person in archery. I always use the first person to...
Surprise! I-elf attack! I don't know what her deal is, but apparently she said, there is this unsuspecting feline on the road. Better kill her. And, oh boy, she was a tough magician too, a high-level sorcerer. As you can tell, she almost had me.
Yeah.
Nothing like a few punches to shut your critics up.
Yeah. During these recordings, I haven't been able to see your character's health bars, but I guess it doesn't.
The health bar. I'm sorry. I was about to say the Eld bar. Held by whom? No, the elf bar. Okay, I was really mad at her, as you can see, so I stole all of her clothes, leaving her half naked, and just added a few more scratches for good measure, because I am petty.
Yeah. And in these games, you can't hack them enough that they just explode into gory pieces.
Wait, they can? I wish I had done that!
I don't know, can they?
Honestly,
Probably
I
not.
don't think they can. It would be neat and also gruesome if you could do that. A proper soldier of fortune, except in 2011 instead of 2000.
Yeah. You can do that in Deus Ex. You can just hack the bodies until they explode into bits.
Yes, and you can also do that in Soldier of Fortune, which I just referenced.
Yeah. I haven't played those games, but I've heard that they are very realistic when it comes to their wounding system.
Realistic isn't the term I would use. Hyper-realistic, on the other hand, seems the more appropriate identification, I would say.
Yeah, there's no way my parents would have allowed me to play that in my youth.
Well, my dad allowed me to play this game, and even encouraged me, for that matter. So yes, I played that game a bunch of time. It's a fond memory of mine. It's not... It has not aged gracefully, but the violence, the hyper-realistic violence, the cartoonishly over-the-top violence, I should say, in display, was quite the controversial topic in the year of 2000.
Did your parents ever put limitations on what you were allowed to watch if you were too young for the material?
No, not really. I honestly would put limitations on myself for the most part.
Yeah.
So parents never had to do it, or I don't think they would have otherwise.
Yeah, I remember twice I wasn't allowed to have Red Faction or Fear. Those were...
Well, for the longest time, I wouldn't allow myself to watch Wes Craven's Scream. But then I did watch it, and I felt silly for imposing myself that limit.
Yeah.
It's not a good film. I wouldn't call it good, not even at the time of its release, honestly. But it was successful enough.
Yeah, I haven't seen any Scream movie. Maybe clips from here and there.
It's the equivalent. It's the cinematic equivalent of that pretentious friend of yours that has seen a couple of horror movies and all of a sudden thinks he can tell what all the tropes in the genre are supposed to be. And he's going to tell you whether you want to listen to him or not.
Yeah, but for some reason I've watched 4 scary movies.
Okay, that's funny, because Scream was already meant to be as a parody of the slasher genre. So scary movies were just a parody of the parody, and at that point it was just redundant.
Yeah. I thought the first and the third movie were funny. Second was garbage and fourth was okay.
I would not want to relive that experience to this day ever again. It's the worst kind of parody flick. The kind that, well, it's not really all that funny or original beyond the time frame of its release, because all the jokes date instantly, especially when they do references to commercials.
Those jokes are so dated.
Yes. Honestly, the jokes from the Plane movies back from the 80s by the Zucker brothers have aged a little bit better compared to what the Wyans were doing in the 2000s. And that is saying a lot. That's an indictment right there and there of the entire Scary Movies franchise.
Yeah, I haven't seen the 5th one, and I've heard it's the worst one. I mean, it's on the Internet Movie Database's top 100 worst movies list.
Honestly, it's not even as bad as all the imitators of the Scary Movies that came right after.
Oh, yeah. Meet the Spartans is the second worst movie I've ever seen.
I've seen Epic Movie, which was deplorable. Absolutely deplorable. Oh, sure! Begin a quest while I was not looking! That's not rude at all, game! But it's okay, I meant to go visit the Dawnguard Fort at some point during this playthrough, because that's spoilers. That's where I will find Volume 1 of The Last Argonian Maid. There are many other places, but that's the one place I found it for sure on my own.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't try to do the downloadable expansion adventures, but I've heard they're rather good.
Again, this is the complete special edition that's available on console at the moment, and that includes all the DLC content, including the Dawn Guard quests. And the Dawn Guard quests are, well, very long actually. About as long as the mainline quest, if not more. So,
Finally, I can dump all my stuff on you.
yes, because there are some things that cannot be sold on a general store. But most importantly, I want to get more powerful spells than the ones I already have. So I bought the middling restoration spell, Fast Healing. And I also have gotten Muffle, the illusion spell, to muffle my footsteps when I'm sneaking around. And what else can I get from here? Right.
Yeah, that reminds me of the Elder Scrolls 3 where I almost got stuck in a game because I haven't bothered to learn how picking up locks works, so...
Yes,
Then
you should definitely do that.
yeah, luckily I found the open lock spell.
Did you know you can craft spells in Morrowind and Oblivion?
I never bothered with crafting.
Illusion! There, illusion increased to 17. Illusion is the de facto broken spell in this game, because you can just level up by casting it whenever you want. The illusion category of spells, I should say.
Yeah.
Right, so I'm disenchanting a bunch of things to level up my enchantment, and also to gain a few unique enchanting perks to later add to my armor.
Yeah, I never realized to do this kind of min-maxing. I just wanted to...
Well, more than min-maxing, I'm thinking about the long term. It would be useful to have my armor, which is already maxed out in strength, to also have a resistance to general magic, because I'm weak to magic, you see? Yeah. So, there you go. This is about... okay. In my experience, I'm weak towards certain kinds of enemies. I'm strong towards other kinds of enemies. So I need to, as you say, min-max my experience in the most efficient way. And now I have the spell Conjure Flame Atronach. There she is. Hello. Atronach, I should say. Too many letters in it.
What can I do, my master?
Yes, I think her design is a bit of a downgrade compared to Oblivion. Her design in Oblivion was pretty cute, actually. She was like a very fun, having, adorable imp. In this game, she's just a flame dominatrix.
Yeah, well, sometimes they grow up.
Sometimes they grow. Well, I guess it's been 200 or so years since the Oblivion, so I guess that checks out.
Yeah, in her adult years she found the S&M skin and kind of went deep into it.
Went off from there. She had her former Disney star graduation and did a very naughty thing on television.
Yeah. Just so she could get away from her child star image.
Yes, exactly. Let's have all the headcanons about the flame Atronach. Why not? Oh, look at the flame Atronach. She's so cute. Who's the cutest imp? And then she grows up. And Enchanting increased to 32. Great. We're all like to have fun in these games. We all enjoy Skyrim.
Yeah, recently watched a movie about an SMS in a Finnish movie, Dogs Don't Wear Pants. It was alright.
Yeah, you know what? The BDSM scene doesn't get any respect. Yeah, there she is again. Hello.
Yeah.
The BDSM scene does not get any respect or appropriate representation in my idea. They're always been an easy target for scorn or parody or just general finger pointing. Moral panic, finger pointing, and all
Well,
that.
that movie was rather respectful towards the topic.
Again, as I said, it's nice that we live in a society in which we are starting to very slowly open up towards, well, people having their own kinks and vices and not being any less valid for having them.
I'm rather a prude when it comes to sexual things, but
I
people can
noticed.
enjoy what they want.
You told me on this very stream you admitted that you do not watch porn. And to me that's more damning than admitting the opposite, if you ask me.
I mean, I do like eroticism when it's moderately served, but too much it's just...
Okay. Well, it depends on the context. The context is everything. But anyway, I don't want to come off as I am making fun of asexual and aromantic people. They are valid too. And I'm just being silly over my friend over here being a prude. You know, it's sort of a classic comedy dynamic. You know, I'm the one who's more open about things. Is the one who's not. Comedy writing.
Yeah.
Like I said, let me remind you that this entire video series is entirely dedicated on the quest to find legendary ancient smut.
And just to make it clear, I don't mind nudity that much. In Finnish culture, the nudity taboo is not as strong. I mean,
That's good to know. Well, nobody can defeat the French in that nudity not being a taboo argument.
I guess I've seen all high-paid Finnish
Illusion!
actors nude at least once.
I don't know how to process that information, but good for you. I think we're almost done. I think we've almost done everything. Oh, wait, no. What am I saying? We're only half way through this entire process. I need to power up my armor, and then I need to go back to Dragon's Reach to enchant my armor. I have to do this in this very specific order, because I am yet to obtain the smithing perk that would allow me to craft on already enchanted armor. This is a bit of a convoluted statement, but I am playing an RPG. What do you expect?
How many of these videos are there?
Let's see. This is the third one out of 4 or 5, I believe.
Oh, there's not even that many.
Well, each are comprised of smaller videos. So each one would be of a total length of, on average, 90 minutes.
Okay.
So as you can see, I am upgrading my bow as well. Although, once I get to Dawnguard, I will not have any need for bows ever again, because I will be given a crossbow. Alright. So I believe we skipped that entire scene, Because, well, you've gotten the idea, right?
Yeah.
I just powered up my armor and I enchanted it, and now we are ready to get back into the road. We are leaving Whiterun behind us, and we are venturing forth to adventure and a long slogging trek to Riften. Because, again, I cannot take shortcuts. These are the rules for this series. I cannot take shortcuts of any kind to get from place to place. I cannot take carriages, ride horses, or use teleportation. I need to get anywhere and everywhere by foot.
I mean, it's recommended when you travel for the first time from place to place to do that, because who knows what kind of neat, interesting stuff you can face along the road.
Well, of course I would do that the first time, but then there is the journey back.
Yeah.
So playing around with illusion and conjuration magic has consumed all of my magicka, which is at this stage very slow to replenish.
Yeah, it's self-regenerating, right?
Right, so you might be wondering why I bought myself a muffle spell and a conjure flame Atronax spell. You see, I am switching around my playstyle a little bit. It's useful to have a combatant ready for action when you need it, if the goings are too tough. And the Flame Atronac... kill the chicken. And the Flame Atronac is a very good distance hitter. As in, it throws flames at enemies from a distance.
I've forgotten, did this have other elemental Atronax or whatever?
Yes, I think it has all the elemental Atronax. Well, at least it has the glacial Atronac, which is this giant ice golem. And you can also summon a big, bulky zombie man. Which, as it happens, it's the best a companion you could summon. It is physically highly resistant. And it can take a few punches, so if you ever need a proper distraction to distract a more powerful enemy, there is a dragon flying by, I believe. If you ever need that, you should consider getting yourself a zombie man, which has a specific name that I don't remember right now, but the Flame Atronac is good too.
Oh.
There is, in fact, a dragon flying around.
Get to see how you do that with bare hands.
Well, I would try to do that, but unfortunately, this one is a bit shy. Don't you hate it? There is a dragon finally spawning nearby you, and then it just flies away. Well, maybe this won't be the case. I actually don't remember what I did in this scene.
Yeah, well, you didn't even provoke it anyway.
No, but I would assume that they would attack me on sight as soon as they see me, because A, I'm alive, and B, I'm the Dragonborn, and they can somehow tell I'm the Dragonborn.
I guess you radiate some kind of draconic energy or something.
Oh, somebody has fired up. Ooh, you can smell it from up here.
Yeah.
I am the breaking of the wind.
Yeah, wasn't the lore like the dragons themselves are kind of an some kind of weird time temporal paradox or something? So Dragon War by proxy is also going to kind of an time temporal paradox.
Know how to answer you. Honestly, I don't.
Because that's
know.
what all those dragon shouts are. Because it temporally breaks time or something.
Sure, if you say so. I am not in the position to be able to confirm this for you, but let's go with that. Midi-chlorians, dragon
Yeah.
midi-chlorians.
I guess that's how the dragons can live for a long time or something.
That sounds dumb. Why do you need the para-scientific explanation for dragons living long lives? They're dragons! Let them be immortal! They're dragons! Who cares? Magic! Dragons!
Yeah, kind of work in the similar way how the Elder Scrolls cause blindness and insanity to those who try to decipher them or something, because they are pieces of time disruptions or something from the dead gods or
Something like that. You know what? About the Elder Scrolls, there sure seemed to be a shortage of Elder Scrolls in the Elder Scrolls games. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, the 5th game is the first one where its Elder Scrolls are important to the main plot.
Yes, and they are also brought up in the Dawnguard side quest. Come to think of it.
Yeah.
That's weird, isn't it? It's the thing that gives the name to the entire series, and it's barely even remembered? I guess
Yeah,
you cannot be too dependent on the Elder Scrolls all the time for your plot, but to forget them entirely? I suppose the Elder Scrolls is a title to this series in the same way Dragon Ball is a title to Dragon Ball. They are MacGuffins, but they are not really all that important until they suddenly are.
Well, yeah, and the 4th game is the first one where Elder Scroll, it's, to my knowledge, so because there's a side quest where you have to steal one.
That sounds nice.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, how the Elder Scrolls name even came out was because the first game, Elder Scrolls Arena, was originally going to be this kind of an arena battler, and then it mutated into the open world experience, and it was originally just going to be Arena. But then when the development went to different directions, they had to get, well, this Arena title just doesn't match anymore, and we have already put all the advertisers and storekeepers what our game name is. Let's put something Elder Scrolls. Okay, I guess that's fine.
Yes,
whatever.
It's about as generic as a fantasy name he can get. The Elder Scrolls.
Yeah.
Right. I have to say, Arena is a very weird name for the first game in your series to have. It sounds like it's a weird spin-off title of a fighting game.
Yeah, in the opening narration, they kind of give it kind of an explanation that this is so violent, this land, that people call it Arena because everyone fights all the time.
That is such a terrible, uncreative, and unoriginal name. It's appalling, honestly. Hey, look, it's a place where people fight. What do we call it? Colosseum? No, that's too obvious. Arena, yes, that's never been done before.
Yeah, it's just a nickname for Tamriel.
It's a terrible, unimaginative nickname. Oh, look at me. I'm creating my own fantasy story, rich in lore and intrigue, political or otherwise. How do we call it? Arena. Okay, sure, Steve. Consider your Christmas bonus revoked, Steve. Arena.
Yeah, apparently they couldn't change the Arena name anymore because they had already told the shopkeepers or something, made a deal with them, and it was mentioned in there, so they couldn't change that part of the name anymore.
Okay, when you said the shopkeeper, I'm thinking about the fantasy shopkeepers, but you're referring to the real life ones. So
Retailers,
I was confused.
I guess, was the word.
You called... Yes, shopkeeper. Sell me your strongest and most powerful Elder Scrolls game. You are not ready for my Elder Scrolls games. That's so great.
Yeah.
Thank you for being on this adventure with me, the shopkeepers.
I tried to play Arena for 6 hours and then got bored with it.
I remember that you did an entire retrospective on the Elder Scrolls, which honestly, I would have hoped for you to cover a bit more, considering how big these games are, but I guess you had your own times and you had other things to do, so I don't blame you for it.
Yeah, and I don't want to go too further into the plots and stuff.
So this giant is mad because I stole all of his mammoth cheese, apparently.
Mammoth cheese.
Mammoth cheese! It's such a delicacy. Yum, 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 yum. I would like to try out mammoth cheese. What kind of flavor could I expect?
Well, mammoths are dead, so I guess elephants have to do.
Okay, so if we are using modern-day elephants as a shorthand for the extinct mammoths, how would you assume a female elephant's milk to taste like? We are having this conversation right now. Elephant milk.
Well, what was that weird cheese that I tasted? Was it from a yak?
A yak.
Those kind of an...
I know what a yak. I know what a yak is. I'm just surprised you had a taste of yak cheese.
Yeah. It was alright.
Okay, well, not you don't seem to have a strong opinion on yak cheese, I see.
Yeah. It's been a while. What is the weirdest thing you've eaten?
That's a good question, actually. I would have to come back to you on that, because I cannot think of anything in particular. I guess I once tasted a Chinese bootleg of a Japanese ramen. Does that count? Yes, so there was this Japanese-themed restaurant in Rome, which was actually owned by Chinese. It's wild. It's wild.
I once ate bees.
Bees?
Yeah, bees.
You can
They were
eat.
kind of...
You can eat bees in Skyrim. Did you know that?
Oh. Are they giant bees or normal bees?
No. Disappointingly, they are regular-sized bees. You would expect them to be as big as those spiders, but no. This recording has taken a few wild turns, hasn't it? Well, I suppose we've run out of most things to discuss in merit to Skyrim last time.
Yeah, in the city I'm currently living, I have encountered some weird unusual food items that are not normally on the menu. I've eaten moose pizza, and then I've eaten a rabbit. And a few years ago I ate slugs. They were heavily marinated.
You are making me hungry, but at the same time repulsed.
Yeah, most bugs food have to be seasoned with something, because otherwise they don't taste anything.
Oh, I remember this place. It was very unpleasant during daytime. Very crowded indeed. So that carbonized corpse over there is giving you the clue that people here might be using fire as an attack magic. Environmental storytelling and whatnot. Indeed. So I believe we'll be raiding this place for the next few minutes, and there is somebody standing there awkwardly.
What place exactly is this?
This is called Fort Amol. It's on our way to Riften. If you follow the main road and only deviate slightly, you'll find dozens of these places. abandoned forts occupied by either bandits, renegade mages, or vampires. And sometimes all three things at once.
Yeah, in Oblivion those were mostly fit with undeads.
So this muffle spell, I use it specifically to make myself more sneaky. Unfortunately, the paradox is that if you use it too close to someone else, they will hear you casting the spell, thus defeating the purpose. This spell, overall, is not a good acquisition. But, training my illusion makes me level up faster, so there is a silver lining. This is me still trying to attempt to do a German suplex, by the way.
Okay.
Instead, I do a regular strong attack. Well, okay. My sneak has increased. Time to span the make potion button.
You have mentioned at some point that you don't generally like sneaking games or stealth games.
Generally not. I enjoyed playing Metal Gear Solid back in the day, but I was young and foolish. I'm so over Hideo Kojima in many ways. But I don't particularly enjoy stealth in games, especially if they are obligatory stealth segments. But I do like to employ the stealth option if it's available and if I have the option and the choice to use it. Especially if the reward is a spectacular instant death scene, an execution. Why do you think people enjoy playing Assassin's Creed? Because it's full of those.
Yeah, I have yet to play the Assassin's Creed.
I played the second one, and it was enough for me for a lifetime. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't eye-opening gaming is art experience for me. It was just okay.
Scoured is said to be the best in the series by some.
Yes, so that tells you a lot about this never-ending, constantly being produced, capitalistic hellscape of a game series.
Apparently, since was it Assassin's Creed Origin, they have tried to reinvent the formula by making it a bit of a more
RPG.
Yeah.
I probably would enjoy it more, but then again, the idea that I'm suddenly limited in the kind of opponents I can kill in these kinds of games is irritating. Because that just means that I may be too underleveled to instantly kill some of these opponents. Whereas the whole appeal to me of Assassin's Creed 2 was that I could sneak up on virtually anyone or anything at any point in time and kill them with my surprise blade.
Yeah.
I guess the climbing around was neat too. And I suppose, as an Italian man, I should appreciate the painstaking work that went into recreating Renaissance Italy, Florence in particular, in a gaming format. But really, the one thing I like about this game is Uncle Mario just coming out and saying, "It's a me, Mario!" That was good. Ascreed.
Yeah.
Right. So the mages in this fort are a bit powerful, especially if you let them consume you in fire.
Yeah. Do you have something to protect yourself against it?
No, I just need to be smart and cool. Which, as you will see, I am neither of those things in this particular area. Illusion.
Yeah.
And this one spots me instantly, and I'm trying to get out of dodge.
Yeah. I guess this is one of those characters for which nothing works, but still somehow everything gets arranged. Something.
Oh, I found a perfect hiding spot. I've already told you about how dumb the NPCs are in this game.
Oh.
You can just cheese it with your sneaking.
Oh wait, is he trying to?
I'm going to find you.
What are you trying to say?
I was wondering if he walked into the fire when trying to reach you, and that's why. Okay, well.
I don't think so. I think she has just a fire spells at the ready in her hands.
Ah, okay, they're not that dumb.
I think they might be. They have the potential to be this stupid. Don't ever underestimate this game's ability to surprise you. Snake increased to 43, and wow! I'm already at level 14! I was on level 10 last time! What happened? This is all the illusion training I've been doing, obviously. Okay, what shall we improve now? Decisions. Apparently I have 2 perks to spend. This? Okay, let's go with a bit more powerful bowing and arrowing, I suppose. They are still looking for me. These ones are unusually persistent, aren't they?
How do you know they're looking for it?
Again, take a look at the reticle in front of you when you play this game. The eye is fully open when these people, the NPCs, have found you.
Oh, okay.
It is partially open when they suspect you are around. So you can use that to... You can use that to measure how much you're being successful at sneaking.
Oh.
And I'm dead. I've been burnt to a crisp. Right in front of the fireplace, too. How convenient.
Yeah. Okay, this was a fun playthrough. Thanks for watching.
Okay, this is a bit of bollocks. I load up the file, I'm in sneaking mode, and for some reason, this NPC arbitrarily notices me. Sometimes that happens too, when the file is reloaded automatically. Which is a bit of a bother, so I decided to reload it again. Hopefully this time it will be good.
I mean, I guess you could have won.
Yes, but I lose all my training, all my experience points in sneaking. So this is what I do. I use muffle, and she heard me casting the muffle spell. Alright, I should say he. They
But
heard
he
me.
notice.
This is unbelievable.
Yet
So
they
I
doesn't
used-
notice you.
Yeah, I'm right here, bozo. But still, the fact that he heard... Oh my god, look at this clown. Look at this clod. Unbelievable. This is pathetic. This is just sad. Oi, I'm here! Oh my god, I'm so good at sneaking, you guys. But still, my point still stands. I cast the muffle spell specifically because I don't want to be noticed, but he heard me casting the spell. This is so counterproductive, isn't it? You might as well never use it. So here I am, back again. Sneaking. The predatory feline slowly approaches the prey, who doesn't know he's in danger for his life. When the time to strike comes, it is too late to avoid. The predator swiftly catches the prey. It is all over before he can start.
How does the saving work in the console version?
The what now?
Saving.
Oh, saving. You open the menu and you save whenever you want.
Oh, okay.
Also,
yeah.
you have multiple quick saves and automatic saves as well.
There is a quick save button.
Yes, there is. Anyway, so
Okay.
I leveled up even faster because I found this book. That's great. Right.
Picture playing Elder Scrolls 3 with the original Xbox.
That sounds fun.
It was probably an experience.
Right. So let's try to solve this conundrum with the mages. Uh-huh. Okay, we're all good. We're all good. We're all friends here.
Okay. You should save more often.
Yes, well, since this game pretty much autosaves whenever you enter a place or you leave a place, and also every 15 minutes when you open your menu, sometimes you tend to forget that it might be more wise to save more often.
Wait, it saves while opening a menu?
So there is an option that the game saves automatically every 15 minutes when you open your menu. Your basic magic skill item menu. Every 15 minutes. You can set it up as so. So yes, this game is not starved for quick save options, as you can see.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just one of those people who quick save like every battle or something.
That's probably the smart thing to do. But if you're like me, you march into a cave full of confidence, and then you die 15 minutes into the cave and you have to restart from the beginning.
Yeah.
Which is a bit annoying. So we're doing this song and dance again, as you can see.
Nothing here after all.
I have to figure out a way to not get them to aggro me all at once. That would be ideal. This is where I remember, oh yes, I've bought a flame atronach. This should give me an edge. But also you see, I was also trying to get them by surprise. Because I want to... damn it, I wanted so bad to do that German suplex that I could never do.
It's time to dominate, darling.
Oh yes. Do 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 do. So I thought it would be a good idea to have the flame atronach to just attack them first while I wait. That turned out to be a mistake.
Because...
Well, they made short work of the atronach, and then, as if by magic, they knew I was here and they attacked me. Well, this is bad. Oh, and also, I made a mistake there. I wanted to get rid of the muffle spell in my hand and substitute it with the healing spell, but in the midst of it all, I accidentally had the healing spell on one hand with the muffle spell in the other, and my hands were not free to fight back. So that can happen too. it's a good thing I saved this time around. Oh boy. So, this is the part in which, having become wiser by my previous failings, having learned from experience, I changed my strategy on the fly, and I'm just going to attack them with my Flame Atronach, which, as it turned out, was the winning strategy. Sometimes the easier approach is the best in this game.
This time I won't be the submissive party.
Do you want to be the voice of the Atronach, Matti? I know you're a voice actor. I don't know if you're that good of a voice actor.
Yeah, when I try to do feminine voices, I just sound like Michael Jackson.
I can do a decent old granny, though.
Oh my god, Matti. Oh my gosh, we should do Let's Plays more often. Michael Jackson. Listen, get a load of this guy. Okay,
I guess, I'm trying to do now trying to emulate a woman voice or something. But yeah, I guess you can figure out that maybe this is good for some kind of an husky lady who has smoked a pack or two too many cigarettes and yeah.
You know, I would prefer my smoky lady character to be played by an actual smoky lady. Representation and all that. I would probably still hire a woman. No offense to you, Matti.
I guess I'm just Dr. Girlfriend.
Okay, well, that's the one exception, I suppose. Right, we are done with that segment of the fort, which wasn't really as big of a place as I initially surmised, but that's usually the deal with these forts. They are divided in multiple sections that you have to access separately. There is usually a regular fort entrance and then the prison. And in some cases, even the commander's housing, rooms, however you call it, where the commander sleeps.
It would be cool if you could shoot water at the stormmates and electrocute him.
Unfortunately, water is not an option, but you can shoot ice.
Yeah.
But, the first 2 times I played Skyrim, I always went for a mage build. I was playing Skyrim in hard mode, essentially. The mage build is tricky, and is hard for it to properly be efficient, because you always have to be wary of your magicka going down as you use spells, and when it goes out, you are basically defenseless.
Yeah. I've always on Elder Scrolls used the kind of an warrior mage type characters because I want to do damage in case of a melee attack, but I want to also use the magic so that the combat doesn't feel too repetitive.
Yes, having multiple options is great, but it makes it harder to master either of those. So anyway, as you can see, I have attacked these vampire hunters because they were attacking a lady, and not realizing that they were vampire hunters and the lady was in fact a vampire. So now we are in this awkward situation in which I'm fighting a couple of vigilants of Standar, protectors of humanity,
Well,
and kill them. Well, it sure is
hopefully-
great that there are no witnesses.
yeah, and this is not one of those games where they will rest of the sender vigilance would automatically somehow know.
No, there are no consequences for anything you do. It's the polar opposite of those games you referenced. In fact, it is almost to a fault.
Yeah.
Well, in for a pound. I mean, no, the expression goes in for a penny. In for a penny, in for a pound. Yes, I might as well chase down the vampire lady to finish their job. Oh, fun fact, you can become a vampire in Skyrim. Other than a werewolf, too.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
It's a pain in the neck to be a vampire, and it's especially annoying when you become one by accident. As in, you forget you have contracted the sickness, and you let 3 days go by, and you suddenly are a vampire. It happened to me. It happened to this specific character. Not in this playthrough, though. Much later on. So, yes, that's the reason why I stopped playing her, because, well, she was a vampire and it ruined my entire game.
Yeah.
Now I have to constantly feed off of humans while they are sleeping, specifically so that I can... Okay. So that I can keep my sickness at bay, which is really annoying because during the day it severely hampers my stats, and the stamina, health, and magicka don't regenerate over time during the day. Being a vampire is the worst.
I mean, I guess there's a real support. So if being a vampire would be cool, then everyone would do it. So
Yes, but I do think that, given my specific build, the boons that I get as a character for being a vampire don't really do anything for me. It's mostly an advantage in illusion and alteration magics. Neither of which are very interesting to me to explore. So anyway, this is the end of the video. Unfortunately, we did not make it to Riften. We still have a long ways to go, but it was getting too long anyway, so this is where we shall cut it.
yeah, I'm entering to the stage where I'm too tired to form coherent sentences or think.
Oh, that's me all the time, but that has never stopped me, unfortunately. Right. Again, this has been... Yes. Okay. No,
Yeah,
you go first.
I don't.
No, you
drink,
go first.
I don't drink.
No, you
alcohol.
go first.
I don't drink alcohol, so this is the closest I can of becoming drunk when I.
Yes, I only become drunk with power! And the occasional soda. So this has been the latest installment of Alicia the Punchcat. We made progress? ? So let's summarize. I left the Loverstone, went back to Whiterun, sell all my useless crud, powered up the variant of the same identical armor I was wearing because it looked slightly better to my sensibilities. And then I cast the illusion muffle spell a few times. And I guess that's all we effectively did in this episode.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's a long trek from Whiterun to Riften. And even more so from the Reach, which is on the leftmost part of the map, to Riften, which is on the rightmost part of the map. I am essentially traveling the entire diameter of Skyrim in this playthrough. So that will take a while, won't it?
How much in real life time does it take to walk from one end to another in Skyrim.
You would have to assume it's at least 3 days from Whiterun to Riften. 3 days at the very least, not counting all the stops that I'm making.
Yeah, I was thinking of real life.
I don't know. I have never walked that kind of distance in real life. So
Yeah, 3 days is how it must take to walk in a Daggerfall from map's end to another, because that game was so freaking huge. Even standards of today, Morrowind was like only like 60 square kilometers, and Daggerfall is like the size of England or something.
wow. Okay, there has to be an official listing of the biggest video game sandboxes out there.
Yeah, I guess
I think the biggest ones are in the series Just Cause.
Yeah, I think so.
But anyway, that's an argument for another time.
Yeah, though Daggerfall has clearly defined limits. It partially uses auto-generating in its field maps.
Well, the fact is, in Morrowind, you're not even technically exploring the entirety of Morrowind, just a tiny piece of it.
Only the Vardenfell Island.
Yes, why do you title it Morrowind if you're not even going to give me all of Morrowind? It's as if, okay, here's the new game, it's titled Skyrim. Do we get to explore Skyrim? No, just the rich.
What happens in Skyrim if you try to walk beyond its game area?
Oh, I know what happens.
Hmm?
Invisible walls.
Really?
Yes. If you go up north, the most extreme northern part of the map, and you start swimming, at some point you will hit an invisible wall, and a subtitle will inform you that you cannot go that way. Unfortunately, it's not like an old-fashioned JRPG where if you go up in the map, you will automatically circle back to the bottom of it. Okay.
Yeah, there may be a lore reason for that.
Sure.
I do know there's some kind of continent in the north of Tamriel, but I
You
don't
don't really need to explain everything, you know?
But yeah, well, some people think that adding these kind of extra details is just unnecessary, but I live for that stuff. It just makes
Oh
it so...
boy, you must be such a huge fan of the Star Wars prequels. No new goals have been achieved today, sadly, but maybe next episode will get us closer to the Holy Grail. Which, again, I remind you, it's porn. So we will be seeing you next time. This has been Madhog.
And this has been hedonistic.
Yes,
Act.
hedonistic. Okay, maybe you need the noun other than the adjective. Okay. And, well, see you next time, everybody, if you are weirdly into this. If not, then see you whenever. I don't care. Good night.
Good night.
Why, hello there. You caught me at a precarious position. As you see, I am in the midst of my weekly session of mountain hopping. As in, hoping to climb this mountain. Hey, it is I, Madhog, with my usual high energy. Oh, you got it now, didn't you? With my usual high energy demeanor, and here's Matti providing the low energy assist.
Yeah, it's the typical comedic chemistry that is usually used. There's that high-strung guy, and then there's that low-strung guy.
Except the high-strung guy is also tired tonight, so I don't know how much high energy I can fake, master.
Oh, that's a troll.
You're a troll. Oh, you mean the troll? Yes, the actual troll. Yes, he's there. So, I don't know if I said this before, I probably did. But in Skyrim, you are not supposed to be able to climb mountains. You're supposed to find a path around them. But...
Even... But Todd Howard promised you can climb the mountains.
Well, you are not supposed to be able to do it, but you can do it. If you jump around enough times, you will lock to a hotspot into the supposedly unclimbable mountain. And depending on how, you know, depending on how steep the climbing is, you might be able to succeed. The fact of the matter is that it could be a great shortcut if you don't want to actually go around the body of rock.
Next Elder
Regardless.
Scrolls should have
What?
Next Elder Scrolls should have mountain climbing mechanics.
Next Elder Scrolls should have more convenient traveling options.
Oh, I know. Next Elder Scrolls should go steampunk. Kind of
Okay,
like
so listen.
like-
I'm going to stop you there before we go from steampunk to cyberpunk and then we talk about another game entirely.
No.
Yes, let's not talk about a terrible experience for millions of people.
Breath of the Wild made the Legend of Zelda formula that fresher by going steampunk with its world.
There is nothing even remotely steampunk about Breath of the Wild. I don't know where you get your idea. What do you think steampunk is?
I mean, it's kind of a clockwork thing, and
I mean,
well,
that doesn't
Final
really...
Fantasy VI. for
Okay,
example.
okay, you know what? We're talking about this now. We are definitely talking about this. We're putting Skyrim aside for the foreseeable future and talking about what exactly steampunk is, because I see a lot of confusion about it. Somebody thinks about an aesthetic. I don't know, it has clocks and mechanisms, some people dressing in a Victorian manner, maybe some engines. No, steampunk, specifically, is a reinterpretation of a specific period in human history between the first and the second industrial revolution. When you take the technology, the aesthetic, the presentation, urban or otherwise, that was available at the time, and you spice it up with some fantasy or futuristic elements. For example, you might have robots running around that might look like locomotives, powered by steam, hence steampunk. That's the steampunk aesthetic. You can't just have a random, spacious, post-apocalyptic world not set in the 1800s and call it steampunk. That's not how it works. It might be steampunk adjacent or have steampunk elements, but Breath of the Wild is about as steampunk as Cyberpunk 2077 is cyberpunk. Oh snap, by the way.
Yeah, I guess I remember from its early promotional material that it was going that way, but
Yes, well, I've
yeah,
actually seen the game footage. There is little to nothing on that direction. I'm glad we had this one-way conversation. Now, back on Skyrim. On Skyrim. Sometimes I get riled up for nothing, really. Okay, so what in the world was I doing here? Okay. Last time...
Okay.
We were trekking our way towards Riften, which is still kilometers away from where we are, and we are traveling by foot. Such is the rule. And I am hunting. And I set an elk on fire.
Well, you both kill it and roast it at the same time. It's very handy.
Elks are surprisingly sturdy for your meager first hours of the game arrows.
Yeah.
I think I managed to
last
lose it.
time talk about that I've eaten elk on a pizza.
elk pizza. You learn something new every
Oh, yeah.
day. Okay, I thought that was the elk, but no, I killed a random goat.
Yeah, the owners of the goat are not going to be happy.
Well, luckily they don't know I did it, hence why I am not being chased by guards. Hooray, this is Skyrim, this is the game. So, we are going
Halt,
around.
criminal scum!
That's Oblivion, not Skyrim.
What they do say in Skyrim again? I don't remember.
Something a lot more boring. In fact, I cannot even remember.
Oh, they just say it in Austrian accent.
No, not the Austrian accent. That's just one guy, okay? It's Swedish. It's supposed to be Swedish. Dang it all. No, they say you
Yeah.
are something or the other charged for crimes against the Skyrim and her people. How do you plead, or something along those lines? It's very uninteresting. It doesn't quite have the same impact, the same oomph as. What do they say in Oblivion again?
Hold, you criminal scum!
Would you like to try that again?
Hold, you criminal scum! You have
Yes.
violated the law.
Okay, well, that is a very pizzazz-filled introduction. In fact, you remember it, and it has been memed a little bit, as
Yeah.
far as I know. So, meanwhile, the only element that's been memed to death about Skyrim is, well, yes, I have an arrow to the knee. And other such nonsense.
Wait,
Right.
that's in Skyrim.
Yes, that's in Skyrim. What, you didn't know that? Why are we even...
Oh, I thought it was. I thought it was in Oblivion.
Why are we even playing this? I mean, why are we even commentating on this? What are we doing with our lives? Just let's stop the video, go back to sleep and never wake up again, I suppose. My gosh. I thought I was able to choose my co-hosts based on competency, but apparently it was nepotism all along.
It has been 3 years since I've played
It
those
has been
games.
10,000 years! Okay, so we might as well pick a few side quests along the way to grind, to become stronger, and everything in between. Here's a quick reminder of what our objectives are for this adventure. Yes. So,
Find the greatest porn ever.
find the legendary smut. Yes, I was going to put it more euphemistically, but you beat me to a punch. Yes, that is one of the goals, but in order. We secured the power of the Lover's Stone. That's goal number 1. Now we are on our way to Riften to achieve a few of the side goals, the optional ones, such as joining the Thieves Guild and getting away with murder. Our end goal...
Oh,
Yes, you forgot about that,
Oh,
didn't
so-
you?
but you're not joining the Assassin's Guild for that.
No. Joining the Assassin's Guild takes us way off the beaten path. Way off the journey. The goal. It's too far away from where I need to go in order to secure Volume 1 and 2 of the Last Argonian Maid. So I did not bother with that. Besides, I joined the Assassin's Guild at pretty much every playthrough because the alternative is to destroy them, but that really doesn't lead to anything interesting.
Oh yeah, I didn't do the Assassin's any guild missions really, but I do know that you get to murder the current Emperor of Tamriel.
Yes, you can do that. And you know what changes after you killed the freaking Emperor of Tamriel?
Nothing.
Nothing! There is no consequence to anything you do in this game. What a game. Why do I like it again?
Well, I guess that kind of change may take some time to really take an effect on the politics and such.
You would think that somebody would notice that the Emperor has gone missing, or has not returned from his personal private cruise ship.
Well, and I guess Tamriel, I guess the Cyrodiil is really far away from Skyrim, so it may take a while before the ward reaches.
Also, when you defeat either group of the Imperials or the Stormcloaks, there is no real tangible consequence to the lay of the land. Nothing that really matters. Maybe some dialogue options change, but then you fumble upon the occasional camps that still think they are at war and nothing has changed.
I guess the word hasn't reached them yet.
The war takes the entirety of Skyrim into consideration. A big point of contention between the various holds of Skyrim and therefore the various zones of Skyrim is that some of the Jarls are behind Ulrich What's-His-Face and some of them are not.
Yeah, I mean that in this is medieval times, so information moves slowly.
Okay, if information moves slowly, then somebody better informed all those couriers that go around and give me an instant letter of inheritance when somebody dies literally 2 seconds before that. That had an inheritance on my name. So that doesn't really fly, does it? Which is it?
Yeah.
Is information fast or not?
That programming that would be a really hard thing to do.
Listen, good games actually allow you to experience consequences for your actions, especially if they have a huge repercussion in the world. Skyrim is not concerned with that. I love Skyrim, but I certainly don't care about the plot of Skyrim.
Yeah.
I have
guess
made
it's
that
also the
abundantly clear many, many times, have I not?
Yeah. And I guess there's also the problem of how we are going to cram this in Elder Scrolls 6. What the player chose in the previous game, does it affect here? Oh, this is going to take all night to program.
Ah, yes. Actually, you bring up an excellent element about the Elder Scrolls as a whole. Nothing that the player character does in those games has any real impact in the overall history and the lore of Tamriel. Because the history books in Skyrim tell of the Oblivion Crisis, and they only tell about what the bastard son of the Emperor did to save the world. What the player character did is not mentioned anywhere. Because for the history, for the lore and continuity of the Elder Scrolls series to actually function at a basic level, the player is never allowed to actually make history, to make it to the history books. They only serve the purpose of driving the plot from point A to point B for the entire benefit of the NPCs that actually matters in the grand scheme of things. And that's a recurring problem with almost all games that star a player-created characters that are meant to have a longer story and continuity. I guess BioWare manages to somehow circumnavigate the issue a little bit by forcing the player to take some limitations when it comes to character creation. They're not allowed to make a wholly original character. It has to be a shepherd, and it has to be a hawk, depending on the series, depending on the game. But they have another issue, a very well-known issue, in that the choices you make don't really matter in the long run because you're always stuck into a very arbitrary binary ending that the developers, the makers and whatnot of the game really cared about, and it doesn't really take into consideration what you as a player wanted to achieve. And that was a problem already very, very, very well illustrated by the ending of Dragon Age 2. And by the time Mass Effect 3 comes around, well, everyone else noticed.
Yeah, I guess usually in these story-driven games where there's a lot of choices, they don't really affect the plot, but they do affect the story's tone. Oh.
It's not even that big of a deal because of that.
Yeah, I don't mind those.
I mean to say that it's not a big deal what you actually do in those games, what you accomplish personally, because it's undermined by the grander plot being already predetermined to go either one way or another.
Yeah. In the Elder Scrolls 2, the Daggerfall, there are 6 different endings depending on who do you side with before the big
It has
climax.
to be said that the beauty
and
of...
do you remember how Morrowind solved that problem?
How did it go again?
Because in the climax of Daggerfall, the player character turns on the Numidium, this super mecha that, which alone it's turning on, manages to make ripples in time, and because of that, all the endings of Daggerfall happened at the same time.
Oh, I hate it.
Time shenanigans.
I hate it. There are no words to express how much I hate it. I don't like that at all.
And that it also reflects on the schemes of the main villain of the Morrowind, who tries to turn on another Numidium and change history.
You know what? I changed my mind about Skyrim. It's fine. Don't give me consequences to my actions. Don't give me any of that. Just don't invent some ridiculous excuse as to how and why all the endings of the game are canon simultaneously. Time-traveling shenanigans, interdimensional foul plays. No thanks. Keep it simple. You don't need it to be more complex than it is. Just let me have my cat girl punching bad guys or scratching them up until they don't move anymore. That's what Skyrim is good for, dang it. I will say it once again. Skyrim is a good game if you're in it to just have mindless fun and debauchery. Because you can do whatever you want to a point, and you don't suffer consequences for it. That's the beauty of it. That's a blessing in disguise. If you care about the plot of your RPG, I don't know, play Disco Elysium, as I suggested again. Play the original Fallout games, or Fallout New Vegas, which is pretty good. West of Loathing, it's really funny and witty, and you might actually get a laugh out of it. It's well written, at the very least. There are options, there are alternatives the larger and bigger a game is, the more underdeveloped its plot is going to be, because clearly priorities had to be set and some elements were prioritized over others.
Yeah.
If you wanted to take a game like Skyrim, as big as it is, and polish it up a little bit more in terms of its plot and in terms of its bugs and glitches, then it would have taken a lot longer to actually make it.
Yeah.
For example, it's taking an age for The Elder Scrolls 6 to come out, to the point, in fact, that we don't even have a teaser trailer for it. We just have an idea, a general promise that it's going to exist. Which tells me either two things. It's taking a long time to make because they want to make it the best way they could, or executive shenanigans are happening and they are scratching a project and restarting multiple times, which happens so often, is scandalous. That's the gaming industry for you.
Yeah, really. And besides the before Elder Scrolls 6, there's going to be coming out their new sci-fi role-playing game, the Starbound or something. Yeah.
Well, somebody
it's
has.
going to take a while.
Well, somebody has to fill the void left by BioWare, I suppose.
Yeah, they're going to take a while, but it doesn't really matter because there are other games to play in the meanwhile.
And there is a good chance they're going to be better RPGs than Bethesda-produced games.
Yeah, I've never understood the attitude that some are launching for sequels for products that, oh, my life is so painful when this Golden Sun 4 hasn't come out yet. Ah, the pain.
Yes, well, we could circumnavigate back into talking about Cyberpunk 2077, because that's a prime example of that attitude. But honestly, I don't care. I had never cared about it. Not even when it was first announced. I was already so over about the cyberpunk aesthetic, and I was very much expecting this game to not even really being cyberpunk on a philosophical level, just a very wishy-washy, predictable, generic take on it, and I was absolutely right. So let's just not even mention it anymore.
Yeah.
But yes, it is a prime example of that cult of personality attitude towards a new AAA release that could be really applied to anything major that has come out in the last decade or so.
Yeah.
It's pretty ironic. No, not ironic. Tragic. That cyberpunk as a genre went from being a warning about the unrestrained dangers of capitalism and also a very misguided Japanophobia to being a tool of capitalism, because anything and everything can be monetized. Even anti-capitalist sentiments can be monetized by capitalism, thus undermining the very nature of those sentiments. The
Like
genre
Wall
of
Street movies.
well, unless they're made by Martin Scorsese, I would say. But yes, Hollywood as a whole, as a bit of a hypocrisy problem. The same applies to the AAA gaming industry, in that they want to sell a product with the vague promise that the product is actually anti-conformist in some way, which is bollocks right off the bat, and it doesn't really work with the idea of where it is coming from. Hollywood never really condemns capitalism, because Hollywood is a product of capitalism. So the best you can hope for is the Disney formula of there is a bad capitalist, but then there is a good capitalist. On that note, I really hate Iron Man.
Capitalism needs fixing.
Capitalism needs reforming and some major changes towards more socialist ideas, but that will never happen because the ruling class is the ruling class. In the last 4 years of my life, I think I might have radicalized myself politically a little bit more than I initially intended, on the premise on the premise that I am becoming increasingly tired of all the bollocks that I have to see coming from people in power. Also, yes, I know I have this conversation every 5 minutes with my friends on podcasts and off podcasts, but it bears repeating. And then let's go back to the original point in that don't support the AAA gaming industry. Support your local indie developers. They do not have to answer to a higher power, so they can make their games and their stories however they want them to be. And more often than not, that means we get a real, proper dissection of the dangers of capitalism, proper, real cyberpunk, for a change, and other themes and topics that can be tackled any way they want to, without having to answer to executives. Sneak increased to 45. One hit shot to that orc guy.
It depends from case to case. Sometimes it works, and sometimes you get stuff like.
I mean, I don't.
Heaven's Gate.
I'm not saying. Okay, you brought up Heaven's Gate, so we're back talking about Hollywood. We have been jumping back and forth between Hollywood and the gaming industry. They are basically the same beast, but different.
Think for a game where.
Different presentation. I mean, Hollywood has the Academy Awards, and video games have the Gaming Awards, which are just as bad, if not much, much worse.
The game I liked it won this year, therefore I hate it.
Yes, I don't even want to bring up all the issues and controversy about The Last of Us 2. I have not played it, so I cannot formulate an opinion over something I have not experienced for myself. But I've seen some legitimate criticism about it, about its portrayal of the trans character, the one token trans character in it, that didn't make real-life trans people happy, being either ignored, aggressively remarked upon, or dismissed entirely. What I'm trying to say is that developing toxic ideas, cults of personalities surrounding a video game that comes out at any point in time never bring up good things for anybody involved, because most likely the douchebags who dedicated their existence in the celebration of a title that's not come out yet will be disappointed and crushed, which has happened time and time and time again. But most importantly, the people who are actually trying to provide some legitimate criticism to the practice, the malpractices of the industry, the way workers and developers are treated, crunch time, or even in general attempting to have a positive discussion about the philology and the criticism of the media, those get hounded like wolves, essentially.
Yeah, I recently watched an interview of Tim Schafer, the
Tim Schafer,
creator of-
yes.
And when he was asked about the crunch time, he said that in his younger days he didn't mind it because he was so excited and wanted to do things. But now that the developers are getting older and they have families, then there has been a coming more attitude against it because now they have other things to do in their lives.
Okay, so believe it or not, the old guard of video game development has a similar problem to, say, what's a good example? The old guard of the animation industry. In that these were people who were super enthusiastic about crunch time without thinking about how it would affect their health. And that helped in the long run. It is not the sole responsible, but it helped creating a mentality that doing the crunch is a noble effort for the higher art. If you're making films, animation, or video games, you have to crunch yourself to the dust. That's how you show the people who are waiting for the art how much you care. Instead, all you're doing is making a bunch of executives happy with your labor that you're not going to get paid for it, most likely. Unions are important. Create unions, people. Protesting en masse and unions are historically proven to work against the excesses of capitalism. The parasites, the real social parasites. Anyway, Skyrim. There is a game we're supposed to be commenting on. There isn't much that I am doing that I haven't already done before. I'm just raiding a bunch of fortresses, mining in a cave. The usual. Nothing new on that front.
That the first smut volume in some dungeon or something?
The first... don't call it smut volume, please. You're giving the wrong idea to the audience.
I thought that was the old... Then what it is? Erotica?
Yes! It's classy! Erotica! If you please. Anyway,
So,
the
yeah.
first...
So I've understood that the cat lady's life goal is to find them both and then have a
Well, actually, her life goal...
pleasuring session with them.
Her
because
life
she's
goal...
a
Okay, no,
self-actualized-
please, stop! I'm begging you. Do you want this video to be demonetized? It's not smut, it's not porn, it's sophisticated erotica. Thank you very much. Let's be clear about this. There is nothing explicit about those books, but it is filled with really funny allusions. Okay? Are we
so
clear on
it's-
this?
Hmm.
It's hot because it's implying. And by implying, I mean, okay, you're being too obvious here, and that's the comedy.
Okay, so I'm trying to find some kind of something similar to. Is
I'm
it
going to
like-
answer to your early question. The first volume is in the... Well, actually, there are several first volumes, just like there are several second volumes all around Skyrim. It just so happens that the one I'm hunting down is in the Dawnguard Tower, because that's where I found it on my own the first time I found it in my previous playthroughs. So I'm sort of reliving the glory days.
Oh, there are several of them.
There's only volume 1 and 2. I'm saying that there are several editions of volume 1 and 2 copies available for grabbing. So I reloaded the file because I wanted to take out this woman stealthy-like and hopefully do a German suplex, which I remind you is one of my side bonus goals that I did not manage to accomplish. Right. So how long do we have before the end of this video? Oh, it's only been 37 minutes. Oh, I've run out of things to talk about. What shall I do?
Well, you should always have a list of things that you can talk about in just in case the
I was
flow of
hoping
speech.
I was hoping the content would be more exciting at this point. The content of the game. But no, we're still walking and raiding. You know, being there, seeing that, done that.
And killing bunch of people. And for what? For erotica?
Well, no, for their money and physical possessions. They are not really connected to my hunt of the erotica. They just so happened to be on the way, so they died for nothing.
So, in raunchiness, is that Argonian tale more like something like Eurotrip, a kind of a teenage comedy, or is it something like...
Okay, imagine William Shakespeare, but as a funny erotica book.
Midnight Summer's Dream.
Okay, I know you said A Midnight's Summer Dream, but it sounded as if you said A Midnight Summer Stream, which would be funny if we were recording this on summer. In summer, I should say. It's not quite A Midnight's Summer Dream. It's not quite like that. It's... Okay, imagine the script of your typical porn if it were presented as the script of a Shakespearean play. That's essentially the last the Argonian made. You will see once we read it. You will understand what I mean. I've increased my
Thus
heavy
I
armor.
see thy able bosom. I shall... That is my will of the gods.
You know what? You are much closer than you think. Something along those lines, yes. But like I said, a lot of really funny allusions and metaphors. I don't want to spoil it to you. You will have to be patient, my friend.
Hark, lady, dost I see my dangling lightning thunder rod?
That's pretty much it, yes. Oh, fair lizard queen of my crown jewel. Would you please polish them?
I apologize, my...
Wouldst thou polish me jewels?
I Forgive, my fair lady, I seem to have troubles in discovering thy sweetest spot that gives you the most pleasure. Could you guide me gently towards it?
No. It needs to be. No. That's too direct. It needs to be more elusive. My fair maiden, it would seem I have trouble following them up towards your treasure. Would you point me to where the X is? You know, something like that. Okay, enough with that. You will see it once we read it, okay? Don't spoil yourself the surprise.
Yeah. Well, I guess if we run out of things to say, we can always return to the Shakespearean smut.
The Shakespearean smut. I'm pretty sure older plays back in the day would indulge a lot more into the sexiness of the scenarios than we are led to believe. Actually, now that I think about it, I remember an old softcore porn from several decades ago which would make fun of Shakespearean plays. I cannot tell you what it is or what its title is to save my life, but I definitely saw something like that. And no, before you say anything, it is not the porn spoof of A Midnight Summer Dream. That's an entire beast altogether. It was a play within a play kind of film, very metatextual, in which a Shakespearean play was presented in it in front of an audience as smutty. Hey, Matti, when you start sounding like a hornhound, can I call you Smutty? Smutty Mali.
Let it be known that while I'm generally being a prude, I have enough imagination to think of scenarios.
Okay, well, if you have to use your imagination to think of scenarios, that says it all. Did you grasp my subtle dig at your prudeness with that? No, too tired.
Well-
I understand.
Well, some people just don't like it kinky.
No, some people like it hot, on the other hand. Some like it hot.
Yeah.
Also, apparently man prefers blondes. That's news to me. Any more classic Hollywood titles you would like to force into a sentence?
Let's go to Porky's after this.
I said classic Hollywood! That's 1980s!
What is classic Hollywood?
I mean, Golden Age, roughly.
Oh
That's-
yeah, until the half point of 60s.
I mean, if we are being sincere, I would say that the Golden Age ended with the 50s. There was already a huge shift in general audience preferences. When the TV becomes popular, that's the end of the Golden Age, in my opinion. Because now Hollywood has competition. And I died, yes. I'm glad you noticed.
Yeah, I was remembering that the first new Hollywood movie came in 1964, I think.
I believe, okay, there is never a sweet, clean transition between eras of anything, but between the Golden Age and the revival of Hollywood in the 1970s, there is more of a gray zone in which Hollywood has to figure out what to do with itself, because at some point all of its biggest budgeted mega blockbusters, they were starting to fail, and people were losing their jobs and entire studios were closing because of such failures. The general sentiment of Hollywood in the 1950s to compete against television was to going at it with the biggest and most special effects money could buy. And of course, such a mentality would inevitably produce its fair share of failures, but also its unimaginable successes. Think about the Ben-Hur and Cleopatra dichotomy. One was a huge success on every possible angle. The other flopped so hard, it's forever etched in infamy.
It truly was the fall of the Roman Empire.
Yes,
There, I managed to grab a title.
Yes, and also this makes me think of Hail Caesar by the Coen brothers, which is an apt allegory.
Yeah, I've seen that movie. It was...
I like it. I thought it was more of a return to form for the Coen after this very, very, very long string of excessively nihilistic titles. One more depressing than the other. So it was nice to see them come back to making fun of Hollywood, satirizing Hollywood practices, and just having good actors saying funny lines.
Your character is fighting like a cat on a tin hot roof.
Well, very appropriate. You fight like a cow? Give you a Monkey Island reference to answer your classic Hollywood reference. Okay, are we drunk or on drugs? What is this podcast? What is this commentary we are recording? This is wild.
You said you were tired. Your brains haven't gotten any oxygen for a while. So
I never mentioned anything about oxygen or lacking thereof. Don't put words in my mouth.
That's what I guess the not sleeping for a while causes the same kind of effects as...
I never said I was sleep deprived either. I said, before we started recording this, I said I was tired. That's very broad and general. It doesn't really link to anything specific. Why are we talking about this? Why are we having this moment? I'm confused. What were we talking about? Yes. Okay. So I died by the hands of that bandit leader. So I tried again, taking her by surprise, which landed a critical hit, making her much easier to deal with. And then I won, and now I'm looting the place.
Okay, yeah, I just wondered that suddenly a character appeared on the screen.
Also, you've got to like that knife over there frozen in time because the menu is on while I was discarding that knife.
Oh, that's a knife.
Yes,
okay,
that's a
I
knife. And now the knife has touched the ground and the world is revolving again.
Yeah, I thought first that it was some character that was far away.
Oh, you think, okay, that's funny to me. Oh, look, there is a guy over there. He looks suspiciously like a knife.
Well, it wasn't very precise picture.
Okay, I have to remind myself that you're watching this footage through Discord on the other side of the continent. So some images might come off a bit blurrier than intended. Anywho, I think we are nearing...
You're looking at your...
inventory, yes, to see what can I discard because I was starting to be heavy. Yes, that. Okay, this is an expert lock once again, but I will definitely open up this lock because I am the master of unlocking. See, I did it. There is no ironic comeuppance for me to say that.
What was this character's name again?
Alicia Meowtown, which I think she's canonically the sister, long lost sister of my other cat OC, Malicia Meowtown. She's known as Alicia the Punchcat in this particular iteration. Which is funny to me. What?
Have you ever heard the tale of the Punchcat?
Tell me all about it. Now, seriously, go on.
She has a mean right hook.
No! Really? Okay, we are relatively close to Riften, finally. Jeez. So we can save ourselves from the pain of having to record a commentary. Okay, so fun fact. My original OC, Malicia Meowtown, she was initially from the game series Disgaea. She was the Nekomata unit in that game, because Disgaea is a strategy RPG series. So she was a mean, punching, feline machine, and I like that unit very much. It's my favorite unit from the game. And I don't know how much you've heard about the Disgaea series, but level caps are pretty insane there. About 9,999. Not counting
I only know
reincarnation.
that it's like comedic tactical role-playing game about hell, and it's power struggles or something.
It is, but it occasionally gets serious with its plot. To its detriment, might I add. So... Oh, they're fighting a troll.
Yeah,
Cool.
that's what I was confused, because I saw some...
Yes, I thought for a second that they were going to attack me, as they have before, but no, there was a troll. Cool.
Yeah, I was confused because I saw that there's coming a Disgaea RPG, and I thought it was already an RPG series.
It's no, it was originally just a strategy RPG, much like Final Fantasy Tactics, but on steroids.
But that's still an RPG, albeit strategic.
Strategy.
Yeah.
You know how, turn-based strategy games, such as Advance Wars, where you place your units on the map, and you have to move units and attack enemy units?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the genre, but I've only played the real-time strategies like Age of Empires and such.
Okay, well, I don't like those. Anyway, so, as I was saying, my Nekomata unit from those games became my most recurring OC, and this is my first brush with Riften. A bit of world building, a guard trying to shake me down for money. I said no, and then he lets me in.
Yeah, whatever you choose, he lets you in anyway.
I'm sure this is meant to give you an idea of what you will find in the city that hosts the Thieves Guild.
Yeah, I remember the Thieves Guild mission because I needed their help in order to get to the sewers to an important character, but it also at the same time started the Thief Guild missions, I guess. And even though I failed that mission, the recruiter still says, "Well, I still see potential in you." I mean,
Yes,
what?
this is bollocks. It's a bit bollocks, isn't it? You end up always as the leader of a guild by the end of it. That's the footage that has just ended. We have run out of time. So, You always become the leader of a guild in these games, even though it makes zero sense that you would do so. Why am I the Archmage of the Mage Academy? I only am good at one thing, at one spell. Why am I the leader of the Thieves Guild? I'm not good at stealing, I'm good at killing! I should be the leader of the Assassins Guild! Why am I not the leader of the Assassins Guild? Oh, because I killed the entire Brotherhood of the Dark. Oh well, that's
Skyrim
another timeline.
Yeah, I think Skyrim went a little too far with its power fantasy
Yes,
side.
well, honestly, I don't care much for the power fantasy alone. I like for said power fantasy to have a proper context, as in, can I get to, I don't know, punch clansmen in this power fantasy? I would care about that, because I hate racists. Let me punch some racists. Now that's a power fantasy I can get behind. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I shall make that video game for you.
No. Okay, we have reached the end of this session. I maybe will continue to tell you the story of my OC, Alicia, or not, in the next episode. But regardless, this is it for tonight. Thanks for joining us. I have been Madhog, thy master, who's fidgeting and gesticulating the entire time, but you cannot see it. And now it's your turn.
And I'm hedonistic actor who has been
apparently falling off of Discord. I can hear the sound of you falling off Discord.
Oh?
Yes. So that's going to be fun for me to edit. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Now would you please shut up about the smut? Well, little buddy, here we are in Riften, home of depravity, debauchery, and punching hobos. We are about to join, or I should say attempt to join, the Thieves Guild, which is one of our sub-goals, so to speak. It's all because we are on our way to get the first issue of the first book of the Argonian Maid, which is also lasty. And we have been immediately approached by Brynjolf, whom, as well, I guess he managed to guess by looking at us instantly that we are no good thieves, apparently.
Maybe you mentioned at some point that the Khajiits have this stereotype of being shifty or something.
That's true, but he does that to literally anybody. Any character you show up in Riften, be it an Argonian, a Khajiit, or a regular Nord or human, he says that to everybody. I guess he's not wrong, technically, but you don't know me, man. You don't know my life.
Well, maybe he says that to every single new person he meets.
Oh, so you're saying he's full of crap, essentially.
Yeah, they have a... Thieves Guilds are having low numbers currently, and they desperately need new members.
I like the fact that we are having this discussion in front of that other lady who's just minding her own business. No secrecy whatsoever. We're not even pretending to be a secret underground association.
Yeah, Thief Guilds don't really make sense. They just... How lasting can be an organization where everyone steals from each
Hold on.
other.
Shush. We're talking to the cute bartender here. Hello, babe. Say, have you heard about this fancy fangled book about a sexy Argonian maid? Hey, I'm making a film adaptation of that. Would you like to star in the role? What's a film? She's saying. I mean, that's play. Yes, I'm making a play based off the last Argonian maid. I meant to say play. I can retcon that. I am the editor. Would you like to star in the lead role of the last Argonian maid? Oh, talking to this guy will activate a side quest that I have no interest in activating right now because it would make me instantly teleport to that other city on the completely other edge of Skyrim, of which I am forgetting the name.
So get out of my
You know, that one in the Reach, with all the habitations and houses built in stone. You know the one.
I have forgotten much of city names. But...
Yes. Honestly, it's scandalous that I forgot about it because it's the city I spend the most time inside.
Oh yeah, that reminded me that I encountered another big bug during my playthrough. In the northern parts, there's this one city, but when I ended up in there were no residents at all, and I could walk through the houses.
This was where?
It's in the very northern parts of the map. At the ocean shore.
Is it Winterhold?
I'm not sure. But...
Because the whole history, the whole point of Winterhold is that it was ravaged by some sort of accident or war or something along those lines, which was all the mages' fault, and the only thing that's flourishing around those parts is the Mages' Academy. The rest of the city has fallen into ruins and poverty.
Oh, it was from the west of that city.
Okay,
I remember that I have the Elder Scrolls Anthology collection in my drawer, so...
Okay. While you do that, I might as well catch the audience up with what we are doing. We are doing the bare minimal essential to get inside the Thieves Guild. We are doing that one quest that starts the various plot lines of the Thieves Guild, which is to say we have to frame some guy of a theft he did not commit, so we have to steal some item and put it inside that guy's pocket while he's distracted, my voice is disappearing, by our man who is the one who recruited us.
I think the city in question was Dawnstar.
Oh, Dawnstar, of course. Of course, that place. I almost remember nothing about Dawnstar.
Yeah.
It's not one of the interesting cities, if you ask me. The only interesting cities are Riften, because of the Thieves Guild, and Solitude, because it's the capital and the biggest one, and Windshelm, because it's where all the fascists are. I mean, it's Ulrich's town.
Yeah, I, with the Anthology collection, came maps for every game.
Okay, can you remind me what that city hold at the very leftmost edge of Skyrim is called? Because I cannot remember.
Leftmost, Markat.
Yes, Markat.
My organization's been having a run of bad luck.
For some reason I had Ankh Morpok in my mind, but that's Discworld, not Skyrim. Anyway, so we did the deed, and I did not fail. Notice, I did not fail. Unlike some other times, where the guard busted me.
I represent has its home in the rat
So now Brynjolf here is going to send me to the secret place, the secret meeting of the Thieves Guild, which, surprise, surprise, it's in the sewers. Because of course it's in the sewers.
But how lasting can be a guild composed only of kleptomaniacs? I mean,
I don't know, ask that to any political party. Hey! Comedy! Knocking it out of the park. Oh boy. Smithing improved to 19. And 20.
what are great about this anthology maps is that the Morrowind's map is very detailed. It was a ton of help when I had to navigate through it. Wardenfell.
I suppose the more modern a game gets, the less there is any need for a detailed map. I actually remember when I first held my PlayStation 3 copy of The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, it came with its own territorial map, which I thought was a real neat detail. Of course, I don't have the PlayStation 3 version anymore, and the version I have is the PlayStation 4 one, which is the definitive edition.
Yeah, this province of Skyrim map shows the province names and their borders and the major cities and couple of smaller ones.
Yes. I know that Markath is the capital of the Reach region, which is where all the not Native American people happen to live.
The Reach.
Yes, the Reach, which is currently out of reach. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it only shows here Markarth and Kartvasten.
Yes. So, fun fact, I have gotten that poor elf guy, as you can see right now, this guy is getting arrested. Also, since we all know that the Nords are racists toward, dark elves, you already know it's implied that this guy is not going to survive jail. He's going to die. We've killed a man, essentially. All guards are bastards.
Yeah.
So we cannot get his own quest because of that.
Yeah, I do feel bad for them considering what happened to Wardenfell between Oblivion and Skyrim.
I'm sure you will tell me at some point, even if I have not prompted you to do so.
Well, I guess I can take it out of the way right now. According to the lore,
The orphanage is for much later.
yeah, according to the lore, there was in Morrowind. Have you played Morrowind?
I don't ever intend to do so, so you might as well
Okay.
tell me.
Okay, well, there was this one of a kind of a meteorite that was floating on the air because a local god or Daedric prince or whatever has stopped it. But then that god disappeared for some reason that is unknown, and said then the meteor continued its drop and caused significant damage to the region.
That sounds idiotic.
Yeah.
Also, I'm
There
pretty
may have
sure
also
that's
been,
not how meteors work.
There may have also been an eruption at some point. My details are kind of hazy about it, but
Okay, fun fact. This is Elgrim's Elixirs. It's located nearby the entrance to the sewers. And this is the first time in which I discover it. I never found out this place before. This is my first time ever visiting it, as far as I can remember. And I'm glad I did, because it sells very useful potions. Of course, the kind of potions you can find depends on the day of the week, and it can be randomized, but if you want to buy potions that increase your ability to smith, or to enchant, or everything in between, such as a blacksmith draught, as you can see right here, this is the place to go. This is definitely the place you want to visit for that.
I'd like to also, forgot to do in the beginning, but I do acknowledge the recent passing of a Skyrim voice actor, Christopher Plummer.
Oh, right. He passed. Wait, he was a voice actor in Skyrim?
Yeah, he was the character Arngeir, which was one of those monks living in the mountains, the main their leader.
Oh, you're right. I forgot about that. Man, they sure had money for this game. Legendary actor Christopher Plummer. Indubitably one of his best roles ever. Fucking...
Oblivion may have had Captain Picard, but Skyrim has Captain Von Trapp.
I would have accepted the old man from Knives Out.
I haven't seen that movie, but I've heard it's cool.
Pretty good. In many ways, it's a deconstruction of the classic murder mystery genre, which works well in that sense, but it is also ultimately a film about class inequality, which makes it all the more interesting and good.
Yeah.
Right. So we leveled up. You know, it's a shame that leveling up gives you so little. You just get one perk, 1 point to spend, and then you have to level up again to get another point. And that takes a long time.
I guess that works pretty much in many systems.
I know it does. It's a very streamlined way to put it, and I guess it works well if you're planning to have this game be popular on consoles. Still, can I have maybe 2 free points to spend instead of just 1? That's all I'm asking. I think I'm having trouble finding the entrance at this point.
Yeah. What do you generally think of the voice acting in this game?
I don't think anything about it because I rarely, if I ever, engage with it. I tend to skip all dialogues, if I'm being honest.
Okay.
It's very bog standard video game voice acting, nothing too fancy to be memorable.
Yeah.
Nothing really bad enough also to be memorable in that sense. It's very forgettable, generic voice acting for a video game. And let's be honest, celebrity voice actors are almost never good when they are giving a bunch of random lines to read for a random character in a video game.
Yeah, this game also, aside from Christopher Plummer, has Max von Sydow and Joan Allen as celebrity voice actors.
I don't know why, but he thinks I could be a great blacksmith like him.
I think I'm trying to steal something from the blacksmith. Call it a hunch. You have to understand, it's been months since I've recorded this game footage, so I'm not remembering everything I might have done at this time in my life. In my gaming life, if you will.
Yeah, I do remember in Arx Fatalis where
Aha! I found a smithing book! Now I know smithing! This is better than the Matrix. Suck on that, Neo. That's how you learn Kung Fu.
What did you add? Miffing?
Smithing.
Smithing? Oh.
Smithing, as in blacksmithing, as in doing the forging stuff. In layman's terms.
Yeah, those few games that I played that had crafting, I was never prompted to try it myself because the items I found naturally already had enough good qualities.
I know, but I'm one of those people in which, okay, I've gotten good gear, here's me thinking. But maybe I can make it even better? So I become greedy. So I end
Yeah.
up engaging with mechanics I would otherwise ignore if they did not bring me any immediate or long-term benefit to my specific kind of build. Of course, if I'm doing the mage, there is, which I would not recommend, actually. That's, you want to play Skyrim in hard mode, try to
I,
be a mage.
I guess I tried tried some crafting when I tried Diablo 2 many years ago.
I played Diablo 3 once. I was not very impressed by it. It has an issue that it's an issue we've already discussed, actually, that a lot of these games tend to have. When you have your own created self-insert character injected in a story that's not theirs, and they are simply there to just drive the plot from point A to point B, C, D, E, etc. for the benefit of characters that actually matter. Every single major cutscene in Diablo 3 was about characters that were not mine, and that really put a damper in my investment in the narrative. Also, I've gotten pretty bored of the isometric hack and slash action that feels outdated, that already felt outdated by the time Diablo 3 came out.
Yeah, those games are not played for their narratives.
I guess neither for their gameplay.
What brings you to Balamut? Repair?
Yeah, I guess it depends.
Look.
Diablo must have been revolutionary at the time, but Diablo 3 was not.
Can you say an example of any good hack and slash?
Well, any good hack and slash, first of all, they don't use isometric viewpoints. I have nothing personal against the isometric viewpoint, but in my experience, I don't usually enjoy engaging with it. There is, for example, there is this very good roguelike game, Hades, and I cannot fully enjoy it because the isometric viewpoint makes it a bit hard for me to follow. The character is too small compared to the rest of the environment, and he tends to blend in with all the colors. So I think for the way my eyes work, I would prefer a proper 3D hack and slash in which the camera is behind the character, not too close, not too distant, and it's not isometric. For example, a really good action RPG series would be the Ys series, spelled YS.
I'm familiar with it, though I've never played it myself.
Well, other than good, solid, straightforward action games, they also have a kicking soundtrack. And there is a new game out in that series, and I am definitely planning to get it at some point. Also, I'm surprised. I'm surprised you know about Ys. I was not expecting that.
Yeah, I guess I once scrolling on the internet, I once stumbled on a page that chronicled its history. I guess at the time the 7th was the newest one in the series.
Okay, so I'm going to contradict myself, but I would suggest to play Ys Origin. It's a good way to see if the series is for you. It's an isometric action game, but one that I actually like. So, it's definitely a good way to get yourself a small taste small, neatly packaged taste of the series,
Yeah.
because basically it's 10 hours long.
For action role-playing games, I've played the Tales series a lot.
Hold on! Wrestling move? No, jiu-jitsu
Ooh.
move. Oh, that's a shame. We've seen that one already. Well, nevertheless, I don't
Oi.
fully consider Tales of an action RPG, because you still have to transition into a different dimension when you have to fight enemies. And I'll be honest with you, there was a time in which I liked that kind of combat system, but after playing a few games, it bores me now.
Yeah, I think you mentioned at some point that you got you fell in love to the series with Tales of Graces, but fell out of it with Tales of Xillia.
No, actually, it was Tales of Berseria, which I additionally played. By that point, I was really tired of it. I did not even try to actually learn how to play the game. I just at
It
that
has
point,
too many mechanics in
yes,
it that you don't really need.
I just went along with it up until it was over. But yes, Tales of Xillia was already a big red flag in that
Yeah,
sense.
I haven't played either of Graces or Xillia.
So Berseria, at the very least, has a different kind of protagonist and a different, slightly different kind of story. And it's
Yeah.
not trying to be Tales of Symphonia for the bajillionth time.
Yeah, the story and the characters were great in it.
They were fine. I wouldn't go as far as to call them great. And unfortunately, it still commits the carnal sin of every JRPG in which it gets utterly bonkers and out of control by the time the third act rolls around. And I am completely checked out at that point. Even Ys 8, as much as I loved Ys 8, does that in the third act. There is always a point in which you have to fight God, essentially, even if the plot up until that point doesn't seem to call for a scenario in which you find yourself having to save humanity again.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I am wasting all of my lockpicks on an entrance I did not really need to open. I don't like the architecture of the sewers, really. Whomever built them clearly did not expect people to live inside it. They should have known better.
Though the early sewers, like those built in France, were rather large in size.
Oh, hold on! John the Feast! My nemesis! My arch nemesis has come to kill me!
Ooh.
I have been outpunched.
Need something?
We're going to kill an homeless person, my friend. This is personal now. He is my arch nemesis. I will swear revenge on my family's name. I will get my vengeance, and my vengeance shall rain down upon him like a thunderstorm of fists. So I love this. You're just minding your own business, taking down low-level thugs. All of a sudden, John the Feast pops out like a JoJo character and punches you to death. His stand is punching. Oh, man. Now, that was funny the first time, I have to say. Well, I have to kill the same guys again. Now, John the Fist happens to have the single rarest item in the game. Or rather, it's the only version of that item that's available in this entire game.
What was it? Old Redder?
What?
What was the name of the item? Yes.
Oh, you will see. You will see in about a minute. Once we manage to defeat our nemesis, our sworn arch-nemesis, John the Fist, he's going down. Oh, he will pay for his, disrespect. Where is he? Where is the old fool? Shut up, rat! Down.
Yeah.
Ah! Jean the Fist! He's come for me!
What was the
Die!
name of this character again? Alicia the Punchcat or something?
Yes, Alicia the Punchcat as matter match apparently. Jean the Fist! We must defeat him! Our reputation is on the line!
Finally a worthy opponent.
He can kill us legitimately in 3 punches. Ah, he's down! He's dead! We won! So, Jean the Fist has a little thing called Gloves of the Pugilist. Unarmed strikes do 10 additional damage. So he was cheating. Unfortunately, those gloves are light armor gloves. And if you recall, the unique perk of heavy gauntlets is that they the value of the gauntlets, if they are heavy armor, gets added to your base fisting attack. I said fisting, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So what I am going to do in the future is to disenchant the pugilist gloves, get the perk, the enchantment of additional damage added to gloves, and I'm going to place it, enchant, if you will. Yes, that's the correct term. I'm going to enchant any future more powerful heavy armored gloves that I will get with that perk. So I'm going to add damage on top of damage on top of damage output. It is a vital item you need to have if you're going for a fist-only build in Skyrim. Because, again, I remind you, there is not an actual separated category for unarmed combat, so you have to make up your own. And like I said, John the Fist is the only NPC, the only character in the entire game who has the gloves of the pugilist. You will not find that item anywhere else in the entire game. So don't freaking sell it.
Yeah.
Anyway, now that the menace of John the Feast has been properly disposed, we can continue in our quest. Quests, plural. Oh, hello there.
Low life.
Okay, wow. You have very low self-esteem, sir. Have you
That's a
considered
mean
therapy?
thing to say.
That too, yes. First of all, we are the ones who are invading his abode. We are the scums.
What exactly was that the Thieves Guild wanted you to do?
Oh, I'm just going to see them. Then they will give me orders.
Okay, so
additional quests, but we don't care about additional quests. Pickpocket increased. We just want to become members, and by engaging with them in their own base, you are essentially on board. And from that point on, you can bribe guards to look the other way if you commit a crime.
okay, so are you currently killing their members?
You cannot actually kill members of the Thieves Guild. Trust me, I tried. They are some of those immortal NPCs. But I'll tell you what, if you do try to kill them, then you will get access to a brand new quest. A quest in which the goal is to make amends with members of the Thieves Guild. Because you attacked them completely unprovoked. Oh, this is Galathiel. If you're not happy with the way you have edited your character, this woman can give you the ability to go back to the face editor and remake your face anew. She's a face sculptor, you see. It costs about 1,000 gold to do that. Hello, Brynjolf, if that's even your real name.
Yeah, you gotta reshape your face so no one can recognize you anymore and disappear from the society.
They will always recognize you even with a different face. So no, it's merely to present an additional mechanic, a feature that allows you to edit your character some more.
How did you recognize me? Your voice hasn't changed. Damn it!
Also, I am very racist, and all Argonians look the same to me, up to it. So I just like to think that, oh, hi there, friend, I recognize you because you're the only Argonian I know. Racists. Oh
Yeah,
boy.
not so
Oh, okay, I love that guy. That guy with the stupid name, Dirge. That's just hanging there. Do you know why they call him Dirge?
Dirge?
Yes, do you know why they call him Dirge?
Why?
Because I am the last thing people will hear before they die. His words. His actual words. What a clown. I love him.
Good. If you need any details on your marks, I'll be here. Now get
Every member in this guild is a freaking nerd. It's basically a secret underground nerd society.
Did that room contain the entire membership or just the high-ups?
No. You see, there is a secreter hideout inside their secret hideout that I can only visit once I follow Bjorn what's his name? I already forgot.
Yeah. I was wondering because there are lots of other people in these sewers. Are they related to the Thieves Guild at any way, or are they just random?
No, there are more members. You've seen half of them in that particular locale. But we are not interested in pursuing this line any longer. We have other things to do, such as getting away with murder.
Oh yeah, it was one of your secondary goals.
Yes, murder. Basically, I am dealing with all my secondary goals in this one go, so we don't have to come back to those. Of course, then we would have to ignore the fact that I failed to do a German suplex, but hey, you can't win them all.
Was John the Feast a member?
No, Jean the Feast was just a random homeless person living in the sewers, and he punches people. It's just there, John the Feast, waiting for his next opponent to punch, I guess.
And Rifters Major is all like, thank you, citizen, for taking care of this menace to society.
Who knows? Also, they don't have a mayor here, they have a Jarl.
Same
And-
thing, really.
No, it's not, because the Jarl doesn't get democratically elected. I am stuck on a technicality. Oh, wait, actually, we're not members of the guild yet. Come to think of it, we have to do one extra little bit of a thing here. We have to coerce people into giving us money, because we are the mafia now.
Poorly your guild's been doing.
Money for protection, you see.
I'm not that foolish. The last thing I want is a war with you.
And
Do
you
you-
can...
Look, I'm only telling
Yes?
you because I care for her.
But does that money go to the Thieves Guild, or
Just
No,
Do
it
you
goes,
still?
it goes to the Thieves Guild, I wish. So, there are many ways in which you can go about it. You can beat up the people that owes you money. Have a good old-fashioned fist fight, which is the dumbest thing they could possibly want to do against you. Or you can be clever about it and blackmail them. Such is what I'm doing with the cute bartender. I guess she will not be part of my adaptation of the last Argonian maid now. Okay.
are Argonians mammals or reptiles?
Take a wild guess, Captain Genius.
Mammals because they have breasts.
No, they're reptiles.
Yeah, I just recently saw one comic that pointed out that because they are reptiles, they don't have breasts, but instead it was a base where the one of the Argonians was hiding her snacks.
My good sir, I think you're confusing biology with let's make something for the nerds to get horny.
Oh.
Completely different fields of science, my good sir.
Oh, are you trying to get protection? Well, okay, maybe not.
I love this guy. This guy thought he could take me. That's hilarious. This random merchant. I'll fight you, yeah! He took a good look at me, at my sharp claws, at my heavy armor, and said, yeah, I can take on this rant. Totally, watch me.
Yeah.
Fool! I am the one who defeated John the Fist!
Yeah, it would be interesting that if you could keep all the money with yourself, and then you would eventually get the thief skills after you when you fail to bring the money to them.
I don't think that the money I get from them gets added to my own pool of money.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. I did not check.
But you don't have to actually physically bring that money to the guild.
I think I have to.
Ah, okay, they just don't care. If you fail to return it.
Now, obviously they care, otherwise I could not go forth and join the guild. What kind of conversation are we having? I think I'm checking out of it.
Yeah, I'm not sure anymore either. You're still doing the guild missions?
Yes, again, I have to do this because I want to be part of the Thieves Guild, which will then allow me to get away with murder by bribing the guards. That's my objective.
Are you planning to murder someone specific, or?
Food is the best in all of Skyrim. Always as fresh
Oh,
as the day
thank you.
I guess you will have to see.
Bless your kind heart.
Yeah.
Okay. We have one last clientele to coerce, as it were. By this point, it's going to be easy because they've already heard of what I've been doing.
Don't hurt me. I know who you are. Please, there's no
There
need
you
for
go.
fear. Message understood.
Thanks, Helga. If only you were about as cooperative.
Look,
If only that merchant was as cooperative as you are.
just leave me in peace.
Right. Okay, so now we have to go back to the guild. And after this, the secret terror area in the secret area will open up, and that will give us a way out of the sewers much quicker with a secret passage into the cemetery.
What's the backstory for your character?
My name
was
is
wondering
Alicia the Punchcat. I've come to Skyrim to punch things and get erotica books. I guess.
I mean, but before that. What
I
made
don't
her
know.
like that?
I don't know. I don't care. I'm just playing Skyrim, man.
Well, okay.
Are you one of those nerds who like to come up with overcomplicated backstories, tragic pasts for their silly avatars?
Well, back in the day when I was playing Icewind Dales, I did give all the party members elaborate backstories.
I guess it makes sense if you play D&D, but this is not it.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Okay.
It'll write because it allows to write in the biography part something.
I'd say you've done more than simply prove yourself. That's the spirit.
That's the spirit.
More than just fit in around here. What's on your mind? We've run into a rough patch lately, but it's nothing to be tell you what.
What kind of a world this is in which thieves are not doing good business?
Following me and I'll show you what we're all about.
Madness! Madness,
Yeah.
I say.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's that much of dealings to do. There's not that many people in these northern lands that are not that.
Oh, there are
Populated.
plenty of rich people in Skyrim, and the separation between the poor and the rich is obvious for all to see. The problem is that a lot of I am slowly descending. I'm slowly sinking, apparently. All right, Dirge. Why do they call you Dirge?
Funny or something.
Yes, I think it's hilarious that you think that name is intimidating. Try to pick a fight with him.
Oh yeah, I think so too.
It's so easy, so dumb. Right, so, like I said, there is a clear separation between the poor and the rich. The rich are very rich and the poor are very poor. Nothing new under the sun there. But the problem is that the very, very rich people also have powerful systems put in place to protect them, and they have their own personal guards. And when it comes down to the Thieves Guild, there is only a handful of them left.
Oh yeah.
So picking a fight with one of the local lords would mean picking a fight with their armies and their various socio-political commercial influences.
So I guess
So
these,
they have to tread lightly.
so are these thieves only in for themselves? So are these thieves only doing stealing stuff for them for their own gain?
No, the way the Thieves Guild works is that, well, yes, they do that because they have a business to run, but mostly they get hired by rich people to steal from other rich people. which is how they stay in business.
There were some critique about that city sizes in Skyrim are way smaller than Oblivion, but in the game's universe it makes sense because this is a northern land that is mostly consists of tundra, so there's no way to uphold larger economies.
As a person who lives in Finland, you would know about that.
Yeah. 70% of Finland's landscape is forest.
That seems like a very neat, nice landscape.
Yeah. It's more than any other country in the world.
Yes, mostly untouched by the ruination of civilization, which is nice. Now consider Ireland instead. A country that has experienced a long history of British imperialism, colonization, colonialism, and all that. There is only 11% of forest left in that country, which is the lowest quantity in all of Europe.
What's the situation in Italy?
We have plenty of nice forests, some of which are national parks. In fact, one of a recurring issue in the countryside where I live is the occasional invasion of untamed, uncontrollable boars.
Oh.
Wild pigs. 50 wild hogs running into the countryside!
Yeah, that sounds like a... So you don't do much forest hiking then in case of a boar attack?
No, there's never really a risk to that. They keep to themselves and they only come out at night when it's relatively safe. But the problem with boars running wild is that, one, we cannot hunt them because it's illegal. They are a protected species. They come from the park. But that means that they run wild and they damage a lot of property, a lot of orchard, and so on and so forth. And it's a plague for the various farmers. But they cannot hunt them because they are protected. And that means there is a stalemate in that sense that has been going on forever. So people had to resort to poachers in order to keep this problem at bay.
Have you ever encountered a boar on wild?
I've once encountered an entire family of boars just casually crossing the street just down from where I live. And more often than not, they just come out during summer and they feed upon fallen fruits really, really down there in the forest in which the garden around my house ends. I'm not completely sure what the situation is with the legal hunt of wild animals, but at some point even wolves came along and they were hunting the boars, but they were worse than the boars because they are wild wolves.
Yeah. The most dangerous animal I've encountered in the world was a fox.
I love the foxes as animals, but yes, they are wild dogs essentially, wild canines, and they will attack you if they feel threatened.
Yeah, we had a pretty large groups at the time, so we kept our distance.
So, back to Skyrim. Right, let's not... Nothing is happening right now. I am just getting a few things from my guild membership card, if you will, including a snazzy new uniform, which is not as cool a uniform as the other version of that uniform that's only available in Mini Morrowind. You know, that map which is part of the DLC for Skyrim.
Which DLC was that?
One of the DLCs in Skyrim will give you access to a brand new, smaller map of an island that's on the northern side of the Skyrim Sea. And that map is essentially a miniature version of Morrowind. What are you doing?
I'm looking at the maps from the Anthology collection.
Oh boy, look at this nerd with his maps.
Yeah, this map doesn't show any northern island.
What the hell is happening?
Huh? Oh, some kind of a brawl.
Okay. Okay, I think I know what happened. This vagrant just happened to see me outside of the base, but then I went back inside the base, and the vagrant followed me because this game has some fun bugs. And he found the entirety of the guild. This game. This is the game, everybody. This is the game. Right, so I need to get out of here, as they say. Ah, there's the exit. We're almost done with Riften. It's time to commit a murder. So, what's the name of the island? Have you found it yet?
I don't think it was on the map. So you say it's really far north from Skyrim?
No, it's just it's just off the map of Skyrim. It's not in the map of Skyrim. It has its own map. Essentially, you have to reach it by traveling by boat.
Okay, there does seem one big island, but it doesn't have a name. It's on the whole map of the Empire of Tamriel. It's east from there, right north, right in the northwest
east.
from Wardenfell.
I think that might be the one, but I don't remember the name. Anyway, so I want to ask you a question, my good Finnish man.
Yeah.
Have you ever wondered what would happen if you tried to kill the owner of the orphanage before setting off the Dark Brotherhood quest line?
Oh, you have to kill the orphanage caretaker in the...
I decided, why not just try to kill the orphanage caretaker? I know it's a quest line in the Dark Brotherhood that activates the additional quests for the Dark Brotherhood. But what if I tried to kill her without receiving the the quest to kill her? What would happen? So we are about to find out, baby.
So I guess when you've talked to Dark Brotherhood after that, they'll say, yeah, you go kill her. Oh, you already did it? Well, okay, that solves that.
Honestly, I have no idea.
Kind of
But-
like how when you find the first, what was those dragon yells or whatever it was, dragon shouts, and if you find it before going to the...
Grell
find
the
it
Kind
before-
is dead. Who killed Grell the Kind?
If you find it before going to Whiterun, then the Jarl just all like, oh, you already got it. Well, that's certainly...
Now that happens very often, in which I go through a dungeon, a random dungeon I find, and then I fumbled upon the quest for it, and I already have the item they wanted, so the quest is over real quick. Anyway, I killed Gralot the Kind. The children are very happy, and they thought I was the agent of the Dark Brotherhood who came to do it. So I suffer no consequences for killing this woman, even though I never accepted the quest to kill her. So nobody's going to bat an eyelash at me killing this old woman.
Well, those...
I did not know this was the case before I tried to do it. And now I'm just baffled by the way this game works. Amazing. This is the game. And I have gotten away with murder without even trying.
Yeah, I guess the developers didn't really take on the account on why would a player kill an orphanage caretaker if they don't have a reason for it. And
I mean, maybe they don't like her because she's very mean to the kids. You never know.
yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to destroy the gloves and get the enchantment, which I then can apply to the heavy armor I have.
Well, those orphans are now your responsibility.
No, there's still the other caretaker.
Okay.
That's...
Okay.
And I
if you
can kill her too, if I
then
wanted.
they become your responsibility.
I can adopt a couple of those children, actually.
Okay.
Okay,
What?
this actually angers me a little bit. The only children running around in the game are human children.
Excuse my disorganization, but I'm in the middle
Yeah,
of
it's
something.
one of those.
White human children. Where are all the other children from all the other races? Right?
Yeah, I guess it's one of those video game things where children are rarely seen. Ever since
I see children a lot in every city I go to, and they're always white human children.
laziness.
Well, I wouldn't call it laziness, but I think there is a mentality at play here. They probably did not want to go through the trouble of designing several different kinds of children for different species. But you know, since the only kids available are human, they could have maybe gone the slightly extra mile not to have them all uniformly white,
Good morning. So,
is what I'm saying.
master the arcane arts.
Yeah, children in video games has been a touchy subject ever since first Fallout got in trouble when you could kill kids in brutal ways.
Yes, well, you cannot ever kill kids again in Bethesda games, which is
Those with the talent
good
assist them.
in many ways. But it also ruins the immersion. I'm not going to be that guy.
Aren't you able to kill kids in Skyrim?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I had.
I'm pretty sure there are mods that allow you to do that. But why would you ever?
Oh yeah, do you use any mods in this?
No, it's as vanilla can get.
Yeah.
Yes?
Although there are mods available for the console version.
Oh yeah, consoles were difficult to get.
No, there is a series of mods that you can install that are available, but they have to be Bethesda approved mods. Which, I mean, there is a mod that would allow you theoretically to have smarter NPCs. But why would I want this game to be better when it's so much fun in its base dumb form?
Where do you think in which region the sixth Elder Scrolls should take place in?
We've had this discussion already, if you recall.
We had?
Yes, we had. We had most of the discussions we've had already.
Yeah, I don't remember anything.
It's been a while since we recorded any of
Yeah.
this, but we've had this discussion already, and I proposed that it should be about the Dwemer and the Snow Elves. Way back in the past. But then I changed my mind, because then we would have to have a Bethesda game trying to tackle slavery. No!
Yeah,
Bad
that would be
idea. You lack the nuance. You
the
lack
main,
you
the main
lack
part
the
of Morrowind.
conviction. Well, not the nuance. You lack the conviction to go through anything and have a real political opinion on things. Don't even try. Don't even try. It
I'm
would be
looking at
a
the-
centrist nightmare.
Yeah, I'm looking at the map, and so far we've had Cyrodiil and Skyrim in their entirety. Then there was the northern part of Morrowind, Vardenfell, and some of the western parts of High Rock and Hammerfell.
Well, listen, I am not clearly the right person to ask that, because I don't really care about the geography. I don't care about the series enough to be invested in the geography of it.
But you like the Kashyyyk, so I guess it will be Elsewhere. where
I
they-
like the Argonians better. So maybe the Black Marsh?
Oh yeah, there is a city called Hellstrom, so it's already a good place.
Hellstrom. Subtle. Okay. So we are dreadfully close to the Dawnguard Tower, which is where the volume 1 of The Last Argonian Maid shall be found.
Finally.
Unfortunately, finding the tower is a bit tricky, because you cannot get to it by following the map. The game won't allow you to go inside of it through the location indicated in the map. You have to find the secret passage for it. Luckily, I have a vague memory of where it is. And what are you looking now?
Oh, there is... did you ask me what I'm...
Yes, I heard you. Just
I was
fidgeting
shuffling
with...
the maps back together.
Okay. Okay, alright. Alright.
Sign up for a beta for Elder Scrolls Online.
No. Oh no.
There's even a
Oh.
sticker with it.
Oh no, I remember that trap. No thank you. Oh, Bethesda. Oh,
Set
Bethesda.
1,000 years before the events of Skyrim.
Yes. Of course. Of course. I'm looking forward for the next Elder Scrolls to be a goddamn Microsoft exclusive. Seriously, Microsoft can suck my everything.
I trust you. I take your word for it. So,
Well, you know, Microsoft bought the parent company ZeniMax, which owned both Bethesda and id Software, which means that all those franchises you care about are going to be a console exclusive.
well, they do come to PC eventually.
You know how expensive a good modern PC is? There is a reason why people are more likely to buy consoles than home computers, because they cost far less. The laptop I currently have was about $600, if not more, when I bought it in 2015. A console is not that expensive. And I don't ever want to buy a Microsoft console.
Yeah, usually when I bought, on those rare times when I bought AAA games, I just downscale the settings, because I've learned to accept that, well, I'm not have the best computer, but I still can play the game even if it doesn't look the best it could.
Problem is, a game like Doom from 2016 probably would not run on a laptop like this.
Yeah, so 2 years ago I bought the Spyro Reignited trilogy, and it was interesting to notice that, oh yeah, these games have this. Because I've bought much of indie titles before that. Suddenly I remember, oh yeah, games have system requirements. I should probably look at them at some point.
You see, the advantage of consoles is that you don't ever have to care about system requirements. If the game is made for the console, it will play on said console. It is so liberatory. So good to become a console owner, because you don't ever have to worry about the technicality, the system requirements. Who cares? I just want to play games.
Yeah. I don't have a television, so Switch is only viable choice for me if I want to go console.
It's fine, it's fine. As an handheld console, the Switch works fine. No problem.
Yeah, I need to check, after this, did I win in the lottery?
Okay, so I have found what would be the entrance to the Dongar Tower according to the map, but it is misleading. The game is putting up an invisible wall that is impeding my progress. So I have to find the secret route to the Dongar Tower. And I'm in trouble. Don't remember where it is. Okay, I actually do remember how to get to it. So there is another tower on top of a mountain, which belongs to that group that's dedicated into fighting the Daedra. And this group can also heal you from maladies and curses, which is good. What are you doing?
I just used the scissors. But anyway, you were saying?
Why are you using scissors? Never mind. Never mind. I don't want to know. Oh, you see that building over there?
Yeah,
that
is that the tower?
It's a small tower. Calling it a tower is pretty generous, actually. Anyway, watch me as I skillfully defy gravity as I descend this mountain.
That's rather impressive.
Okay, now watch me as I climb another mountain. Oh, wait, no, there is a way. There is a road. Boring. So, a trick to find Fort Downguard, the real entrance as it is. You have to use this location as your starting point. And then you have to... Hello there. Vigilant of Standar, that's how these people are called. They hunt Daedra. So you have to use this tower as your starting point, and then you have to move up from where the tower is. Move up north. And I think the entrance to the Fort Downguard is somewhere down there. From this position.
But it's not on the map.
It's not on the map. No, you see, the tower is there on the map. But not the way to reach it. Which is always fun, isn't it? I'm being sarcastic, in case you couldn't tell.
But isn't that the wonder of exploration that you can find out your own ways?
No. If you're exploring for the sake of exploring, then yes, but if you're looking for a specific location, which is already mapped, but you cannot reach it because the way to it is convoluted, that's the opposite of fun. That's truly annoying. But I think I'm close. I think it's there. Yes, it's there. There it is. So that's the trick. Use the Vigilant of Standard Tower, move up north from there, descend the mountain. You will find the entrance just on the side of the road. So here we are. This is the secret valley, where the Dawn Guard, which I remind you are a bunch of vampire hunters, reside. This was also DLC content, and look at the waterfalls.
That looks rather impressive.
Yes, sometimes you forget that Skyrim is still a relatively pretty looking game if you look at the environment from the due distance.
It has aged with relative grace over the 10 years.
Yes, unless you look at the NPCs up close, that is. Or indeed, those foliage. That foliage, that doesn't look good up close. Nothing really looks good up close, especially a game from a decade ago. Hey, it's going to be the 10th birthday of this game this year.
Yeah, I guess they still look better than Oblivion's potato faces.
It's staggering to think that Skyrim only came, what, 3 years?
5 years
Less?
after Oblivion.
5 years after Oblivion? And it looks completely different.
Yeah, there was a... At the start point and at the end point of a console generation is the gap between those two.
Yes,
guess.
pretty much.
Kind of a Dawn Guard specialty.
So when did Oblivion come out again?
2006.
I thought it was 2007. I could have sworn.
Its expansion packs came in 2007.
Ah, okay. Okay, yes, that makes sense. I like that you call it expansion pack, even though that business practice has been killed.
Well, I mean, they are serve the same function. I sometimes call DLCs as downloadable expansions.
Well, that's what they are, in theory. In practice, the old expansion packs used to be a lot more meaty than those DLCs.
Yeah.
So much so they would be sold in their own separated copies.
Back then, constructing games were easier and less time-consuming, and now that the technology has gotten better, there has been an exchange. The downloadable expansions are smaller in size.
Well, there's also the industry getting progressively much more worse when it comes to finding new ways to consume the flesh of their workers and the wallets of their consumer base.
So who are you?
Yeah, I haven't bought an expansion in a while.
Yes,
Or downloadable for that matter.
most of those are not worth the time or money. You would have to really like a game to want more of it.
Yeah, I guess it's meant for the true fans or something.
It's meant for the true idiots. Yes, it's meant for the people who would pre-order Cyberpunk 2077 like the sheep they are.
Yes, that's it. Dim Hollow Crypt. Brother Adelwald was sure
I'm still throwing shade at those kind of people. You know what kind of people they are.
smart enough to want to learn more.
Yeah, twice in my life I've pre-ordered a game, at least a physical one, and I guess supporting a Kickstarter campaign is kind of like pre-ordering.
Dim Hollow Crypt.
I'm trying to think if I've ever pre-ordered a game. I'm sure I have, but I cannot think of some tangible example at the moment.
Yeah, even those times I pre-ordered,
I mean, when I say pre-order, I don't mean the same as somebody pre-ordering a game that's still in production and it's scheduled to come out 2 years down the line. When I say pre-order, I mean, oh, this game is coming out next month. I might as well buy it now. That's what I mean for pre-order.
Oh yeah, well
That's
I
a
guess,
completely different situation and scenario.
I guess that's what I meant as well. I certainly have ordered months beforehand, but not years beforehand.
No, I would never order a game alpha year even before that. Anything can happen between that time and its release.
Yeah, but I do have supported several crowdfunding campaigns. That's right, people. I'm the reason why Psychonauts 2 is going to exist.
I thank you for that. Also, you have good taste.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think
That said, I'm slightly worried about a new Psychonauts game to come out in this day and age with a burned out Tim Schafer at the helm.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen at least the updates they send me seem rather optimistic about it, but I don't know what's going on there. Oh, doggies.
Yes, these dogs, you can take these dogs along in missions. They are very cute and fun dogs. They get in the way always, so I have to send them back home. Oh my gosh! Here we are! It's here!
Oh.
We're about to get our greasy hands on the first volume of the last Argonian Maid.
So the in-story reads, did Alicia know its location, or did she just randomly stumble upon it?
I'm using meta-knowledge, don't question it. Oh, it's here. It's somewhere. I can smell it. Is that? I'm jumping with joy. It's here! Who the hell leaves a perfectly good book out in the open?
Okay, now we get to read it.
No, not yet. We will only read it once we have all copies of it and we have bought our home to read it inside.
Have you filmed that too?
Yes, I filmed everything months ago. We just have to get to it. But anyway, my friend, this is the end of this particular session. Yes. So, yes, this has been episode... What was it? 4?
Five.
Episode 5 of Alicia the Punchcat. We are alpha way there. All that's left is get the other book and buy the house. And luckily for us, all of that shall be accomplished in the final session, the final episode of this grand adventure, this quest for the succulent and rare lizard erotica. And I hope you will join us again next time as we rant and rumble and fumble our way into victory.
Yeah. I guess I have to make a list of topics we can talk about in case there are silent moments.
I will appreciate that, because I am too busy conducting the orchestra, as it were.
Yeah, not everyone can have that Game Grumps dynamic where they just...
Okay, I enjoy Game Grumps from time to time, but I'm still going to take that as an insult.
Yeah, they're fine.
Okay. Oh, they're fine. They are familiar. At this point, anything familiar is welcomed in these times of uncertainty.
Alright, so next time we shall is the next time final part, or is it?
It is the final part. Next time shall be the final installment.
Okay. End of an era.
End of an era, sure. Right.
Okay,
So,
yeah.
again...
I may at some point record some gaming material, then we can look at something...
Sure, if it doesn't look like garbage, we could certainly do that.
Yeah, I probably do some older games then.
Yes. If you have some 16-bit game you want to try out, we could play that and do some more Let's Plays and whatnot. But anyway, that's a topic for another time. This has been, again, episode 5 of Alicia the Punchcat, title yet to be decided. And we are getting close, oh so close, to the end of the journey. Thank you. I have been Madhog, thy master.
And I've been hedonistic actor.
Good night.
Good night.
And good luck.
What was that?
Hello, fellow Alicians. Yes, that's how I'm calling the fans, the obvious thousands of fans that we have for this video series. Alicians. Welcome back, fellow Alicians. I'm regretting this already. To the final installment of Alicia the Punchcat. We have done quite a bit of progress. We have secured volume 1 of the last Argonian Maid. We have completed almost all of our sub-goals. So all that's left to do is to get the second volume and buy a house for the specific purpose of reading those 2 books inside of it. And that will be the end goal. So, I am your host, Madhog thy master.
And I'm your guest hedonistic actor.
Guest host.
Yeah.
Is it just me, or are you more tired than usual?
Oh, should I make some kind of a more bombastic intro like, yo, what's up, you my homies? It's your boy, hedonistic actor, and I'm here with my co-host, Madhog Time Master. We are doing some epic skills making, yo's.
Don't ever do that again. I will put a curse on your own family, on your entire bloodline. I will summon a hex and just place it on your forehead. It will make you grow a third arm, and I don't know where I'm going with this, but don't do that ever again. What is up with you? What's wrong with you? You know what? I was tired a second ago too, but not anymore. Thanks for that.
You're welcome.
Jeez. What? Why? This is supposed to be a classy, sophisticated, intellectually stimulating playthrough. And there you go. What's up, boys? It's your boy, Farm Mega Cat Scandinavian Man 3000 Mega something or the other. What's up, fellow kids?
Yeah, the names you have, at least from what I've seen, the names you have given your characters are not that extraordinary or something there. Because I always try to come up with so weird fantasy names.
Oh, I leave all the weirdness for the last names, the surnames.
Yeah.
Usually, her last name, I remind you, is Meow Taunt, as in she's taunting you by meowing.
Yeah, when I went through Skyrim with that Khajiit, his name was Collie Chuck.
That seems a bit racially dicey, if you ask me.
Yeah,
There
just
is a reason why I give semi-normal, understandable names to my characters, because I don't want to accidentally be racist. You know? Of course, in my youth, I would have totally called the Khajiit cat, I don't know, Matahari-chan or something. But I'm not 12 anymore.
yeah, that's just a completely made up
Illusion!
word. I have,
What are you saying?
yeah, it's just a completely made up word. I have no idea does it actually mean anything in any language.
I know it's made up, but it sounds racially dicey when you say it out loud, when the words, the letters exit your mouth.
It sounds like you're saying Russell is dicey.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
So it's an insult against Russians.
No, wait, did you say Russian? I thought you said Russially. I thought
Yeah,
you were
because it
starting
sounded like
to
you
saying Russian, but then you ended up saying Russially, and it became a weird amalgamation of two words.
Oh, you meant racially.
Yes, I said racially. Okay, maybe I pronounced it in the other way that's usually pronounced by someone
Racially.
else. Racially. You know, both versions are valid, okay? When I write the word color, I add a U in it, the British spelling of it. So I am like that. Anyway, when you are bilingual and English is not your first vocabulary, you tend to adopt several pronunciations, accents, or ways to spell a vocabulary, a word, from various of
we
the
have
existing versions that are around.
Constantly have to make choices between American and British dialects.
Yes, thanks American and British imperialism.
Which is better, elevator or lift?
Elevator sounds much more manly, I say. Lift sounds like you're basically a plastic surgery on your face. Lifting up your pores and your skin. You know, we call that lifting around these parts.
Yeah, maybe we should fight against Anglo-Saxon culture imperialism. Speak in our own mother languages and then add subtitles later on.
By the way, which is better for you? Apartment? Or what's the British equivalent? What was the British equivalent?
Flat?
Flat, yes. Which is better, apartment or flat?
No, apartment is better. Flat. A pancake is flat.
Right. I like Apartment too, mostly because of the film The Apartment by Billy Wilder.
It's a good movie.
It is very good. And it is very relevant, socially relevant to this very day.
Yeah, it has been many, many years since I've last seen it.
It's a film about prostitution.
Oh, it was about that.
Well, allegorically, it is about how fitting into society equates to prostituting yourself for the benefit of those on a higher social pole. It's a good film.
Yeah.
Anyway. We have to reach that place, that Honningbrew, which is right beside Whiterun, you might have noticed. Guess what? That's where Volume 2 can be found.
What was the place where it was found again?
It was that brewery that's just 2 steps away from Whiterun, which I remind you, it's the first hold we've visited. It was there all along. All right then. So, the journey to go there will be long and arduous because, let me remind you once again the rules. We cannot use teleportation. We have to go anywhere and everywhere by foot. So there is a long journey back from the Dawnguard Tower to the vicinity of Whiterun.
Oh, a fox.
Yes, that was a fox. Very observant, my good friend.
So apparently foxes are harmless enough that they run away.
Considering we are punching dragons in this game, I'd say yes.
It knows.
The animals always know. They have instincts that help them recognize the danger.
And yet all those wolves attack you constantly.
Some animals are smarter, I guess. I don't know what to tell you.
Or maybe Alicia's looks are deceiving.
Okay, so maybe they thought, foxes are innocuous enough. It's not like they are dangerous like packs of wolves. Of course, whomever made this game was not aware of how much danger could a fox pose to anyone.
Yeah.
As we established, fox may appear cute, but they are wild dogs, essentially. Wild dogs are dangerous no matter what.
Yeah. As I said in the previous video, I've seen a fox in the wild, but with a big enough group so it kept its distance.
Anyway, I do have a topic that I wanted to bring about since last session, actually. Let me ask you something, my good co-host, Yo Scandinavian Man Mega 5000, whatever your name is this week. What do you think is the difference between the concepts of world building and lore in the context of a narrative, in the context of a fictional world?
Well, they sound rather interchangeable terms. Both are.
You could not possibly be more wrong, my friend. It's a good thing I asked this question because I'm here to sort of lift the fog of ignorance once and for all and educate people about the key difference between the two things. So, not to be condescending or anything, too late for that, let me provide you with a tangible example to illustrate my future to-be-made points. Now, let's suppose that you're writing a story and you have a fictional character that has to go and buy some fish. That's the story right now. He has to go and buy some fish. He has just come to a new town, so he doesn't know the layout of the town yet. He doesn't know where he could buy the fish. So he asks somebody, "Hey, where could I go buy some fish, my good man, sir, or ma'am, or anything in between, Mr., Miss, or Mix? Where can I buy some fish?" To wit, the person will point the lad towards the fishmonger, which happens to be in the main square of the town. The main square can be found here. Okay, so now I know where to find the fishmonger in case I want to buy fish in the future. So I get to the square, and wouldn't you know it, the fishmonger is there, but so are many other stalls selling foods and various goods that people are constantly there to buy. So now you have learned where people go to buy groceries, in the main square of the town. By following the quest, advancing the plot, you manage to organically learn something new about the world. You know where the fishmonger is, you know where the market is, you know where people buy the food. That, my friend, is world building.
Yeah, I guess I can, now that you mention it, kind of understand the difference where world building is about helping you to reach your goal. Lore is more about giving depth to the world you already exist
No.
with.
No. World building is about organically giving you information about the fictional world as the plot advances. Essentially, if you're navigating a fictional world and you don't want to interrupt the story and drown everything with exposition, the best way to let the fruitor, the audience of your story about how the world works, is through the narrative, is by having the character follow the plot and the world opens up as they do. That's world building. Now, as far as lore is concerned, this is what lore is. Suppose you chat with the fishmonger for a little bit before buying the fish, and the fishmonger inexplicably gets it in his head that you are a big fan of fishmongering. So he hands you a book that's titled The Complete History of Fishmongers Across the Land. This book has absolutely no use for you, but it is something that you can read on your own time if you're really curious, but it's not something that's going to enhance or help you along in the quest, in the story in any way. It's a bit of extra information that's fundamentally useless for the story, but it can be enriching if you're really, really into fishmongering. And that is what lore is in a nutshell.
Got to keep my eyes open. Damn dragons could
Background information, unnecessary for the plot, unnecessary for world building. It's just there in case you're curious about it.
Well, the lore gives context for
Not necessarily. That can still be world building. World building gives you context for the story in the way I just told you about. Lore is background information. You don't need to know the complete history of Tamriel to focus on whatever socio-political issues are going on in the context of Skyrim. They are pretty easy to follow and understandable in their own right. You don't need to read any of the books that you find within Skyrim to follow the various plots and quest lines in Skyrim. Any and all information you need to follow the stories that you come across are presented in the quests themselves.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if I agree with the notion that there will be a completely useless piece of knowledge, as there's this...
When I say useless, I mean it's not necessary for you to enjoy the story. There are obviously, like with everything, there are layers. In that,
it's an optional
if
thing,
again, yes, that's optional.
like
That's what I'm
extended
getting
universe
to.
stuff.
Exactly, it is optional. It is not vital. It is optional. That's the difference.
Oh no, you...
A elk killed my family? Oh, and the troll helped it. They were in cahoots, like The Undertaker and Kane in 1998.
Yeah, these trolls have nothing to Forgotten Realms trolls, because they don't... because of their regeneration.
I thought you were about to say wretch narration.
Yeah.
Right, so I hope I cleared the air on that common misunderstanding. World building and lore are not the same thing. They operate under different rules and they have different goals and objectives within a narrative. In fact, depending on the story, depending on the fiction itself, world building isn't even necessary. The more relatable a narrative context and setting is, the less you have any need for world building. Everybody knows how a kitchen works, right? However, if you are in a fantasy world, such as an RPG, you need to somehow ground the audience into a familiar situation, such as the example of the fishmonger. Oh, so that's where you go and buy fish and groceries in this world. Now I get it. Now I know how this aspect of the world works. On the other hand, I have absolutely no use for the complete history of fishmongers across the land. However, if I ever decide to get into fishmongering for some reason, I guess I have a useful almanac. But that will not help me punching dragons. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess it depends on what is the goal you're trying to reach. Even the lore's usefulness depends on the context on where do you want to apply it to. But yeah, I do like gathering knowledge just for the sake of gathering knowledge.
And that's fine, that's valid too, if that's what you like. What I'm merely saying is that the information is entirely optional. Lore is optional information about a fictional world. If you like it, that's extremely cool. But if you don't, that's also very cool. I don't. For the most part. I care more about organically building the world as it opens up, as I progress in the story. That's what keeps me invested in the fictional world.
I do like to consume Elder Scrolls lore because it's full of absolutely bonkers stuff.
Which I'm sure, now that you brought it up, you will be all too happy to share with us.
Well, yeah, I did get in case we ran out of conversation topics to open the Elder Scrolls wiki in case you want to know some lore stuff.
You might want to put a pin on that, because we are about to do something interesting here. So, we talked about world building, right? So, what better example of world building than just walking around, minding my own business, when suddenly a dragon attacks out of nowhere?
Oh.
Now you know that this can happen. You've learned something new about the world. Random dragon attacks. That's bad.
Yeah, they're good at sneaking.
Apparently, this one just popped out of nowhere. You'd think they'd be easy to spot, since they are big, bulky masses flying about, eclipsing the sun. But no, apparently they can just sneak up on you. You can talk to a guy in a town, then suddenly a rude dragon just flops down on you as you're having a conversation, and it's very rude. If I had $1 for every time this happened, I would have $10.
And it killed an innocent farmer for no reason.
Right, so we're having a dragon combat. Finally, are you happy? This is a good chance to try out my newfangled crossbow, which I took in the Dongar Tower. The crossbow is very good, by the way. It is a bit slower than the regular bow and arrow, but it's a lot more precise, and it, as you could see, it's more powerful, and I just punched the dragon to death. Hallelujah.
It failed to realize who the real threat was.
Right.
And that's why if you breathe fire on someone, stay to make sure that it actually is dead.
That's advice for dragons specifically.
Yeah. I mean, as soon as it had breathed on you once, it left to breathe on something else.
Right. So we were here last time before being rudely interrupted by the surprise dragon sneak attack. I wasn't done looting the place.
Yeah. Yeah, if they wanted to be really ambitious, they should make like a Far Cry type of environmental damage that the dragons could cause forest fires.
That would make for a much more interesting game, but also a much more frustrating game. And with the bugs that this game is notorious for, I wouldn't trust it to hold it together with too many physical elements to consider.
I wonder if there's a mod for that.
I'm sure it is. There is a mod that makes the NPCs more intelligent. I'm sure I told you that already.
Yeah.
Right, so you have your topics, right? As I said, this is a long journey. You might as well hit me with them like a truck. Yes,
Well,
yes, kids! After all that talk about lore, let's just drown ourselves in pointless information about the Elder Scrolls.
Yeah, at one point I was talking about the concept of dragon breaks, which are these temporal phenomena, and which is the reason why all endings of Daggerfall happened are part of the canon because of the...
Ugh. Yes, I remember that. Vaguely.
Yeah, that was the...
Yes?
That was the third time when such an event happened in the history.
Are
So
you...
It's our...
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm okay. I'm just reading at the same time.
I thought you were falling asleep.
Yeah, that event was called... let me check.
Yes, you do that while I kill this troll.
Oh, sorry, it was the fifth time, because there were some other times. Well, I'm going to read about... Okay, well, I just read the article in its entirety.
Oh boy.
In my narrator voice.
Oh no.
A dragon break, sometimes referred to as an untime, is a temporal phenomenon that involves a splitting of the natural timeline which results in branching parallel realities where the same events occur differently or not at all. This results in a return to the non-linear timeline of the Dawn era. At the end of the Dragon Break, the timeline reconnects, making all possibilities and outcomes true contradictory to each other. The dragon that is mentioned is in reference towards Akatos, the dragon god of time. And do you remember how Alduin became to this world?
No.
Do you? Because he was causing havoc during the first era, but they did some
They
think
did
that they thought,
some Ocus Pocus Hullabaloo.
yeah, they sent him forward in time, and that way.
Oh no! You mean to tell me they samurai jacked him?
I haven't seen the show.
Can't go back to the past, Samurai Jack. Watch out! I would tentatively recommend Samurai Jack, but I am still a bit disappointed by the season finale. Very disappointed by season 5, especially considering how promising the beginning was. Now that's a rant for another time. Anyway, Alduin, so he was samurai jacked into the future, which is really funny to learn. So he reappeared in future time, present time Skyrim, having been sent from the past, and is waking up all the other dragons.
Yeah.
Isn't that part of the actual main narrative of Skyrim? Don't they actually explain that in the main quest?
They explain it in the main quest.
Then it's not lore, it's vital plot information.
Yeah. I guess you didn't follow the story.
I mean, I did at some point, but, you know, what with skipping all the dialogues because the story sucks? Well, would you look at this? I'm stuck. Isn't that wonderful? I've unstuck myself! Hooray.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, you may continue.
Think about the first recorded Dragon Break, because it's arguable if the...
I like the way you say dragon.
It's arguable if the creation of the world can be considered as a Dragon Break. The event called the Time Wound, but...
The Time Wound.
But that requires a lot of knowledge on the various... what was the Eldritch princess or gods of that world. So I'm going to skip that. There's the Red Moment. The Red Moment was a possible dragon break that occurred sometime near the year 668 of the First Era during the Battle of Red Mountain. The Red Moment is believed to be the first dragon break to be caused by the Numidium, being the accepted date of the...
I'm sorry, is this just the Silmarillion?
There's been a
Is this just Lord of the Rings all over again?
I don't think Lord of the Rings had any time shenanigans.
No, but the names, the very vaguely fantasy-ish names. The Red Moment, the Red Mountain. The big battle of what's-his-face.
Yeah.
World-shaping events. First, second, and third eras.
And explained in Morrowind, Numidiums are the gigantic brass constructs built by the dwarves that whenever you activate them, they can cause these tracker breaks. And
Fun.
yeah,
I think I fought a couple of those in this game.
Oh, there are Numidiums?
I don't know, there are giant golden golems I find in the various caves of the Dweemers. I assume those are the golems in question?
I think Numidiums are like mechasites.
Yeah, it has to be those. They are pretty big. And they go down rather easily with my crossbow, might I add?
Is it some kind of special crossbow?
Well, it's an enhanced crossbow that I have powered up to the max, and at that point I'm also level 50, so they go down in 4 hits. But aside from that, they are very slow and clunky, so they are very easy to circle strafe. and hit them when they try to hit you.
Yeah,
I
but
find.
these Numidium specifically are, I guess they are powered by the pieces of gods or something, but I'm not sure.
Well, considering I find always those crystallized souls inside of them, which I use for my enchantments, I would have to assume it's them.
Yeah, but anyway, the red moment evident of this break's existence can be seen in the multiple conflicting accounts of what actually occurred during the time period in which the War of the First Council took place. Most historical contradictions surrounding the event revolve around the people most involved in the war, such as Nerevarn, the Tribunal, Vurun, Dakot, and Dumak Dwarf King. I don't know who those are. Notable questionable events with inconsistent outcomes can be observed, such as whether or not House Dakot was loyal to the Khmer, the Nords, or the Dwemer during the battle. By whom was Dakot-Ur slain or dispelled, the Tribunal or Nerevarn? By whom was Dumakil, Nerevarn, Wulfrat, or Dakot-Ur? Was it the actions of the Gagnak, Dakot-Ur, Wulnart, or the Tribunal that caused the Dwemer's disappearance?
Matti, at this point you're just saying words with no meaning whatsoever, and I cannot follow you anymore. I made my point clear about unnecessary backstory, lores, optional information. None of this helps me defeat the dragons. Now, does it? None of this helps me getting invested in the world presented in a given Elder Scrolls game. Now, does it?
But I guess lore can give more depth to the world and make sure it just doesn't exist in a vacuum.
Either that, or it makes the world much more stupid. And it very much accentuates in the worst possible way its Tolkien inspirations. There's nothing wrong with that, because Tolkien is the single most influential fantasy writer in existence. But still, if you are bombarding me with notions about impossibly named guy who fought other impossibly named guy in the glorious battle of the Rainbow Collision, or whatever the name was, then it's too much Tolkien just bombarded upon me.
Okay, here was the interesting dragon break that I remember.
If you say so, if you say that's interesting, go on ahead.
The Middle Dawn. The Middle Dawn was the longest dragon break in all of Tamriel history, lasting 1008 years from its beginning in the 1200 First Era till its end in the 2208 in the First Era. The dragon break began after a fanatical sect of the Alessian Order known as the Marukhatl Selective attempted to remove specific aspects of Akatos they did not approve of, most notably the god's connection to the elven time god Auriel. The archprelate of the Selective, Ferdivius Tarn, and his subordinates used the prophet Markut's teaching and the previously assembled staff of towers to reach a state of monothought and recognizable that the wheel sideways is a tower? They proceeded to dance upon the white tower.
I'm sorry, why the question mark at the end of that?
I was trying to remember what the context of that sentence was.
If the lore doesn't even give you context for itself, it's bad lore!
There is a link to something called Chim, but... They proceeded to dance upon the White God Tower until time was made unstable and created the dragon break known as Middle Dawn, which broke the staff of
Middle Dawn? Really? Really? They couldn't come up with better names than Middle Dawn or The Red Moment.
The Middle Dawn was a much more extreme occurrence than any other dragon break. The world slept through the disaster. Had it not been for the Emperor's Emperor souls held within the Amulet of Kings, the entire event may have been forgotten. As the event, the Elder Scrolls were unable to look back at the time period in which the Middle Dawn took place. Most stories and texts that survived the Middle Dawn vary quite heavily on the events of what actually transpired during the Middle Dawn, normally conflicting in regards to certain people, regions, and wars. More unorthodox accounts make claims that the sun had changed color, that people birthed their own parents, that gods walked amongst mortals, that the emperor spread its reaches into the stars, and even stating that Cyrodiil became an egg. Of all texts collected by the Elder Council, there are no concurrences save for one point. Every agate from across Tamriel coincidence on the fall of 8 stars, and this concept was used to keep track of time. However, some Khajiit claim that they kept track of their days by looking upon the constant moons, which the other races did not have the sugar to see. Members of the Tribunal Temple claim that Morrowind was protected from the effects of the break by the Daedran Tribunal, believing the 8 stars represent each iniquity Lorcan made clear to the world. Menoli was said to have been burned so bright during the Middle Dawn that she could be seen even in daylight sky. This could possibly mean that Mnemonli was the reason for the reported changes in the sun's color.
So, hearing you read this entire wall of text sort of made the point I was trying to make earlier about lore much more effective, much more salient. The lore you just read was the complete history of fishmongers across the land. You would have to be a really, really hardcore nerd of the fishmonger industry to care about the deep history of fishmongers. In fact, everything you just read to me, I almost immediately tuned it out. Just entered one ear and exited the other. You made my point about lore so perfectly salient, so perfectly summarized. You gave me the best example possible. Only the most fanatical fans, that's redundant to say, I know, only the most hardcore of Elder Scrolls fans will care about all of this sort of cool but also sort of generic fantasy insipid tripe, to the point that they would memorize it or even bother reading it in the first place.
I guess it's one of those books that you can find all across the games.
I'm pretty sure it is, and I proudly have not read any of those. Except for one. I say this, and I'll say it again. The only lore that actually matters is the last Argonian Maid. Which, funnily enough, given the narrative that we have for this playthrough, I've taken a piece of lore and I turned it into the story's MacGuffin. I turned it into the goal that drives the plot, but it's not actually the focus of the plot, because the focus of the plot is us fuffing about.
So Alicia is a scaly.
I think that was well established by now. I think Alicia is just a connoisseur of literary erotica in general. She doesn't make differentiations. We have a flame Atronach. I haven't summoned my own flame Atronach in a while.
I thought you were a friend.
What? Did I offend you? Did I offend you with my dissing of
flame Atronach?
It's not my flame Atronach, it's just some random flame Atronach walking the path, minding its own business up until it sees me and decides, you know what, I need to kill this one. I don't like the look in her eyes.
What it was even doing there?
That's a good question, actually. I know, thanks to world building, I know that flame atronachs are summoned creatures from another realm that summoners and mages bring upon this realm. I know that they can be summoned because I learned the spell to summon them. So to have one just randomly lost in Skyrim is a bit unusual, is it?
Yeah. But yeah, really the only dragon break you really need to know about is the warp in the west that is the result of the events of Daggerfall and directly relate to Morrowind's plot.
Because that's less lore and more establishing the setting.
Yeah. But
Yes,
I have to...
it's yes, okay, there is a difference between lore and establishing the setting. That whole exposition blurb at the beginning of the Lord of the Rings films, that's not lore, that's vital plot information, and it's establishing the setting and the narrative going forward. It's important to know who Sauron was before, well, you fight him again. Right. So, the book, the second volume of The Last Argonian Maid, is in this building.
But it does make me wonder, if someone watches Lord of the Rings that is not aware of what's happening there before, and is the opening could they still watch it understandably without the opening narration?
The opening narration tells you everything you really need to know about the world, the bad guys and the good guys. Everything else is organically introduced as the film goes on. I watched that film without knowing anything about Lord of the Rings or anything prior to it, but it is such a clear-cut, simple, universal fantasy of good versus evil kind of story that anybody can get into it. Okay. It's the key to the success of Lord of the Rings.
Well, I do have the Elder Scrolls wiki open, so if there's anything you have always wondered about the world of Tamriel, I can try to find information and put your mind to rest for good.
What became of the author of The Last Argonian Maid?
Okay. Check.
Like I said, that's the only lore that matters to me.
What's the...
I think his name is Crassius Colto? Something like that.
What is the exact name of the books?
Crassius. The author is Crassius.
Is it
get
the Last Argonian Maid?
I mean, get it?
Because
Crassius.
Because there are several works where Last Argonian Maid can be found.
No, there is just one, volume 1 and 2.
Because there is a song and Sultry Argonian Bard version.
That's another one, which we are not hunting for today. Oh! There it is. There it is. Crassius. Crassius Curio. That's his name. There it is. Okay. That's volume 2, my man. We're almost done. Now all we have to do is farm money in order to buy a house, which is the most time-consuming task.
Oh yeah, Crassius Curio can be found in Morrowind.
I'm aware. That much I know. Oops.
Yeah. Imperial nobleman in the city of Vivek City serving
I have been caught! I have been caught stealing the goods! Oh no!
Serving as a counselor for House Lalu. He also writes adult novels.
That much is clear. That's his legacy. Anything else?
I'm looking. Imperial Noble, served as the House Lalu Council, also the author of the Last Argonian Maid and the Three-Legged Guar, which does not appear in-game. He
Aw.
also has residence. He owns a copy of the rare skill book Lord Jornimbret's Last Dance. In the folio version of the Last Argonian Maid, Curious said he showed up to the Arano household, and instead of throwing him back on the streets, the Arano family allowed him to stay at their home.
That's wholesome. I like that they went the extra mile to give us information about the fictional author of a fictional erotica available in the world of the Elder Scrolls. Now that is the kind of detail that makes you love a fictional universe more. Not the grand, incomprehensible battle of what's his face and how the world was created. No, it's these sort of elements that ground the grandiosity of it into a familiar territory, that makes the world more feel more lived in.
Okay, he has. There are stats. He's on level 21, health 159, magic 144, fatigue 234, fight 30, alarm 90, flee 30. Personality. He is notable due to his somewhat eccentric behavior, for example, displaying bisexual tendencies when asking the Nevervarian to strip for him, including rings and amulets, to become their patron, regardless of their gender. He will also ask that the Nevervarian refer to him as Uncle Crassius, and in turn will refer...
Oh, Uncle Crassius!
and in turn will refer to them as Dumpling.
I love this man!
Nevertheless, he is one of the few characters in House Lal who is opposed to corruption. Many of his quests deal with ending the crooked reign of Odral Helvi in Cadelra, during which you can either complete the study quest according to Helvi's orders or ask Crassius what to do. And then there are some interactions with him.
Can I just say, Uncle Crassius sounds like an outstanding guy. I love him. This quest shall honor the memory of one of the best characters that this series has ever produced.
Yeah, and with his equipment, aside from the Last Argonian Maid, he also has extravagant pants, extravagant shirt, and extravagant shoes.
Extravagant. What's his race?
Imperial.
Oh, right. Imperials are apparently their own race in this world, which is wild to me.
Got something for just about everybody.
Yeah, I guess he is come from Cyrodiil originally.
Nice.
Everything's for sale, my friend.
That's the only Imperial I like.
Odds and ends, that sort of thing.
And now begins the steady, slow process of selling all of our crap to get enough money to buy a house. This
So
will
my
take a
favorite-
while.
So one
Yes?
of my favorite characters from this franchise and from the same case is Divate Fyr, who is this kind of an dark elf living in, who does all kind of genetical experiments and has an harem of his own female clones.
Living the dream, I guess? Goals?
He's a-
What a piece of work. Okay, that sounds interesting.
Do come back.
Okay. There are interactions. Main quest Haalu Horator. The Neverani must become Horator of House Laalu as part of fulfilling the Nerevarin prophecy. Kurio must be convinced to support the Nerevarin. The Neverani must be titled Horator of the Great House of Morrowind and Nerevarin by the Ashalander tribes. Kurio may inform the Neverani that Arshanon Sarioni wishes to speak with them.
Okay, I don't need to know that. All the interesting bits have been already told by you. Already read. Uncle Crassius, your horniness for lizard women shall live on forever. He was bi, huh?
Yeah.
That's very cool. That's very neat. Oh, that explains why he wrote the male version of that later on. Right. He's just horny for lizard in general. And you know what? More power to him.
Now that I mention it, I guess I could also tell about Divate Fyr, the ultimate sugar daddy.
I will say this. One of the most irritating features of this series is that merchants have limited money to spend. So if you find something very expensive that you can sell for a profit, most likely you cannot because nobody in the world has that enough money to buy it. So either you get a raw deal and you get much less money for it, or you try and hope to find a richer merchant. That's a bit of a pain in the neck, especially if you're trying to farm money to buy a house.
So, Divate Fyr is a powerful 4,000-year-old Dunmer sorcerer and member of House Telvanni who resided in Tel Fyr in Zavriel Bay. He served as the caretaker of Corpusarium, a quarantine area which treats those infected with Corprus, which is this kind of a supernatural disease caused by Dagot Ur in Morrowind. Though a member of House Telvanni, he generally stays out of house politics and has no intention of joining the council. He lives there with his four women with the surname Fyr, Alpha, Beta, Delta, and Upse. He refers to them as his daughters, while they call themselves his wives, but they are not in fact his clones. Okay, I remember. But they are in fact his clones. Yeah, okay.
So, correct me if I'm wrong. These are the people who are all happy and cool with slavery, right?
Yeah, I mean, Morrowind is one of the only region in the Empire that allows slavery.
Yes, I don't like them.
Yeah.
You know what? That's a bit of a demerit for Uncle Crassius to be around those folks.
Well, good riddance to Wardenfell.
Yes, you know what? Good riddance.
Yeah. Don't support slavery or your island gets destroyed by a volcano.
Yes, and you deserve it. Although that seems a bit arbitrary as a punishment. That doesn't really seem correlated at all. But still, good. Good riddance. Now, if only we can do that in real life.
Let me check how they actually found.
So you might have noticed I left Whiterun again, and that's because I'm apparently running all the way back to River Town, whatever its name was, because there is another merchant there, and I need to sell my useless crap.
Yeah, it will be interested to visit the alternate reality where Morrowind was released in 1998 instead of 2002.
Why?
I don't know, just to see it, because they were originally planned to release it 2 years after Daggerfall, and it would have been rather
It's
different.
probably for the best that they didn't.
Yeah.
Okay, so the rest of this entire video, it's just farming for money to buy property. This is the game now. We have about half an hour left.
I play a 90s Japanese role-playing game if I want grinding, thank you very much.
Shut up.
So how much does a house cost in this?
The most economic option, the hold in Whiterun, that's about 5,000 gold.
How much do you have now?
More than 3,000. I'm getting close. But it's that last stretch. Are we just going to ignore the naked dead body in the middle of the streets, everybody?
Ask who was that?
That's, I believe, the blacksmith, which I accidentally killed at the beginning of all this. Remember? Oh, the story is coming full circle. We are back at the scene of the crime. Isn't that great?
Now that I think of it, I don't think I've seen any graveyards in this game.
There are a couple I fumbled upon, but they are there because there is a quest about them.
Yeah.
Oh, clearly they burn the dead. That's why you don't see any tomb anywhere.
Yeah, maybe they just hope that the nature animals take care of it and save them from paperwork.
Yes, the circle of life.
Yeah, there are some cultures where they just leave the body to the rocks and hope that the animals eat the body and thus became part of the circle of life.
I'm getting frustrated, so I decide to risk it all and start stealing whenever I can. Yes.
Couldn't you just complete side quests or something?
Excuse me?
Couldn't you just complete side quests or something?
No, because, you see, we are close enough to the goal that we don't need a quest to make this any longer than it needs to be, but at the same time, we are not close enough as to be done in 5 minutes. So since I want to be done with this as fast as possible, I am starting to act desperate. Can you kids go away? It's nighttime! Bedtime for you! Stop looking at me! I'm trying to sneak around! Go away, for crying out loud! Oh, they're still looking at me! Go away, you stupid kids!
Do these characters work on a
Oh,
day-night
great.
cycle?
They spotted me. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I was wondering, do these characters even have any day-night cycle?
Oh, come on! Where do you come from? Stupid guard, stupid children, never minding their own businesses. Ugh. Go away. And I'm reloading.
What do you think is the best side quest that you've encountered in this game?
Probably Dawnguard
Yeah.
or the Dark Brotherhood.
Dawnguard is the vampire thing, right?
Yes, you get to kill a lot of vampires. And you get to go into 2 different realms.
Perhaps I should start a new game as a character named Buffy.
Don't do that.
Yeah, I can come up with the original names.
Yes, original character, do not steal. I'll take this gold, thank you very much. At some point I'm going to notice that I can just take the gold without risking to get in trouble because the merchant just has allowed me to take his gold. Which means that all this sneaking about that I am doing right now, it's pointless.
I'm trying to remember all the names that I've given to my D&D game characters. There is the... Oh yeah, on Icewind Dale 2 I made a female half-orc barbarian named Hara Bloodwolf.
That sounds dyslexic, if I'm being honest.
What does that mean?
Don't you know what dyslexia is?
It's kind of an reading
Impediment.
yeah, predicament.
No, predicament is not the word. Impediment is the word.
Impediment.
It is not dangerous to read. Unless you're reading some sort of dark, evil tomes that will consume your sanity if you read them, then it's dangerous. But
Well,
it's not a reading predicament.
well, actually, reading an Elder Scroll is a reading predicament for
I know,
those
but guess
normal
what? Guess what? I get to actually read a couple of Elder Scrolls in the Dawnguard quest,
Yeah.
and I can do that because I am the chosen one.
Yeah, Dragonborns are able to do that because dragons themselves are a temporal anomaly.
You know what I like about regular D&D?
Yeah.
A Dragonborn is just another race, not a chosen one. But no, Skyrim has to be the special snowflake, so special little kid who wants the participation medal. So let's give the Dragonborn. And this is my character, guys. He is the Dragonborn, not like the other Dragonborns that are so useless. This is my cool, original, totally cool Dragonborn, and it's the chosen one, and he defeats the dragons, and he's so cool, you guys. I'm going to stop there.
Yeah. Skyrim's main character overcompensates.
I think Skyrim overcompensates in general. Right. So we're getting close. We're getting
Are you
close.
just wandering around and hope that someone has money?
No, I'm going back to Whiterun. Because you see, once a day has passed, the merchants there will replenish their money pool. So I hope I can sell some more and get more money. And this is the game. This is the last stretch. We can do it. We can get ourselves a new home. And we can read the tomes of legend. And and then we can become blind afterwards. Masturbation joke. Anyway.
I don't think there's any scientific proof of that.
You don't say. I want to see some sources for that statement, young man.
Yeah. Though in the back in the day, some doctors were worried that looking from a train window could hurt your eyes.
In olden days, anything could hurt your eyes. If you didn't know. I mean, the more you go back in time, the more it is believed that literally anything can hurt you. Which in most cases it can, but with the advent of modern medicine and modernity in general, not thanks to capitalism, really, we can be more scientifically assured that jacking off does not make you blind. Yes, yeah, I circumnavigated back to that because I didn't know where to go otherwise. Can you tell I'm tired? You see, earlier on in the night, me and the family, we had a bit of a feast. A bit of a...
Conflict?
No, a bit of a feast, as in we ate.
Feast! Okay,
Feast! That's... Okay. You know what, never mind. We had a bit of a feast, as in we had a lot of pizza and a calzone and delicious fried rice rolls, which we call supli. And I think I'm still in the digestion phase as we speak. I also have a bit of a sleep attack, which would be normal after a bit of a what's the scientific term? You know, when you feel sleepy after a huge feast? That is happening to my body.
Yeah, lucky you, I just ate one Carolian pie and one chicken hamburger before starting this session.
Chicken hamburger doesn't sound very light either, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, but it's those microwave things.
No, we had lovingly made pizza for us. Very delicious pizza from local restaurant, local family business. And it was delicious.
What toppings did it have?
Oh, nothing special. I'm mostly a traditionalist when it comes to pizza. I like to go for the margherita, personally, which is the bog standard tomato and mozzarella pizza. But I also like to indulge in the very fancy variant to the margherita, which is the margherita with mozzarella di bufala. The bufala mozzarella is a special kind of mozzarella, which is much more delicious and a little bit more expensive.
Yeah, I usually get frutti di mare when I'm on a pizza place.
We also had a calzone, mostly to share between us. Because today was cheat day, as they say. So we took advantage of that. It's nice to have those kinds of days every once in a while. I'm stealing from an old woman.
Yeah, I some time ago significantly reduced my usage of beef and pork, so there are less options for me in those kind of pizza places. So
Well, you
Some-
can cheat every once in a while. You don't have to stick to a strict diet all the time.
Yeah, I
Sometimes
do
you
some-
can have
Yeah,
that.
there are some-
when you
sometimes
do have that, it's more special now.
I do sometimes have relapses.
Don't call them relapses. It makes it sound like you're throwing out of the window years of progress. No, it's cheat day. Call it cheat day. It's allowed to have a cheat day once.
I mean, relapse doesn't necessarily mean that you throw away.
It sounds bad. It sounds as if you were a drug addict. But then you tried to quit the stuff, but then you had a moment of weakness, and now it's all over. You're back on the stuff again.
Yeah, I do generally make an exception if it's some food that I've never tasted before. I just had to know what moussaka was.
Is that the yak sandwich?
No, it's kind of like lasagna, but I guess it has eggplants or something, and moussaka is like a...
Oh, yes, we have that as well. We call it melanzane alla parmigiana, and frankly, I hate it. I really don't like the texture of eggplants. But I will definitely go for a traditional lasagna any time of the month.
Yeah.
It's not just Garfield who likes lasagna, by the way.
It has been my favorite food as well. Though, since I reduced the beef and pork, I had to choose a new favorite food.
I'm pretty sure there are options, dietary options for lasagna as well.
Yeah. Yeah,
You
though
could
they're
still-
not usually available on stores.
No, but you can make your own if you had the time and the patience.
Yeah, I do have to figure out some kind of a spice mix that works better with chicken.
Although, if you go to a restaurant, then more likely than not, you might just be able to ask the waiter to not have beef in your lasagna.
Oh, that's an option?
I mean, whenever I order a kind of food that has something in it that I don't like, I very courteously, very kindly ask the waiter if it's possible not to put this item inside the food I ordered. And you never knew that was an option? You never bothered to ask?
Yeah, if the food has something I don't like, they'll just look out for a food item that has something that I like.
Or you can have that, but ask not to include that.
This opens so many possibilities.
Although I don't know how good a lasagna without beef could possibly be, but I'm sure you could try
I guess I
that.
can ask them to replace it with some other ingredient.
Sure. I'm pretty sure you can. I have never met a restaurant or a waiter who would not accommodate you for something so insignificant.
Take a look.
For example, I am a big baby when it comes to my hamburgers. I don't want tomato and salad in it. No vegetables, thank you very much. So I either ask to not include those, or if there is a convenient option without that, such as, I don't know, the bacon double grilled cheese cheeseburger.
Yeah, I used to do
then
that.
I take that.
Yeah, I used to do that with pickles, but since growing up, I have accustomed to the taste of it.
The only vegetables I endure, I tolerate, is spinach, which is funny to me because I know for a fact that spinach is one of the most hated vegetables.
Yeah, me too. I was pretty much the only person in my comprehensive school that liked spinach soup.
Okay, like is a strong word. Tolerate is the word here. They had me eat so much spinach when I was a child because it was the thing I tolerated the most that to this day it's an acceptable option for me. Of course, there always is the minestrone option.
Yeah. I do. Carrot is my favorite when it comes to vegetables.
You know, I wish I learned to like carrots, or at least to tolerate carrots, because I hear they are good for your eyes, for your sight. Maybe my astigmatism would not be a problem nowadays if I ate more whatever vitamin carrots have.
Yeah.
But then again, there is no scientific correlation between carrots and astigmatism. Positive
So anyway,
or
what
otherwise.
is Alicia doing?
Yeah, okay. Let's round back into this game. Sometimes we just go into ridiculous runs. I think this is it! We bought a house! We did it!
Ooh.
We did it! Oh my god! We did it! We're almost free from the cars!
And then after Alicia has finished both volumes. Now what?
Oh, it's her problem, not mine. Oh my gosh! We did it!
Oh yeah, I guess I could go kick Aldo in the gonads.
I mean, if I ever get to. Right, oh my gosh! Matti, my man! My compadre! We have a home! In this economy, no less!
Yeah.
And we can go inside! And we can read our high-class porn!
Okay, so we finally get to read it out loud.
Yes. Yes, we can. Well, it's sadly very unfurnished, this abode, but who cares? Just as long as you have a table and a chair, we can sit down and read.
Is there any way to pimp your house?
Yes, there is, but you have to spend more money, which we currently don't have because we just bought it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now we're just playing Sims.
No, I don't think so. Oh, thank goodness, there is a bench and a table. I guess, I would have preferred a proper sofa and a nice fireplace, but this will do.
I guess
Our tail
sofas weren't
disappeared.
invented yet.
No, we can buy it with money, which we currently don't have. It's time to read the Last Year Gonium Maid Volume 1. The Last Year Gonium Maid Volume 1 by Crassius Curio, also known as Uncle Crassius. Act 4, Scene 3, continued. Lifts her tail. Certainly not, kind sir. I am here but to clean your chambers.
Is that all you have come here for, little one, my Canberra?
Chambers. Chambers.
Yeah, Chambers, yeah.
I have no idea what it is you imply, master. I am but a poor Argonian maid.
So you are, my dumpling, and a good one at that. Such strong legs and a shapely tail.
You embarrass me, sir.
Fear not, you are safe here with me.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, this is getting spicy. I must finish my cleaning, sir. The mistress will have my head if I do not.
Cleaning, eh? I have something for you. Here, polish my spear.
Gasp! But it is huge! It could take me all night!
Plenty of time, my sweet, plenty of time.
End of Act 4, Scene 3. And this is book 1.
Yeah, I do remember a couple of pictures where this someone cosplaying as the Dragonborn, and she has the lusty Argonian in her hands. First I was like, ugh, and then I was like,
The Last Argonian Maid, Volume 2 by Crassius Curio. Uncle Crassius strikes again. Act 7, Scene 2, continued. My goodness, that's quite a loaf! But however shall it fit my oven? Wink!
This loaf isn't ready for baking, my sweet. It has yet to rise.
This is all so mature. If only we could hurry that along, how could I accomplish such a task?
Oh, my foolish little Argonian maid, you must use your hands.
You wish me to knead the loaf? Here?
Of course. Phew.
But what if the mistress catches me? Your loaf was meant to satisfy her appetite.
Don't fret, my delicate flower. I'll satisfy the mistress's cravings later.
Very well, but I'm afraid my oven isn't hot enough. Wink! It could take hours.
Plenty of time, my sweet. Plenty of time.
End of Act 7, Scene 2. And that was it. That was The Last Argonian Maid. I know, I wish there was more of it. But this is some spicy literature, let me tell you.
Yeah.
So, was it as good for you as it was for me?
Yeah, that may become rather old at some point, once the novelty has gone.
Well, like I said, it is classic erotica. So, lots of allusions and metaphors. But that's what makes it more spicy. Right, so let's put these masterpieces onto the table. They are our coffee table reads, if you will.
I should do at one point challenge a theater director made to be that I write the scene with the erotic scene with as unerotic enthusiasms as possible.
Right. So that's it! We did it! That's the end of the journey. We accomplished our goal. We found the Argonian Maid. Not literally an Argonian Maid, the books about the last Argonian Maid. We honored the legacy of Crassius Curio. Oh, I'm sorry, I meant to say Uncle Crassius. And we bought a house to read said books inside of it. We've done everything but performing a German suplex. Sadly, that has not come to pass. But hey, you can try it at home. Try it on your little brothers. and your little sisters. They'll be happy. Okay, so it's the end of an era, as you put it.
Yeah,
Some time ago.
Some video where they assassinated the emperor with the German souffle.
Ah, you say German souffle.
I have studied French.
Nobody says souffle nowadays, not even the French, just so you know.
Okay.
Okay, the adventures of Alicia the Punchcat have come to an end. It wasn't a bombastic, spectacular, exploding end. Well, at least not in the traditional sense. Ho ho ho. But we did everything important that we set out to do.
I guess there could be more of this kind of fantasy comedy types where the main point is the comedy. I guess Bard's Tales are closest to that. I haven't played those, but my understanding.
Oh, that's the one with the beer song. I know it for that. Beer, 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 wonderful beer, beer, beer. There once was a guy named Crassius Curio. He made a super cool story about a lusty maid. She was an Argonian maid, and she liked to knead the loaves. And she was beautiful, and we all loved her. Maid, 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 beautiful maid, 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 beautiful maid, maid, maid. The last Argonian maid came into our lives. And our lives afterwards were never the same again, because we like to sing now about the last Argonian maid, who made our hearts flutter. Maid, 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 beautiful maid, maid, maid. Okay.
Wait a minute. Cassius didn't have a wife.
Good night, everybody. I've been Madhog, thy master, and this has been Hedonistic Actor. And remember, don't get too hung up on lore. It's not healthy.
Yeah.
On that note, don't play Kingdom Hearts. Mwah! Good night, children.
Night.
Maid, 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 beautiful maid, maid, maid.
Maid, maid, beautiful maid.